ready to go to jail with me today? Y'all ready to be outlaws? I hope so. Because that is what the Federal Bureau of Investigation thinks you are right now. And yes, I'm well aware of the soccer player and his mom and the gold-digging bitch. Okay? You can stop sending me that story. We're all outlaws now, baby. Surely we will hang together, or else we will hang separately. Welcome, my friends. Welcome to the pod class, the #1 educational podcast. This is where you get the meat. This is where you get the real deal. This is where you actually get fed a nutritious meal.
This epidemic of loneliness.
In a world where we are more connected than ever before, people are feeling more alone.
All these men who are alienated, it's like they're lonesome and they don't know what to do, and everyone piles abuse on them.
There are men out here in the world who have genuine loneliness.
That most men live lives of quiet desperation. It's one of my favorite quotes ever because it's true.
Non-thing?
No, the guy who blew up, or the guy who ran over those people,
Yeah.
that is, what is the new word? Ansel? What is the word?
Incel. It's
Incel?
involuntary celibate.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
these
so this
people are
is-
killing people because now Bourdain was tweeting that there's like some sort of a Reddit forum with all these folks, and there's like 40,000 members.
Oh, totally. Well, the guy who shot a bunch of women in Santa Barbara a couple of years ago, he
Yes.
was also like, I'm so attractive. Why don't you guys want to have sex with me? It's like, look, it doesn't matter what you look like. There's healthy, loving relationships that exist for everyone.
Yeah, he was a little cutie.
Yeah.
A little murderer. He was a little cutie.
So it's just
Like,
crazy to me
needed
when
better
people
friends.
blame women and are violent misogynists because they are, they think that they're unattractive, and they're basically just blame like attractive women for not having sex with them. It's really disturbing. And this guy apparently mowed down a bunch of people in Toronto because he was one of these people.
Incels creating rules, and honestly, this sickens me. What?
This is the
the
whole
Reddit
post.
Oh God, don't go down this
Incel
rabbit hole.
tears.
70,000.
70,000 now, but I think it was 40,000 yesterday. So there's like a bunch of goofballs that just signed up just to read, see what the fuck's going on over there.
Oh no!
Because people are freaking out. But the idea, okay, here it is. Incel Tears is a place for folks to submit screenshots, not direct links, of crazy stuff posted by self-describing incels.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So it's a making
So this
fun
is
of them.
this is the mocking one.
yeah.
There's another one though. There's another one that Bourdain was quoting. Look, it's fucking
disturbing.
hard out there for a pimp. I get it, but don't take a truck and run over a bunch of civilians because you can't get laid. Just should there be classes that teach people how to be nice so people like them?
It's nuts, man.
Like there's those pickup artist type guys who do like seminars on how to pick people up. Shouldn't there be like, hey, this is how to be a nice person?
Right.
Like this is how you want a girlfriend? Oh, okay. Well, you got to be someone that people want to be with. Like
Yeah, exactly.
how do you do that?
Exactly.
Well, some people don't know how to do it. Some
Right.
people are just socially fucked up and
They live on Reddit. They don't leave their basement, and this is what comes out of it. It's really unfortunate. They need to interact with normal people in society and realize that there's someone for everyone. I mean, it
not
doesn't-
really though.
there could be.
Maybe there are, right? You got to find out incel women. There's no incel women. Women can always get laid, right? There's no such thing.
Something tells me there's no incel woman. Well,
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah.
But I
It's-
mean, did you hear about this term before?
I did
this?
not know about this term before. No.
How many of these terms are out there that we don't know about that are going to blow up in our face?
Yeah. Right. I mean, that are going to commit massacres, and then we're going to have to find out about some other weird subculture on Reddit that has been.
There's multiple of them.
Is then it would be a smaller percentage of men having all the women. If sexuality was just untapped, it wouldn't be like every guy got a girl. It'd be a growing, like the number of male virgins would get higher. And I guess that's like a really, like I've heard Rollo talk about this, where that's a really big problem in societies, where if you have a large amount of basically guys with no girls, they get angry, and then I don't know, bad stuff happens.
I heard that 1 in 3 men are virgins and or sexless.
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
The reason why that's happened today is, I believe, is modern feminism. This new wave of women don't need men. Women would rather have a fat bank account, a fat cat, and a fat dildo than coexist with a man.
Yeah.
Than submit to a man. I've had women on my comments that have literally said they would delete themselves. They would rather self-delete themselves than surrender or submit to a man.
What does research tell us about the beliefs of the incel community? Incel is short for involuntary celibate. These are people who are frustrated because they are unable to find sexual partners. A study in 2020 identified
I apologize. This guy sounds like ASMR, but bear with me.
5 central incel beliefs from over 8,000 posts involving over 700 unique users identifying as incels. Here are the 5 beliefs. They believe that women are evil, narcissistic, dishonest, and manipulative. The sexual market is unfair, and women have a privileged position in that marketplace. Males are being oppressed by women. They believe that masculine norms involving aggression should be legitimized, and they believe that violence is a potential solution to their problems. Essentially, incels believe that men are a marginalized group, and 2 groups are responsible for this: women who reject them and the men who the women do not reject.
Tough for girls at the moment. There is this ever-dwindling pool of guys that are eligible for you. You have more opportunities than ever before. Society says that you shouldn't become a mother. You maybe want to have a career, but also like the idea to have a family. But if you have a family, you're treated like a second-class citizen that's been conned by the patriarchy into becoming a domestic prostitute.
If I was a woman, I really wouldn't know what to do.
No, me neither. The one difference is that men are still having the finger pointed at them and being told that they're the architects of their own misery, and also the architects of everybody else's as well. If there's ever a problem with any group, usually we would say, okay, what's going on? How can we try and change the world or society so that we can help this group flourish? There's not enough women going to university in 1970, so we introduced Title IX. Now, the gender split between men and women is 15% instead of 13% when it was in 1970, but in the other direction. So there are fewer men going to university than there were fewer women going to university when that title was introduced. And now it's like, why are men falling behind? Can't they pull themselves up by their bootstraps?
Welcome back. It is time for the Hot Topic Buzz. New documents reveal a list of commonly used words online that the FBI has labeled extremism. This after a FOIA request, it's a Freedom of Information request from the Heritage Foundation. The phrase red pill, made famous by the Matrix, is a belief that society is corrupt and people are victims of that corruption. The word based, just based, according to the FBI, refers to someone, quote, who has been converted to racist ideology. And then there's this one, LARPing. It originally refers to groups doing live action role playing. Now it's a way to, quote, deride individuals accused of not being as extreme. These are the words that the FBI has indicated are in the extremist category. Monica.
I just tweeted the word based last night, Maria, when I was tweeting at the UFC response to President Trump and Kid Rock and Mike Tyson all attending that huge event in Miami over the weekend. So I guess now I'm considered an extremist by the FBI. Look, this is all part and parcel of what we have seen over the last several years of weaponizing government to attack the First Amendment. We just saw over the last couple of weeks the case of Douglas Mackey, who was convicted in a court of law for an anti-Hillary meme in the 2016 campaign. We also saw journalist Matt Taibbi, who's a classic liberal. He's not a conservative, and he had the IRS show up to his door on the very day that he was testifying to Congress about the Twitter files. So all of these actions.
That's enough of that. I'm already going to get capped for that. So how are we doing? Uh-oh. FBI, open up! Oh, man. Thank you. Yes, I'll tell you what was funny. Maybe it's not so funny anymore. It used to be funny to me. I used to have this saying back in the Pat Campbell days. Thank you for that. Wait a minute. You get one of those for that. That was too good. I'll try my best to stay on top of super chats today, but I am probably going to be real busy with this one today. I haven't done an incel show in quite some time, but I felt like it was necessary. I felt like it was a necessity today because I'm going to riff on none of the videos you saw today. But I wanted to. I thought it was kind of ironic that. Suddenly incels and red pill and Manosphere. I'll guarantee you Manosphere is on on the docket for the FBI. But now we're outlaws. And back in the Pat Campbell days, I had a saying that at some point along the way, my book is going to be, I'll say banned, but my book is going to be read by candlelight in caves by groups of men, just like, Christians in communist China, by candlelight. So, and now it doesn't seem so funny as it did back then. But let me see if I can get the lighting a little bit better. There we go. Yeah, so now we're all outlaws. I hope you guys are ready to join me in our fight. I'm wondering if that's not where the quote unquote culture war is going to go, because that's where we're headed. This is the warm up, by the way. This is the warm up for the contraband. Thank you. Yeah. God damn it. It's like Con Air. Whenever you say contraband, I think of like that damn, Nicolas Cage movie, like Con Air. That's what we're all going to be on a plane. We're all, the worst criminals of the world. I also had another saying that I actually came up with back in 2018, 2017. It was Pat Campbell days again, is like, when masculinity is outlawed, only outlaws will be masculine. And that is a play on that, the quote, when guns are outlawed, only outlaws will have guns, right? Well, right now, it's not even so much that. Thank you very much. Would you like to talk about Access Vegas? Yes. Okay, get it out of your systems. Come on, bring it. Give me a. You know what? If you want to talk about Miss Piggy, it's going to have to be at least a $10 super chat. I think I deserve that one. After suffering through that, you guys freaking owe me something, man. But I will explain. I actually have, that's a little kind of a side. I've got a little side dish for you today. That's going to be sort of an addendum to today's topic. People love the delusional women thing. They love I don't even know what to call it anymore. We need to come up with like a better name. I think people are starting to call them like Gen Z dating shows. And I'm like, that's bland. We need something else. The entertainers, right? This is a red pill show. This is a pod class. At least I like to think of it. And I forget who gave me that name, but thank you very much for it. I didn't come up with it, but one of you guys did. So, and what will happen is it's probably in my email. Hey man, that was me. I am exhausted right there. Okay, thank you. All right, Brian. Thank you very much. Yes, I will get into Miss Piggy today. Here, you know what? Let me just star your chat there, just so you know. God damn it. And you guys came up with that name, not me. I didn't say I'm polite. I'm a gentleman on my shows. You guys are the ones that are like animals, man. But yeah, it was a fun show. If you'd like me to delve into that, I will. If you guys want to get your yayas out right now too, because there's so many people, like when I'm doing Access Vegas, the chat's like streaming by. I'm like, God damn, man, how many? It's one thing to have like, you can have like 800 or 1,000 people in the live views, and that's not that much. Like, right? Usually I average anywhere between like, somewhere between 1,200 and like 2,200, somewhere in that 1,000 range. I mean, a good show for me is in the 3,000 range, but I got to talk about Will Smith, smacking, Chris Rock to get those kind of numbers. But this is where the action happens. This is where the education happens. This is where the equipping of the red pill happens. And quite honestly, I'm not really concerned about the FBI. It's just that, wait. FBI, open up! No, it's not concerning to me. I've seen this before. This is come and gone. By the way, that clip from Joe Rogan, that's from 2018. We've been talking about this for a long ass time, man. I went and maybe I'll go and do I'll do a screen scroll. I'll share my screen with you guys here in a minute, and I'm going to show you when I do like research for a topic, and maybe I do it like a couple days in advance, right? When I do research on a topic, I am. I'm going to go look and see what other people have done. And then you just type in the word incel in YouTube's, search feature. And you don't put any date specifications, just leave it completely unfiltered. And it will feed you what it thinks is the most popular, what you're actually looking most relevant. Right. And a lot of the stuff that I was finding, and by the way, this is me. Okay. So YouTube knows it's me. They know that this is Rollo Tomasi, and they know what they're going to feed me as far as like the impressions are concerned and click through and all that good audience retention and everything else. But so I'm looking at this stuff, and a lot of this is data. I'm like, gosh, we've been talking about this for a long ass time. I'm looking at videos from as far back as like 2014. And these are the heady days of when YouTube, I think YouTube when did YouTube get bought out by Google? I forget. But we've been having this conversation for a long time. And this is the thing. This is why I'm not too concerned about the FBI crap. Okay. They're releasing this right now because they want to till the fields. They want to say, well, this is probably what's going to happen in the next 18 months. Because watch out, evil, nerdy guys who think that you owe them sex are out there, and they're waiting for you in a dark parking lot somewhere. Ladies, be careful, be afraid. Feed them fear and sell them security. And it's never been easier to do that than now, but it's also never been easier to do it, not necessarily because of social media. Although that's a big deal, it's also because we live in a gynocentric social order where feeding women that emotionality, feels before reels, feeding that emotionality and then selling the security. Don't worry, the FBI is on the job. These old gumshoes are ready to watch after you. Don't worry, we've got a full watch list on these characters. And I remember when the word woke came around, and now, what's funny is woke used to mean the opposite of what it does now. And now it's to, this liberal, leftist, progressivist, whatever. However you guys want to dice that up. And now based is, of course, like the more right-wing, alt-right, blah, blah, blah. Right? According to Fox News, are really kind of losing touch. And I think they know that too, by the way. I think Daily Wire is probably going to end up eating their lunch in the next 18 months, but that's neither here nor there. What do you got here? Thank you, Glenn. Glenn Lawrence was on the show with me yesterday. I am the hardest working guy in the Red Pill. You have to agree with me on that. You have to, because I bust my ass every day. I have done a podcast every day since Thursday of this week, including this one. I could have given up. I could have said, hey, well, it's all right, I'm going to coast. No, I don't coast. I did a show with the Iron Disciples and Glenn Lawrence yesterday. It was about Christianity and is it compatible with the Red Pill. It was a very good conversation. And I'll tell you what's funny is like going from Access Vegas and the whole Miss Piggy debacle. And I don't want to call it, I'm not going to call it that. Gia's whole spiel. She's that girl. Okay. Going from that to talking with Glenn Lawrence and Joe and Mike from Iron Disciples yesterday, it's like a palate cleanser. And I think Glenn will probably agree with me on that. Thank you for the $5 there. What else we got? Mexican. Are you a Mexican or Mexicant? What do you got? Freedom Tunes did a great cartoon summarizing Z. Yeah. I by the way, apparently you didn't watch 2 episodes ago. I actually used that cartoon in one of the intro videos. That was rough. When y'all quiet her down, we can hear you. What? Okay. Let's just stop the show real quickly. You're on a microphone. I'm on a microphone. I can raise my voice and emphasize, and people say you're getting emotional. No, I'm emphasizing a point, and sometimes you need to like hammer it home, right? But I don't keep it up unless you guys type in all caps. I don't keep it up all really loud like this. What the hell? And by the way, she's not the only one to do that. Michelle, the girl that was next to me in the beanie, by the way, absolutely stunningly gorgeous woman. And I could not believe she was 32. I thought she was like at least in her like mid to or maybe late 20s ish, but she was absolutely a knockout. But she was like, she was sitting next to Gia, and so she's raising her decibel level. I'm like, honey, just we can hear you. You're speaking into a mic. It's okay. And of course, the more White Claws, the more, booze that they're sucking down, then of course that's when the decibel level goes up. But they weren't the only ones that have done that. I've seen that happen on Myron and Fresh's show on Fresh and Fit, where that girl, and you know what I'm talking about, there's always that girl on these shows. If you look at whatever podcast, you look at Pearl, you look at our Access Vegas, you look at Fresh and Fit, look at any of the Gen Z dating shows. I hate to even call us that because I don't think we are. But on those, whatever this new engagement media thing is for having these discussions, there's always that girl. And that girl happened to be Gia this time. Do you guys recall in March, of 2021, when I was on the show, I was there with Donovan Sharp and myself. And yes, I know he's getting married. Thank you very much. And I was on there, and I think Aaron Clary was with us too, but he might not have been at that time. But Kevin Samuels called into the show, and we were there with that girl. Her name was Amanda, but like we ended up calling her like Giga Karen because she had the bob, the classic Karen look to her, and she was all fat and sassy, and I guess I'm gonna die alone kind of attitude. She's that girl. Gia was that girl. Whenever you watch these shows, look for that girl. There's always one girl on the show that sucks all the oxygen out of the show, out of the room. Okay. And that I recognize that, and Mike recognizes that. And so we have contingencies for stuff like that. Unfortunately, Mike got a little carried away. Well, when I come to that section of today's show, we'll get into that a little bit more. But yeah, I'm absolutely I'm very sensitive to that girl these days. Trust me. I had 3 girls. I was, and one was the main, chipped away at the chip away at the stone, dude. That's a good song by Aerosmith. Finally, let the main one go today. Okay. Well, that's part of spinning plates, brother man. Sometimes you got to let a plate fall. That's why you spin plates, right? Okay. The euphemism is spinning plates, but it's dating non-exclusively, and it's a healthy way to date, by the way. No matter what Ben Shapiro wants to tell you. Can you also cover how Pearly keeps getting caught in her own lies? I will star that and come back to that. How's that? I recognize you and we'll come back to you. Awesome content, bro. If you're going to say bro, like, do me the solid and do brah, because like I spent a lot of time in Huntington Beach when I was a kid. We need more people like you. Thank you. I have a crypto TA channel called Shrey TV. Awesome. Put you in touch with Miguel from Cultivate Crypto and Dollar Cost Crypto. How long until the DCC converts Leah Heilpern into a hexagon? Don't hold your breath. When interview with Rollo, DCC, and Leah Heilpern. I've already done an interview with Leah Heilpern, although we didn't really talk about crypto. So if you want to go find that, go look at Leah Heilpern's show. And then you'll just do Leah Heilpern, Rollo Tomasi. You'll find it. I've done it already. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks for reading my chats on AV last Thursday. Had way more questions to ask, but you were asking some good stuff, Toph. You asked a lot of good questions, and you asked, like, I love it when okay, $5 is $5. $5 is $5. But I like it when you don't even have to give me. If I see you and I'm like scrolling through the chat log, if it's a good question, I think it's going to contribute. I don't care if it's a $2 or a $1 or a no dollar. It helps if it's a $20 because then it's orange and then I see it more. People go, oh, Rollo, you're just trying to farm super chats. Dude, I'm talking about $20 super chats, like an orange super chat. You know how much money these guys spend on whatever podcast won't even read anything below $100. That's like the high limit table at the casinos. Well, you can't play this game. Why? Well, it's $100 for a chip. Like, you're gonna play at the clubs. You're gonna play craps at the club. You're looking for like somewhere, too low. But you're looking somewhere like between like $10 and $20. I mean, 10 is probably too low. $15, $20. That's a good table. You're gonna have a good time there. You're gonna play with players who are like at the $100 per. Like that's the limit. Yeah, you got a different environment there. I look at podcasts like craps tables these days with respect to super chats. You're on the low limit table, and I give you lots of fun here too and lots of education. So eat it up. All right, today we're talking about incels though. And the reason I wanted to get into this today is because there was an exchange between, I don't know the girl's name, but she has what it's called not so erudite. And thank God she's not a Brit. She mentioned my name in one of her shows with this guy. What the hell is this dude's name? I forget. He's part of the Peterson Academy crew. He's part of that whole thing where everybody's like trying to come down on the red pill and like say, oh, these guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They here's the thing. I'm sure you've heard this before. Is it Gandhi, or I forget who said this, but it's like first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. We're at the laugh at you stage with some of these people. Like I'm at the fight you stage with some others, but this is the laugh at you stage, right? They just want to dismiss you or ignore you. That Rollo guy. Yeah, you will not be ignoring me very soon. Cappy and Rolo, my favorite Gen X evil shenanigan geniuses. Yes. And like you have kept this big dumb jock out of lots of trouble. Good. I hope we've also kept you out of the poorhouse too. I'm going to be doing a show. Funny you should mention that. I'm going to be doing a show with Miguel and Aaron in Vegas. I was discussing this with them this morning because I keep seeing a constant theme come up. Hold on, I'll come back to you. I keep seeing a constant theme come up, and that is men are participating in the workforce, which is kind of relevant to today's topic too, because the incels are also not, they're living in mom's basement till they're 30, right? But I'm constantly seeing if people as high profile as Tommy Lahren to maybe Leah Heilpern or whoever else complaining that men aren't participating in the workforce. There's lots of jobs. They need to go out there and get those jobs. And I'm like, but what's their incentive? What's their motivation? To get laid with a loudmouth bitch like you? I'm good. Thanks. Yeah. That they will analyze the problem and they'll try to find some sort of solution, but it's every solution but the right one. Or they'll analyze a problem and it's every analysis but the correct one. So I want to do a show with Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto and Aaron, who I think are both like pretty, when it comes to the confluence of the red pill and sort of like macroeconomics. I think those two guys are some of the best, especially Cappy. As you know, Cappy's got his old man wisdom. It's like me, Statler and Waldorf when me and Cappy get together, right? Whatever's last podcast was full of disrespect from that 137-year-old. Yeah, she was that girl. And by the way, I don't watch those all the way to the end. I can only stomach so much of those because there's in some ways it's like watching the same girl over and over again. William Costello, you got it right. He's the one that was talking with the chick who I don't know her name. I apologize. But she was talking. She knows me. I don't know her, but I do now, or I will soon. I'm sure somebody will give me grief for it. Erudite is one of Destiny's concubines. Really? Do they rub one out together? Do they bump fuzzies together? Okay, Matt. Maybe my estimate of her has now dropped just like one notch. Anyways, that conversation is actually the main thrust of today's show. But I have not talked about incels, and I felt like it was necessary because of the FBI. The FBI coming up with the watch list, or the word watch list, which I think is fun. Like before I went on with Dr. Phil and Richard Reeves and Imran Ahmed and Marilyn, forget her last name, Marilyn from she's the attorney, right? From Reno of all places. I can't remember her last name. Anyways, before we went on there, one of the things that the producers of the Dr. Phil show made me aware of was that there was an FBI sort of, update or some sort of public PSA, like public service announcement kind of thing, that they were on the ball and they were watching all this. And I had every expectation that I was going to have to sort of defend that point against Imran Ahmed. No. He just wanted, pat on the head for taking down Andrew Tate, right? Of course, that never happened, but I did a lot of research on that, and I felt like I didn't want it to go to waste. So I used a lot of those notes on today's show. So you're getting probably it was November, so you're getting probably 5 or 6 months worth of notes and like me working on this stuff. And then now the FBI has decided that they're going to make certain terms like red pill, LARP. We'll go over some of those. LARPing, really. Really, dude. LARPing, live action role playing, that's a watchword. See, this is why I think that these guys don't know what the hell they're talking about. And when I'm listening to Elvis Costello, whatever his name is, when I'm listening to him talk to Erudite Girl, when I'm seeing this exchange, like you're the ones who are trying to claim legitimacy and authority over this stuff, and I'm looking at basic errors you're making about presuming what these people are about. Don't come to me. Don't go to people who go talk to Turd Flinging Monkey. If you don't want to talk to me, please go talk to him about it. Talk to him about MGTOW. Talk to him about the incel community, right? I don't claim to be the king of the incels like a certain clinical psychologist that was on, Pierce Morgan. What do you got? I would love to be on your show if you plan to do a crypto podcast in the near future. Yeah, that will definitely be in Vegas if you would like to come to Vegas. I have a small channel, but I have nailed the top and bottom crypto market. I go live every day. Well, I will look you up. There's your attention, and there's your plug for your $20. See, I will be happy to do that. You know what else I'll be happy to do? I'll be happy to. I don't have the right cup today. I've got my Raiders cup, but Devil Mountain Coffee. Please go buy them. Here, wait. There it is. Wait. Okay, this is the best part. Wait, watch this. I think I got this ready. Go get some Devil Mountain Coffee. Go get some Devil Mountain Coffee today. If you go to devilmountaincoffee.com and you type in RMS as the code at the end when you're like checking out. And by the way, it's the most potent. If you want to know why I'm always amped for this show, this is why. It is the highest caffeine content you could get for any coffee. And I don't know what that actually is, but that's what it says on the packaging. And I know that it works, but you can get 20% off your order if you use the code RMS, which is Rational Male Show. So there you go. I'll put the little blurb on later on. So I wanted to throw a couple things at you because this is some of the stats that I think we need to do a little bit of a preamble to, or a little bit of a preview for. Like I usually try to give you like a primer before we jump into the meat of the matter. These are going to be very important as we move along. So I'll probably come back to them. But the first thing is the oversight project here. These are the oversight project that watches government officials. According to FBI, using the term based and red pill are a sign of racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism. Docs were obtained on how the FBI equates protected online speech to violence. Using terms like looks maxing, face an LMS, now's your time to shine. Chad and Stacy will get you on an FBI list for involuntary celibate violent extremism. And I'll go dig up those. If you want to see the actual they're all over you can't miss these things. It's been making the rounds in the Manosphere for forever now. But terms like looks maxing, red pill, Manosphere, LARPing, based of all, like what if you actually need to like use the term based? or your name is Chad or your real name is Stacy. You're on a no-fly list. Sorry, Stacy Jones. I can't let you on. Can't let you on the flight. What the hell? You can't get TSA pre-check if your name is Chad or Stacy. So like beware. I think that the policing of the language is really what everybody's going to start looking at very soon because when's the Rational Male coming out special? It is all ready to go. I just have to finish the layouts for it. The translation is done and the proofreading is done. I just have to do the layouts for it. Which if I could ever spend more than 4 days in this office here and my office over there in the studio, I would be able to get to that. I got some announcements. I think I'll make announcements at the top of the top of the hour. I'll make announcements at the top of the hour. Because you guys don't stick around. Like this is the 33-minute mark, and this is where everybody goes, nah, I'm done. The Matrix will send their agents after you for trying to promote toxic masculinity. The X-Files. Yep. I need an X-Files sound drop. Somebody give me that now. I got a new one. Where did it go? It was Glenn who gave me this.
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
I think that'll be pertinent a few times. There you go. All right, so we're gonna dive right into the incel stuff right here. I just wanted to give you a background though. So that's the first thing is like the FBI is where we got our eye on. We got our eye on you, incels. Keep that in mind when we get to the discussion between Aaron Costello, Elvis Costello, and Erudite. Okay, it's just easier to remember it that way. Okay, thanks, man. We're not having a conversation about that. Email me about that. As much as I love your $10 super chats, Trey, just email me and we'll coordinate. What's the other one? Okay, here we go. So when I was doing my research for the incel thing that I was hoping that I was going to have, or I was preparing for to defend myself against Imran Ahmed on the Dr. Phil show, I came up with this. This is from Rolf Dengen. I've used this before. This is actually from last year. It's as recent as September of last year. Political radicalization may be often fueled by obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD. Okay. This is the primer. Remember, you're going to want to remember these things. Take notes. Screen cap this. Across 4 ideological samples in the United States, environmental activists, which is kind of funny when you think about it now, Republicans, Democrats, and Muslims. We found, so there's 1,114. We found direct effects between obsessive compulsive disorder, symptoms, and radical intentions. Right. I'm making a distinction here because what's going to happen next is the FBI, the powers that be, and probably the people who would like to earn a good buck off of saying incel a million times or doing studies about it, are also going to make links or connections to radicalization. So keep that in mind. That's why I'm reading this to you. And radical intentions, as well as indirect effects of OCD on radical intentions via obsessive passion. That's actually a psychological term, which I'll dig into in a minute here. Even after controlling for potential clinical confounds, meaning adverse childhood experiences, anxiety, depression, substance abuse, these effects remained robust, implying that OCD plays a significant role in the formation of violent ideological intentions and opening up new avenues for treatment and prevention of violent extremism. There's that word. We just heard that, incel, violent extremism. Got it? So I would argue that not only can we test subjects could be environmental activists, Republicans, Democrats, and Muslims, we could also apply that to the incel community, which is probably what's going to happen at some point. Okay, more specifically, our results suggest that OCD is a constant predictor and potentially antecedent of obsessive passion and may exert an indirect influence on violent activism through obsessive passion. Ideologies with greater ritualistic prescriptions may interact more strongly with OCD tendencies. Okay, bear that in mind. They're clip and save. Clip and save that today, children. Because the OCD thing, I think, is the linchpin. It's the smoking. It's the checkmate moment. It's the kill shot for all of the arguments that are going to come up in the future against the quote unquote incel community or the incel movement, as if it's like some central, like there's some leader, some fiendish Svengali puppet master over the incel community. Like, go out and do these things. My evil minions. No, there is no centralization to it, but the tendency, the propensity for obsessive compulsive and obsessive passion are certainly evident in the incel communities, but I would argue that they are rare and few and far between. And as we get along here, I'll explain to you why. Next, men have scored higher than women on emotional stability across countries, even more so in highly individualistic societies. This is pertinent. We used rigorous methodological and analytical techniques to shed light on the true nature of gender differences in personality. A large sample of personality scores from over 100 countries. Agreeableness and emotional stability showed small to medium differences between men and women, whereas differences between men and women were very small for conscientiousness and extroversion and negligible for openness. Men exhibit moderately more emotional stability than women across countries. The meta-regression revealed that, revealed that only one culture variable was related to one of the personality dimensions. That is, mean differences between men and women in emotional stability were larger in countries that scored higher on individualism, consistent with past research. An interactionist perspective could help to explain why these results continue to emerge. Men may be evolutionarily predisposed to thrive more than women in competitive environments, such as highly individualistic societies. The lack of interdependence and promotion of competition within these societies could then explain why men tend to score much higher in emotional stability than women in highly individualistic countries. put that in your clip and save that too, children. We're going to be coming back to that. Now, I've got some other stats here. I'm not going to get to those until we get in deep here. The first thing I want to do is I want to come back to this video. I forget this guy's name. I'm sorry. He's the ASMR guy. So let me look at him real quick here.
What does research tell us about the beliefs of the incel community? Incel is short for involuntary celibate. These are people who are frustrated because they are unable to find sexual partners.
Okay. That's the first premise we need to attack right now. Because I have been part of the Manosphere, the red pill community, the intersexual dynamics, doing whatever the hell. And trust me, the term will change in the next 5 or 10 years too. But what was going to be the Manosphere? I've been doing this since at least 2002. So 21 years, somewhere around there. Actually, probably before that, but I track it at 20 because that's when I joined So Suave. And I can tell you right now that 90% of the guys who are talking about the incel communities have no idea how it developed, how it evolved. They used to be called the True Force Loneliness guys, or the Forever Alone groups. If you ever followed 4chan, there was the Forever Alone sub, right? Or I think it might have been a Reddit too. But there's these sort of like low-key underground forums, and this is the forum days, okay? So there's no, blogs are still around, but like there's no YouTube. The social media is not what it is. But there are guys who are collectively getting together to commiserate on these sites, and then you've got pickup hate, PUA hate, slut, which became slut hate. These guys have no earthly idea where those things came from. They have no idea. In fact, most of the people who are in the incel communities right now, who are wherever they're congregating, on forums and whatever, they probably are too young to remember the Forever Alones, the True Force Loneliness guys, which evolved into what we now call modern incels. They don't know that. So they're already starting from a false premise, just like this guy is. Again, consider this dude. I don't even know who this guy is. I know he's supposed to be some psychologist, maybe. Who knows? But he needs to dress better. You gotta have a thing. You gotta have a shtick. You gotta have a look, my friend. But probably has no idea what True Force TFL was, True Force Loneliness, or Forever Alones. Okay. What do you got? How can I convince tradcons to see through red pill lens? You can wait for me to come back to that. That's how you can do it. There's anybody else? Well, what do you got, Shay? Okay, thanks, Shay. Yeah, you show up in Vegas and we'll work it out. So most of these guys, they're building this sort of narrative, or these like, here's the 5 core beliefs of incels, right? As if there's like some like doctor, there's some holy book, right? There's some guide to becoming an incel, and here they are.
A study in 2020 identified 5 central incel beliefs from over 8,000 posts involving over 700 unique users identifying as incels.
Okay, so we're already off to a bad start. Did you catch that? Let me back that up for you. Look at the statistical methodology here.
From over 8,000 posts, a study in 2020 identified 5 central incel beliefs.
Okay, this is 2020.
From over 8,000 posts.
So all grand total of 8,000 posts. Wow, that's a lot of fucking posts, man. Consider there's probably like millions, if not tens of millions, since the True Force Loneliness forum days. You need to rewind, man. You need to be way more comprehensive than what you think is going to sort of back up your implicit bias here.
Involving over 700 unique users. A
whole 700 out of 8,000 posts on how many forums?
Identifying as incels.
And these are the ones who just identified as incels. Not those who share similar beliefs. Not those who share, similar beliefs, who are, let's just say, active in reading this material, right? I don't even want to call it a belief at this point, but you can't state facts without telling people how to feel about it.
Here are the 5 beliefs. They believe that women are evil, narcissistic, dishonest, and manipulative.
Okay, I would argue that there are some that do that. I'm not saying that the misogynists don't exist in the incel community. There are. I've met over the course of 21, 22 years doing this. I could probably mention a handful of guys who I would say those dudes really hate women. They're here because they just hate women. They just want to rattle it off. Most other guys are there to just commiserate. It's their form of catharsis. It's their form of therapy. So to say that they all share the same ideology or the same opinion of women is fallacious. It is false, my friend. I don't think most of the guys in, and I'm going to steal one of Ryan Stone's lines here. Most guys in the quote unquote the black pill doomers. I mean, does that qualify? If you're a black pill guy, does that qualify you for membership in the incel community? If you're in the MGTOW, the more extreme end of the MGTOW, and yes, I know I'm not shitting on MGTOW. I'm just saying that there is definitely an extreme end of it, and usually that ends up with the black pill. Are those guys considered incels? Am I considered an incel because I reveal truths about women's nature and men's nature as well, too? Oh, I've been called an incel many times. And you know why? Because people don't know what else to call you. They have no other language for it. So if I go and I say, hey, you know what? Women break rules for alphas and they make rules for betas. Oh, you're an incel. You have an incel belief. Oh, put them on a no-fly list, right? Does that qualify me for that? I have 5 books about women's nature, men's nature too, right? Does that make, what about Dr. David Buss? What about Rob Henderson? What about Steve Stewart Williams? What about Dr. Hector Garcia? He reveals some very unflattering truths about men and women in his books. Is he an incel? Because it's not just, unless you're like, hell, I remember the very first interview of Piers Morgan and Andrew Tate. Do you guys remember that? And I jumped the gun. Mea culpa. I jumped the gun on that. I should have waited a little bit longer because I would have, there's a lot more meat to it, right? But there was a moment there where Pierce was saying, well, anything against women is misogynistic. Okay, by that definition, anything that comes out of your mouth that isn't like sugar and spice and everything nice and flowers and fucking French vanilla, then you're an incel, right? Or you're a misogynist. Is that, like, we need to define terms. That's the problem. Is there's no distinction here. So to say that they all hate women, for guys who hate women, they tend to talk a lot about them.
The sexual market is unfair, and women have a privileged position in that marketplace.
Which is true.
Males are being oppressed by women. They believe that masculine norms involving aggression should be legitimized.
Okay, that's not an incel belief. Or, I mean, it might be an observation, but what he's describing now is a distinction that Andrew Tate makes all the time. You know, man up, go lift weights, go lift heavy things, go be able to have a capacity for violence. I've heard many times Jordan Peterson say pretty much the same thing. You know, be dangerous. I mean, keep your sword sheathed, right? But have a sword, right? What is it? It's better to be a farmer or a warrior in the farm than a farmer in a war, whatever. I don't forget that, whatever that is. But like, does that belief, if I go lift, like if my bench is over like 225, does that make me an incel, like a misogynist?
And they believe that violence is a potential solution to their problems.
All right. Now we're down to brass tacks. Now, remember what I said about OCD. Remember what I said about the radicalization side of things. One of the things that every single one of these people will refer back to, and I don't know how old this particular video is, but I do know that the Joe Rogan video was from 2018. In 2018, they're referencing Elliot Rodgers, which was the Santa Barbara shooting of Elliot Rodgers. And by the way, only managed to kill like 2 guys or 2 men. I think he wounded 1 woman and then he shot himself. Okay. Alec Manassian decided that he was going to go drive a panel van down the street and try to go and mow down women. I don't know how successful he was, but like the cops got him and they said, well, why did you do it? Well, I wanted to kill women. Okay. Now you're an incel. The guy who was the massage parlor killer in, I think it was Florida or something like that. Now that guy, you might be able to make a case about that. We're talking about 3 individuals since 2014 from those communities. Is it at all possible that those guys, behaviorally speaking, were suffering from obsessive compulsive disorder? Because when you look at especially if you look at like Elliot Rodgers, I'm not making an excuse for the guy. I am not endorsing this. I'm not telling you that he was right in what he did. Absolutely very wrong. In fact, I think the red pill probably would have, had he been able to sort of digest and process it a little bit differently, he might have actually changed his mind about doing what he did. Or maybe not, because he suffered from obsessive compulsive disorder, or he had a clinical whacked in the head personality disorder. So to say that that every single incel that's on every single community suffers from these delusions of, radical violence towards women, and that they're going to act on that, is erroneous. It is, if anything, it's dangerous.
Incels believe that men are a marginalized group, and two groups are responsible for this: women who reject them and the men who the women do not reject.
Okay.
What does research tell us about
that? Who are those, according to the FBI? Chad and Stacy, which, by the way, were terms created on the forums, like on Slut Hate and PUA Hate, way back in 2012. You know who knows that? This guy. You know who doesn't know that? The people who are talking about it right now. They have no earthly idea what they're talking about. And I only have like a sort of a curious, peripheral interest in this, because it's only like I get these guys in my chat all the time, or I have been getting them on my blog comments, or I have had them, try to interact with me in different ways. And you know what? I understand what they're going through. I understand, because they've diagnosed the problem perfectly. They get the diagnosis right. They don't get the prescription right. Same thing with black pill doomers. Same thing with the more extreme end of MGTOW. So what do we got here? I just added X-File. Thank you very much for that, Ramza. What else we got? Incels are much more likely to be falsely accused in social situations. Of course they are, because it's easier. It's easier to palm off blame on a beta male. Men who are especially if that beta male does not have social skills to defend himself. Men who are constantly falsely accused of violating boundaries give up. Yes, they do. Ergo, the incel communities. I'm going to use that right now, because it's not a movement. Hey, Rollo, question. Have you said many times before, you have said many times about hypergamy is not a straitjacket? Yes. But you've also said that in the First Rational Male book that hypergamy doesn't care. Yes. How do the two differ? I will explain to you as soon as I'm done with this main topic. So I starred that. I'll come back to you. What do we got here? Wandering Warrior, Yerzy Behezebanoff. Was that the dude? Tried to warn us about the brainwashing. Oh no, this is 1965. Thank you. All right, radical feminism. Gotcha. I've been doing a little bit of because I've been writing the 1971 series. I've been doing a little bit of background checks on traditionalism, modernism, postmodernism, and now meta-modernism. I could probably do a two-part video series on meta, which I think is probably really more disturbing than anything else. I think a lot of people think of it as, oh, this is great. No, it's like what's left of the intellectual dark web. But I'll talk about that later. But yeah, by the way, but I do agree that there's traditionalism, there's modernism, there's postmodernism, and now they're trying to like sort of find some way to make this syncretic, meta modernism. Oh, we're going to take the best of all of those things and put them all together. In a perfect world, you might. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that we got past that, because I wanted you to get those 5 of what they presume qualify, or those are the distinctions. Like, we need a list. What makes an incel? These are the 5 things that make an incel. Okay, first of all, I would say out of all 5 of them, maybe 1 or 2 are in some way halfway accurate. The rest are just simply like, we're just going to make up whatever the fuck we want to make up. We're going to apply our implicit bias to this without knowing what we're talking about. Now, I've said on this show a million times, whenever somebody misquotes me, I'm the one that has to go, when somebody shits the bed, I'm the one that has to go clean it up when it comes to the red pill. Well, here we have a group of people, content creators who see like low-hanging fruit with incels. We gotta study these guys. We're gonna put them under a microscope. We're gonna be like Diane Fossey and Jane Goodall, incels in the mist, right? We're gonna see what they're doing. What are the incels? How are they? Fascinating behavior, That's so that you're gonna put them in a petri dish, right? Okay, go ahead. But if you're going to do that, tell the truth, or tell the whole truth, or don't tell it at all. Because when I'm watching this interview between Elvis Costello and Erudite Girl, I'm just watching one logical fallacy after the next. And simply because due to one reason, confident ignorance. And when I get bent out of shape because somebody misquotes me or somebody says, oh, you red pill guys, you do all this all the time. That's what they're all about. That Rolo guy, this is all he talks about. He's just about getting his dick wet, blah, 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 blah. It's a straw man after straw. You build a brand on straw manning me or straw manning the Manosphere or straw manning those red pill guys over there. That's your shtick. That's your grift. That's your brand of me is how can I punch down? How can I get after these guys? Well, if you're going to do, I encourage you, please give me criticism, but know what the fuck you're talking about first. And if you're going to go and you're going to put an entire group of guys under the microscope, like the incels, you better know what the hell you're talking about. Because if you're talking about me and I get pissed off, I'm just one dude. If you're talking about guys, you're asking people to participate in surveys and give what do you identify? Do I identify as an incel? If you're doing that, if you're petitioning guys for that, at least do your due diligence, because I'm not seeing it whatsoever. And I know because I've been a part of this for 20 some odd years. What you got? I truly believe you are the second coming of the Messiah. Please, no. I'm just the messenger, my friend. I am absolutely just.
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
You just wanted me to play that freaking drop is what you wanted me to do. Thank you very much. And I am not the king of the incels either. Okay, let's see. Okay, I left the Joe Rogan thing up here just for a minute because I wanted to come back to like little bits and pieces of that. I think I'm going to dig we're still part of the preview right now. We're almost at the top of the hour, so I want to see if I can parse some of this out. It was all I can do to I'm going to turn into that girl with this video, but it was all I could do to keep, from mouth of mouth.
Why don't you guys want to have sex with me? It's like, look, it doesn't matter what you look like. There's healthy, loving relationships that.
No, it does matter what you look like, dear. Trust me on that.
Reddit forum with all.
Okay, so I back this up. I was trying to find the earliest. There's probably other ones, but I was trying to find the earliest instance of where Rogan was discussing incels. And this, by the way, popped up when I was doing my research for today's show. This jumped up. And so I'm looking at this and I'm going, these misconceptions or these presumptions about the incel communities are still present now. This is almost 5 years old, this video right here. And I can go back as far as 2014 and find the same friggin' arguments, right? We don't mind being the boogeyman. Oh, you really want that? Okay, here you go. Say my name. Yeah, well, if there is no boogeyman class, then nobody gets paid. There has to be a boogeyman if you want to get paid. That's how it works. You guys call me the Osama bin Laden. I guess I'm the boogeyman now. That's for sure. All right, we're gonna dig through this just real quick. I'm only gonna just scrub through this really fast here.
All these folks, and there's 40,000 members.
Oh, totally. Well, the guy who shot a bunch of women in Santa Barbara a couple of years ago.
No, it was 4 years ago when this happened. This is happening in 2018. She said, this was a couple of years ago. No, this was 2014. That already sets a chronological scale where people think it just happened fucking yesterday. It didn't.
Also, I'm so attractive. Why don't you guys want to have sex with me? It's like, look, it doesn't matter what you look like. There's healthy, loving relationships that exist for everyone.
No, there aren't. No, that doesn't happen that way. You know where that happens? That happens in girl world. That's a female experience. That's not a male experience. That right there, that quote from this chick right here will color and put a fine filtered lens over the entire conversation today, because everything that you are going to hear in the main meat of today's show is filtered through exactly the same lens that she was using in 2018. No, it doesn't. That doesn't exist. You would like it to exist because in girl world, in blank slate reality world where everybody is, there's somebody for everyone. No, there's not. And we can go check the genomic record to find out that, 17 women for every one man reproduced as far back as 8,000 years ago. No, you're wrong. You are very, very, very wrong.
Wrong.
Yes. And you were wrong 5 years ago. And you know what? The people discussing this now are still very, very
wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a little cutie.
Yeah.
The little murderer. He was a little cutie.
So
now they're going to belittle him. And what did I say? First they ignore you, then they make fun of you, then they fight you, and then you win.
It's just crazy to me when people blame women and are violent misogynists because they are, they think that they're unattractive, and they're basically just blame like attractive women for not having sex with them. It's really disturbing.
Because they are unattractive, because they don't look good, because we have exacerbated that. The awareness of that in the 21st century with social media, for better or worse. In some ways, it works great for guys. In some ways, you get incels. That's the cost. That's the price. That's the cheese tax. Incels are the cheese tax of the sexual marketplace right now. If you don't know what the cheese tax is, go look it up. So what you got? So glad you're doing this topic. Thank you. I never thought it was looks maxing that caused black pill incels, but loved dark triad and hybristophilia that did. That's part of it. So if you mention that, Emilio, I have said a million times when I'm on Twitter and somebody sends me the latest story of the prison guards, right? From, was it Denmark? A prison in Denmark, Scandinavia, like my country. That's where I come from. The prison guards there were all let go. The female ones were all let go because they were all like banging the prisoners there. And they can't here in the United States, they can't intermingle female prison guards. And why there are female prison guards in the first place, I got no idea. But we can't intermingle them with the population of like violent offenders. Why? Because they fall in love with them and they want to bust them out and they want to bang them. That's why hybristophilia is a female thing. So much so, and so provably so, that we want to sweep it under the carpet. And so when I say something like, not all women are hybristophiles, which is a word. There's your vocabulary word. But only women are hybristophiles. So that should tell you something, right? There's some predilection. There's some sort of biological evolutionary firmware in women's heads that they have sort of an affinity for violent sons of bitches. Guys who have the capacity to kill people, just like Jordan Peterson said. Well, it's not me. Go talk to him. I see an incel. Apparently he's the king of the incels, right? Maybe that's what made him an incel. But still, again, even as far back as 2018, I don't even know who this chick is. She's wrong. Absolutely wrong. And the reason why she's wrong is because she can't see anything beyond her own solipsism. And by the way, I mean that in terms of like when women are viewing the world, it's not like philosophical solipsism. I got to clarify terms so like jackasses in the white pill don't come at me and say, here's what he's talking about. I'm taking that term and I'm using it to my own benefit and I'm redefining it for you. Sorry, not sorry. Go fuck yourselves. So when she goes and takes these terms, like when people take incel and they turn it into their own definition, how come you guys don't go jump all up their ass? But if I go and take hypergamy and say, hey, I think we need to expand the definition, then I'm an asshole. All right. I'll be the asshole, I guess, because I'm an outlaw already. So she's already wrong about this. And the reason why she's wrong is because she filters through everything, especially when it comes to like intersexual dynamics. Women will always filter that data that's coming, like Elliot Rogers or incels or Chad or like the guy Justin Waller and Jason Momoa. They will filter all of that through the solipsistic lens that is the female experience. That's what she's doing right here. That's why she doesn't understand that, there's somebody for everyone. No, there's not. There is for you. You're what? You're a woman. Again, 17 women per one man reproduced as far back as 8,000 years. We have the genomic records to prove that. Now, it's improved since then because of socially enforced monogamy, which, by the way, really helped in eliminating the incels for the last, a couple millennia. How long has been like institutionalized monogamy been a thing? Certainly at least 2,000 years, right? Certainly in let's just go back 1,500 years. How about that? We'll just give you a little bit more. I mean, because you're filtering it through this female experience. The world doesn't do that. We have different experiences than you ladies. Sorry. But and then when guys point it out to you, we're misogynistic incels that are potentially radicalized OCD killers.
And this guy apparently mowed down a bunch of people in Toronto because he was one of these people.
Incels creating rules, and honestly, this sickens me. What?
No, this is the
whole Reddit post. Oh God.
So funny to see like Joe Rogan like talking about the incels with like these fresh, sort of naive, like doe eyes.
Don't go down this rabbit hole.
70,000.
70,000 now, but I think it was 40,000 yesterday. So there's like a bunch of.
It's funny because even those numbers were like inaccurate in 2018.
Goofballs that just signed up just to read, see what the fuck's going on over there, because people are freaking out. But the idea of, okay, here it is. Incel Tears is a place for folks to submit screenshots, not direct links, of crazy stuff posted by self-describing incels.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So it's making
this
fun
is
of them.
this is the mocking.
Posted by self-described incels.
One. There's another one though. There's another one that Bourdain was quoting. Like,
thank you.
It's fucking hard out there for a pimp. I get it, but
let's see. Bourdain. Would that be Anthony Bourdain? The guy who offed himself not long after this show aired? That guy who offed himself because of Asia Argento gallivanting around Italy with her boy toy, 29-year-old boy toy? That guy, that Anthony Bourdain? That the one? Oh man, how times have changed. So we're gonna shit all over incels, and we're gonna use Anthony Bourdain. I believe he's using Anthony Bourdain as sort of like a sounding board here. Yeah, that tweet didn't age well. This comment didn't age well either. Let me keep going here.
Don't take a truck and run over a bunch of civilians because you can't get laid.
How about that's not what the whole thing was about? How about they were OCD? Can we go there?
Should there be classes that teach people how to be nice so people like them?
Yeah, they're called Peterson Academy. They're called the Good Man Project. They're all these failed, organizations where guys just have man buns and they, sit around naked in drum circles and rub patchouli oil on each other's chests. I don't know. Those ones, yeah, they don't last very long. You know why? Because they're not grounded in like empirical, factual reality.
Yes, man.
Like there's those pickup artist type guys who do like seminars on how to pick people up. Shouldn't there be like, hey, this is how to be a nice person,
right?
Like this is how you want a girlfriend? Oh, okay.
If nice got you laid, every guy would be nice. If nice worked, if the nice card bought anything, if I could buy anything with his nice card, fuck, I'd have the life of a king. I'd be living the dream. Nice doesn't work, dude. That's why. In fact, the very fact that they can point that out, hell, I bet you today, if I could go on, not that this is going to happen now, but if I could ever go on Rogan and I said, dude, would you agree that nice guys finish last? He'd probably say, yeah, but completely counter to like, how can we teach people to be nice and just figure things out for girls? I would just go along and get along. That's all I ever did. Right.
Well, you got to be someone that people want to be with. Like,
yeah, exactly.
How do you do that?
Exactly.
Well, some people don't know how to do it. Some people are just socially fucked up, and
they live on Reddit. They don't leave their basement, and this is what comes out of it. It's really unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
They need to interact with normal people in society and realize that there's someone for everyone. I mean,
okay, there's not someone for everyone. Get that out of your fucking head. That is the soulmate myth. That is one-itis. That is the fallacy of the one. There is for women, or they would like to believe, there's somebody for everybody. That is, by the way, as I was writing my notes here, that is a byproduct of the blank slate equalism, or presumption that the blank slate is the default reality for the world. You want to know why women really cling really hard to their kind of delusions? These women are delusional. They're delusional because they cling to one truth, which is the blank slate. And I don't think people really realize that much. You have to distill things down. Like when I'm talking to like girls on Access Vegas, like Gia or whatever, I'm not going to be not mean to her. Okay. She's a little drunk. She's a little loud. She's a little obnoxious. Got it. But like she served a purpose in the sense that you can sort of dig into what it is that they're thinking. You know, what they say is like what alcohol is like truth serum. your inhibitions are down. So you're just going to mouth off and blather off, and you're going to apologize. Oh, sorry, I was drunk last night. I didn't mean all the shit I said. Right, that whole thing. You're gonna get into those conversations and find out where, at least from my perspective, like, I'm sober, I don't drink, like, I'm there watching this happen. I've done this professionally for something like 15, almost 20 years now. Working in wine and spirits and working in casino marketing, and I have to be the straight guy, and I have to be the one. I have to be the responsible adult at the party, right? I'm watching this happen, and I've learned over the course of years to distill things down to base motivations and base understandings. And the reason why she's got this confused, doe-eyed look on her face right now is because she doesn't understand why nobody else believes what she does, or might be a group of people out there who don't like her, or don't agree with her assessment on reality. It's not about like, oh, we're all going to get together and try to murder women. No, that's not what it's about. It's about coming together and realizing the shit show that they're in. And I've had my differences with incels and certainly black pill, but I would say that it's the prescription is wrong, but the analysis and the diagnosis is right. It's just as right as any red pill stuff is. They just say, here's the solution. And it's not I disagree with the solution. And the reason why she's all upset about this is because it threatens her, and not just her like physically, or women in general and physically, but it threatens her fundamental understanding of men and women. The blank slate. There's somebody for everybody. Isn't that how it is? That's how it always is in those romantic comedies. That's how it is in Emily Bronte and Jane Eyre and all. There's always somebody for everybody, right? No, there's not. Jesus H. Christ, there's not. Reality doesn't work that way. And the more we stay in this era where we've got cell phones with cameras on them, and we're constantly, it's unignorable. Human nature is unignorable. And women are like, I don't know, why does it work? It's like, it does not compute. It's what do I call it? It's a kernel panic. She's in a kernel panic. That's what it is. It's the loading bar that goes across. It's a kernel panic. It does not compute it, and it's forcing women into dealing with cognitive dissonance for which they don't have any counter argument. You want to know why Gia was losing her mind on Access Vegas? The same reason this girl's losing her mind over incels. The world doesn't work the way I thought it would? Kernel panic. It's like the Matrix has to reset itself. You see, it's deja vu. The little black cat runs around.
Not really, though.
There could be.
Maybe there are, right? You got to find
just be attractive and don't be unattractive.
So women, there's no incel women. Women can always get laid, right? There's no such thing.
Something tells me there's no incel women. Well, I know that.
Well, there's somebody for everybody, right? So there couldn't be incel women.
Yeah.
But I mean, did you hear about this term before?
I did not know about this term before, no.
How many of these terms are out there that we don't know about that are going to blow up in our face?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, welcome to 2023, Joe Rogan. 2018, Joe Rogan, welcome to 2023. There we go. All right, I'm going to get on to the main topic today. But before I do that, I got some announcements to make because we are actually a little bit past the top of the hour. Yes, Epstein did not kill himself, but Bourdain did. And how? Let's see. I will be in Las Vegas on this week, Wednesday through coming back Saturday, early on Saturday morning. So basically Wednesday through Friday. I'm working on a new set of I'm working on my first class. I've never done a class before. And I'm basing it on book 5, which is the Player's Handbook. It's going to be the Player's Workshops, which I actually talked about in the introduction of that book. And now here we are a year later. It's had a year to mature, so I'm going to release the classes. So I'll be doing that. I'm going to be doing some other work with some other people while I'm there as well. We're looking at I can't get into details, but we're looking at a much more expansive show when it comes to Access Vegas. And I'm very happy to even just be giving you these little teasers about it. We definitely want to start doing more interviews with people that we like, that we think are, would be a good conversation. For instance, I had Glenn Lawrence and Iron Disciples. I would love to do that on Access Vegas. We had Richard Reeves on the show. I want to have him back. I want to continue that because I only got 90 minutes with the guy. Again, if you have you got a beef with me, the table's always there. And if things go the way I think they will, then I'll be able to do that whenever I want. So all you got to do is get your happy ass out there and you can just tell me I'm a son of a bitch. And I'll tell you back that you're wrong. I'll tell you, you're confident in your ignorance. I would assert that there are a lot of men who are incels, their wives, their only socially acceptable access to sex and aren't getting any. Yeah, we'll talk about that here in a minute. Other announcements, the Spanish version of the book, as soon as I get the layouts done, I might just release them all at once as like a full set because they're all done. The translations for all 5 books are done. There's a hardback version that I'm working on right now, but it's going to be the anniversary version. We are 10 years since book 1. Thank you very much. I need an applause drop. I launched my very first book. I published my very first book, self-published in October 1st of 2013. And so here we are in 2023. So it's been 10 years. I'm doing a revised edition of it. Nothing content-wise is changing. I'm just going to change the grammar so it's not quite so verbose. And yes, I know, I'm aware of the font size. Stop it. I'm getting back. I'm correcting the spelling mistakes and the grammar and the font size and the readability and the legibility. So that's going to be in that. I'm also going to release a hardback version. There'll be a softback and a hardback of number 1. Once I've released that, then there will be hardback versions of all of them. So that is in the works as well. Also in May, God forbid, I also have to announce this because I announced this before at the end of the last show, and I feel I have to say it right now. On the 26th of April, I will be doing a debate. More like I'm the moderator, but me and Mike Sartain are going to be doing a debate with Gary the Numbers guy, Gary Ginsberg. Yeah, that guy. And I'm going to try to keep it as formal a debate as possible. I've got a chess timer. If you guys saw the Access Vegas show, that was the chess timer. So I'm going to try to keep it as down to earth as possible. So so we don't get another Gia moment. Right. So that's coming up on the 26th. That'll be at 1 p.m. Pacific to 3 p.m. Pacific on Wednesday, April 26th. So mark your calendars for that. You're not going to want to miss this one because you want blood. We'll give you blood. This is, I don't want to call it red meat because it's not really red meat, but it's definitely going to be a spicy one if you know who Gary is. And by the way, again, salute to Gary. He's the only one who has taken me up on a challenge. Nobody else has. Not Destiny, not Alex, nobody. Not Hafiz, not Ruslan, not nobody. Ruslan, I don't know if I made this announcement public, but if he wants to, he's only seen San Diego. If he wants to come from San Diego to Vegas and do another show, I'll book the studio. I'll book the time. You just got to come out and do it. So yeah, that's my policy from here on out. I had somebody ask me, "Hey, well, you go and debate Destiny if it's not at Vegas?" No, I won't. You will come here and you will put your money where your mouth is. If you want it that bad, it shouldn't be that big a deal. You make more money than I do playing games on Twitch. That's for damn sure. Thanks. Yeah, man, I thought AV was one of the best ones. You think so? Let me tell you something. I'm glad you said that. Thank you. That makes me feel real. I'm getting all misty. Because everybody thinks that Access Vegas is like, oh man, I can't believe Rella does that. It's just like, this is beneath him. Dude, you know me. Nothing is beneath. I'm the underminer. Nothing is beneath me. It's a different show, guys. It's a different show than this one for sure. This is a pod class. AV Access Vegas is not a pod class. That is, I hope you're learning something from it, but I hope you're entertained by it as well. It's a different animal. And by the way, it's not a hack of Fresh and Fit. Clearly it's not, because if it were, we would have kicked off Gia like within the first 10 or 15 minutes of that show. But that's not what we do. We're there for the conversation, and I'll explain that a little bit later on. But thank you, Chris, for that vote of confidence there. Because a lot of people either they loved it or they hated it. I can't listen to this, but let me write this very long, doctoral thesis comment about like why she sucks. I thought you we're listening to it. So incels, whose fault? How often is it that a girl on FNF or whatever, or Access Vegad, Access Vegas, say they had 4 guys in a day, and how many guys have 4 girls in a day? Yeah, and it's observations like that. Thank you, Arnaldo, for being a member, my good friend. Yeah. And again, it's one of those situations where you have like these very highly intelligent women. Like women will tell me, I'll get them sliding into my DMs. And they go, you have just a bunch of dumb cunts that are on Access Vegas. If you had me on there, I would be able to have a really great conversation with you guys, and I would bury you. They never show up. They never do. But even still, when you present them with facts, like you were just saying a minute ago, that it's, well, how come the double standard, as if there's no other double standard, how come the double standard is that if a woman has a bunch of guys, then or she has a high notch count, she's a slut, but guys do, and they're superheroes? You explain that to them. If I had to do that, you would call me an incel, because I've fixated you. Why do you think this is so important? You asked me. I didn't ask you. I didn't try to just foist this on you. But you go and you correct that understanding in no uncertain terms, and people got no counter argument to it. They either go into kernel panic, or they've got to agree with you to some extent. Like Jedediah Bila, to her credit, she was very resistant. I mean, when I first met her. And now her brand is pretty much based on the stuff that she used to be resistant to back in July. I'm glad she's a success story. I love her to death. But yeah. Rollo, you advise men to demonstrate, not explicate. But isn't Leonardo DiCaprio doing that by dating young models? Yes, he is. Demonstrate, do not explicate. That's actually a line from 48 Laws of Power, but okay. Demonstrating that a woman's SMV is tied to her youth. Yes. Yet women call him a pedo. Yeah. Or worse. Yeah. And I'll tell you, okay, well, I like this. I'm to demonstrate. Yeah, that's what he's doing. And that's a great observation, one man's chorus, but I think you're just kind of like preaching to the choir here. I tell you, like, when I see that, when I've heard, like, was it Megyn Kelly was saying something very similar to what you said. I'm like, yeah. And then meanwhile, one of the most popular shows on TV is MILF Island. Go explain that one to me, ladies. That's multiple women. Well, those women they deserve to get that. I've done full shows on that, dude. But thank you for the observation. Because by pointing that out, one man's course, you're now an incel. Da-ding.
Would you like to know more?
Yes. Ding, you're an incel. Ha ha. Hey, there she is. Howdy. Okay, well, since I've got visiting royalty here, I'm going to get to your video here in just one moment. I do have to get to. Let me finish the announcements real quick. So, 26th, Gary the Numbers Guy. Then I have X-Ray Girl. I've got Tugs, and I've got Chrissy Mayer from the Nerdrotic crew that are coming in that week as well. So the 27th of April will be another episode of Access Vegas. That's the next one. So you guys, you hungry assholes who really want to see another one of those shows. And our guest, we had Daverick from Black Ice, who was our guest, and I think we might end up. He's in Vegas. He's a Vegas local. We might have him back on again. I like him well enough, or I'll go on his show. But our guest for the 27th is going to be Trey Little, and Trey Little is a rapper. He's been at Lollapalooza. He's a good friend of mine. I was helping him through his divorce. We've sort of had this back and forth on Instagram. He's coming out to Vegas, and I'm going to show him a good time. We're going to have him on Access Vegas. He'll be the male guest on Access Vegas, and yeah, so go look up Trey Little. He's a rapper out of Detroit, I believe. So he'll be around. I'm also really trying to strongly, you guys can help me encourage Giovanni Sanders to move to Las Vegas too. Giovanni, come on. You can work at Lowe's and Papa John's in Vegas just as much as you can do it anywhere else. And I'm not going to say where you're at. You'll make exactly the same amount of money at those places in Vegas, and you'll have a much better time and have much more opportunity there. And I also want to put a shout out to my good friend Austin, who is now sort of doing my videos for me and sort of, I don't call him a personal assistant, but I'm trying to put him in the right place at the right time. I'll find some way to pay you at some point. I don't have any people, but Austin is probably the closest I have to people. They did a study showing attractiveness was more important to parents and daughters than ambition or intelligence. Going to post it in the chat. Thank you. Good for you. Why do women organize society more egalitarian? Okay, let me put a star by that because that's going to be pertinent later on. Thank you for that comment as well for your €5. Okay, I scrolled back and let's see. What is it? You can either demonstrate nor explicate to a woman because either way she will rationalize it. That's called cognitive dissonance. I've talked about that before. All right, let's get down in it. Okay, this is, and since she's already here in the chat, so be nice to her, okay? Be nice to her because I kind of want to have her on or do something with her.
Hey, do you like the show? Do you want more armpits? Well, be sure to follow me on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, TikTok. Be in my walls for all I care. All right. So for everyone that doesn't know you, can you introduce yourself?
Yes. So my name is William Costello. I'm a PhD student here at the University of Texas at Austin. I'm in the David Buss Evolutionary Psychology Lab. And so far, my research has focused on the psychology of incels, involuntary celibates. My master's dissertation at Brunel University in London in 2021 was some of the first empirical research to include primary responses from incels themselves. I worked under Professor Dave Schmidt there, who was my current supervisor's first.
Dr. David Schmidt, by the way, is a longtime partner of Dr. David Buss. And quite honestly, I find his work almost like better than Buss, but that he's not the bigger name. If you recognize this guy, especially by his voice, it's probably from he's been on with Chris Williamson before as well. So that's where he's coming from.
First student. So we're kind of all legacy there.
Okay.
And yeah.
Who's David Buss? Just so they know, because I know that that's a big name, and I know who David Buss is, but let the viewers know so that they know how impressive that is.
Okay, so David Buss is one of the founders of the entire field of evolutionary psychology in the late 1980s, early 1990s. And my intellectual hero and kind of the first evolutionary psychology I ever encountered or read was his books. So it's pretty surreal.
And the guy I talked about 2 weeks ago when I said, has evolutionary psychology jumped the shark?
To get to work with him. He did a lot of the mate preference studies in the big foundational 1989 one that replicates over and over again. And he also was involved in, his student developed the dual mating hypothesis, which talks about women mating with one guy for the resources and another guy for the genes. But David has since kind of disavowed that theory or come to find other evidence that favors the mate switching hypothesis instead.
And that other evidence is that he needs to sell books to women, and therefore we're going to find an easy workaround.
But incels in particular, red pill manosphere kind of thought leaders, won't trust his judgment, and they are stuck on the.
Let's just put the brakes on the truck here for 1 second. You do know that Mike Sartain has interviewed Dr. David Buss, I think maybe more than once. So as far as like recognizing him as a legitimate voice in evolutionary psychology, go fuck yourself. We've been talking about Buss for quite some time. We also talk about soon to be Dr. Robert Henderson. We also talk about Dr. Steve Stewart Williams, who wrote The Ape That Understood the Universe. We also talk about Gad Saad, who is a personal hero of mine and probably the only guy I would ever get giddy about, right? I would be starstruck, like a little schoolgirl. I love him. We also talk about, Marty Hazelton, who you probably will not be mentioning anytime, or Gangstad, or Dr. Hector Garcia. All those people feature very heavily in all of my books. And all of them feature very heavily in my essays for the last 20 some odd years. So before we get off the ground, let's not get off to a bad start here. I've been doing this a lot longer. I've been doing this longer than this guy has. Trust me on that one. I love it when I get guys like, and I don't know how old the guy is. I mean, what's he look like? He's 29, maybe. Is he? He's probably not 30. If he is, let's round it off. He's 30 years old. Okay. I started doing this 21 years ago. This dude was watching Nickelodeon and Fairly Odd Parents and Phineas and Ferb when I started writing about this stuff, when I started becoming familiar with Dr. David Buss. So let's just clarify a few things here. I'm going to be as polite as I possibly can and not raise my voice because I got a microphone. So I want to clarify this because he's going to make some presumptions here, and so is she, that I don't know what I'm talking about. That he's going to take the Hafiz route here. And no, dude, we quote liberally from these guys. How about Richard Reeves? We just had him on the show, for fuck's sake. This is going to be an example. Just hear me out. This is going to be an example of confident ignorance, and I just got to clarify that before we even get to the meat of this.
Mating hypothesis, even though he has moved on, which we find.
Yeah, why has he moved on? We don't want to get into that conversation.
Very interesting.
Do you know Rollo Tomassi?
In fact, he was the subject of my show 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So it's not that we don't recognize it.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
How does David Buss and yourself and Schmidt feel about Rollo Tomassi?
Same.
I don't know about Schmidt. I doubt he thinks about him much at all. I just think.
Yeah, he definitely. David Schmidt does not even give two rats asses about Rollo Tomassi. That I know. He probably doesn't know my name. Dr. David Buss knows who my name is. Trust me. He's got it from Chris Williamson and a lot of other people as well, including Mike Sartain.
Yeah, he's stuck on this dual mating hypothesis. Thinks that it's fact, even though most of the evidence points to the mate switching hypothesis.
No, I did an entire video, good 3 or 4 hours, as a matter of fact, on the idea that mate switching is only relevant when there's mating has already happened. It's not about mating strategies. And in fact, I've also argued that the reason why that David Buss decided to switch his opinion on that was so he could sell more books to women. Got to find some way around that. And then, of course, it's like, well, it hasn't replicated. Well, no, it has replicated. You're just ignoring the replication that has taken place. And you're also ignoring the crisis of replication that is just, it riddles all arenas of psychology right now. So to say it's not replicable, well, it was right up until, 85% of college psychology graduates turned women. Does that not in any way change your mind about it? By the way, William Costello is a rare animal in psychology. 85% of college graduates who graduate, and by the way, all across all fields of psychology, 85 to 80, it's probably 88 now because this was from 2018, are female, are women. And most of them are under the age of 30, which the reason why that's relevant is because those are the women who will be teaching those classes in the future. I did a whole show on this, by the way, women in academia, and I did it with Ryan Stone, as a matter of fact. How does that affect future generations of people who want to be psychologists? Are you going to be able to really do, sort of substantive studies on topics that are unflattering to women, or even in an ancillary way, in a peripheral way, are going to be at least somewhat unflattering to female nature? Because you've got 85, almost 90% of, academia, administration, and teachers are female. Is that going to happen? How does that color? We would talk about how we need to have sort of gender parity in politics and everything else. Or I want to point out, psychology is one of those fields where it's it's a communications major, right? That's one of those fields where women dominate it. Law, attorneys. If you go and you look at I think it's 56% of graduating attorneys who are passing the bar are female right now. How does that affect the state of society? Right? How does that affect the state of psychology? How does that affect his presumptions that he's about to make about incels? And how does it affect his implicit bias about what he's looking for? What are we trying to find in this incel community? Are you trying to be as objective and sort of non-biased as possible? Or are you doing this because you want to protect women just like Joe Rogan did 5 years ago?
I try not to give him as much attention, really. I think I find that kind of style of manosphere, kind of red pill, very corrosive to gender dynamics and gender conversation.
Yeah.
No, it's truthful. It's empirical. And you know what? Sometimes it's ugly. Sometimes it is corrosive. You know what's corrosive? Is the stats of guys killing themselves at 3.5 to 5 times the rate. That's pretty corrosive. Right? You want to talk stats? We got stats. Let's go. Here we go. This is pretty corrosive. 97% of men and 3% of women in combat deaths. Homicide victims, 76% of men, 24% women. Industrial deaths, accidents, 93% men, 7% women. Suicides, and this is old data, 80% men, 20% women. Winners of custody, 16% men, 84% women. I'm sorry if I can't sugarcoat that enough for you so it goes down easy. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to rub your fucking noses in it. That's what I do. Roll the Tomasi, right? So sorry, not sorry, but I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you. I'm just not going to sugarcoat it.
So my friend Chris Williamson and I here in Austin, we talk about wanting a third wave of red pill or something kind of.
No, what you're talking about is sanitizing the red pill. What you're talking about is finding a way to make it more palatable and less unflattering to female nature. That's what you're talking about.
New that's focused on accurate cross-sex mind reading and actually understanding the other sex's perspective. I don't think much of the red pill manosphere tries to do that, and they're antagonistic and kind of tribal. And I don't.
The language of empiricism will always sound like hate and antagonism to the language of emotionalism. And if you're like one of the outliers of being male in psychology, no doubt your implicit biases have been formed by a female sensibilities. Let's just say.
Know how useful that is.
Yeah. Do you guys collaborate or work with any like streamers or any like these red pill spaces to get access to their like viewers for research? Because I know there's going to be selection biases with that, but it would give you like a tap into because I imagine you're trying to tap into a population that's broadly anti-institutional a lot of the time, which is extremely like difficult in nature. Like, have you guys ever reached out to like I don't think the fresh and fit community would maybe be as open. I could be wrong though. I think they like the idea of science rather than the practice of it, but.
It's not something we've looked at in terms of recruiting participants, but David and I have been on.
Because Fresh and Fit will have all kinds of incels, right? Where are the incels? How about we go and talk to Myron and Fresh?
On some kind of red pill oriented type shows. I mean, we've both been on Modern Wisdom with Chris Williamson, which is.
But yeah, there's a red pill type show.
A bit bigger than just red pill, I think.
Yeah.
We've both been on The Roommates.
With Hafiz. Bravo, man. The hits just keep fucking coming.
Hafiz. I think that's kind of similar. But yeah,
No, it is absolutely not similar. But you're very confident that it is. And this is no hack to Erudite Girl. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Myron and Fresh. I mean, do you know who I am? I mean, really? Because pretty much everything since the beginning, the inception of that show, I'm not going to say it's directly sourced from my material in my books, but it's a identical twin. Myron and I have been really good friends since before the show. Fresh and I are like brothers. I'm the whitest white guy he knows, and he's the blackest black dude I know. But other than that, do you know how many times I've been on Myron on Fresh and Fit? I was on Fresh and Fit every single month in the year of 2022. I was there from January until like August or September of 2021. If you're listening to Myron and Fresh, you're probably getting some sort of derivative or some kind of variation of something that came out of the Rational Male. Jesus Christ, man. This is what so when I set with the preamble here and I said, look, confident ignorance is something that I have to deal with all the time. Andrew Tate's dealt with it. Myron deals with it. Everybody, oh, those guys don't know what they're talking about. Like every fucking word that comes out of Destiny's mouth is like some form of confident ignorance or straw manning of things that he thinks that the Manosphere is about. Same thing with William Costello here, or Elvis Costello, whatever. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, baby. He doesn't know what he's confident in his ignorance. Like to say that, oh, well, that Rollo guy, he's a little too abrasive and caustic, but let's go talk to Mark. Go ahead. Please go talk to him. Go take notes from him. You like his delivery better? Maybe you should have watched the Access Vegas episode when he was like throwing Toy Hardy off. That's pretty brave. Well, like we look like limp dicks right there because he's throwing these girls off. Like, oh, you guys should have thrown them off. Like, we're not caustic enough, but apparently Myron is. Yeah, that's okay, but the other's not. Do your homework. Do better. Due diligence. I'm not going to come at her because like she's kind of just making the same mistake Adam Sosnick was making for a while. Is like you get to a point where if you're going to speak authoritatively about something, you better know what the hell you're talking about. Trust me, if I were to go and start talking about something that's outside of my wheelhouse, if I was to start talking about astrophysics, right? Mike Sartain, who has a degree, right, in astrophysics or something like that, he would be able to check me on that. Like I would never even presume to start talking about stuff like that I don't know about. But if I don't, I'll try to find out. But I'm not going to say I'm an expert enough to say whether these guys are legitimate or they're not. But that's exactly what these guys do because they're brands. And when you're a brand, everything is content.
We haven't dipped our feet too much in there, but I'm excited about that type of thing in terms of recruiting from those spaces. And that's why I'm excited to talk to you. And hopefully you have a lot of...
He wants to sanitize the red pill, just like Michaela Peterson and Jordan Peterson, with whom he works.
Incel listeners who can hear about our new project and learn about what we're trying to do. And incels are certainly a difficult group to recruit. They're quite mistrusting and cynical about a lot of things.
Well, can you blame them when the FBI wants to turn them into public enemy number one? FBI, open up! Do you honestly think? Well, they're not very trusting. Yeah, because of assholes like you. That's why. You're exactly the reason why.
Especially academia. So yeah, hopefully we can convince them that we're trustworthy scholars and that our current research stands for itself. But we'll see.
Yeah, except that they don't want to get on a no-fly list or a watch list from the Southern Poverty Law Center or the FBI, for fuck's sake. Well, I can't seem to find anybody who wants to participate in these studies. Yeah, that's why.
If I go back on Fresh and Fit, because I have a bit of...
I'd have to think about it. I don't want to lock in. This is the danger of doing live shows now. I'm going to get locked into some commitment. I'll have to think about it.
I'm not setting a date, but if you're keen, let me know. That would be kind of fun. I think that would be really interesting content.
Yeah, you know what it would be? You know why that would be interesting content, dear? Because it's sourced out of my fucking books. But please do, because Myron's actually a pretty good representative. He's like one of the few people that I think actually can represent and talk red pill. I actually have something to say about it. But the material's out of the Rational Male and the Rational Male Preventive Medicine and the Rational Male Positive Masculinity and the Rational Male Religion and the Rational Male Player's Handbook. Please, if you want to go on, I mean, I understand. I only have close to 210,000 subs. They have 1.3 million. Wait, but why don't you go on Pearl too? Pearl could probably talk some good shit. I'll be happy to coach her for you. Don't want to talk to me, but by all means, go talk to those people. I would even endorse Pearl in that situation. Yes, please go. You're basically talking to like the material that they would, the responses, anything else that they would be talking to would come directly from my stuff. Pretty much everything you see in the Red Pill is a derivative of my work. And I do not feel any shame in saying that. I said that on Dr. Phil, for fuck's sake. So, I mean, by all means, if you're more comfortable with Myron Fresh, go right ahead.
Don't talk to my people.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so what do you think is the best? Let's focus on what do you want from this conversation? Because I know that there's some stuff as far as like research and your guys' website that launched that you want to talk about. So do you maybe want to inform us on that? And then I'll ask you all of the spicy degenerate questions afterwards.
Sure, yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks for having me on, because I've become somewhat of a bit of a fan of your show. My friend around Christmas time just linked me to the episode where you mentioned our first paper, and I started watching it. I was at home in Ireland for Christmas time, and my mother was in the room while I put it on YouTube on the TV, and she wasn't really prepared for what internet culture conversations are kind of like.
Yeah.
So she was listening, and she was like, well, that girl talks an awful lot of sense, but they're awful mean to her. Why are they so mean? So I was like, okay, Mammy Costello, you need to learn what the internet is like. But yeah, since then, I've kind of been tuning into your show and watching debates and kind of being a bit of a cheerleader. That's my kind of rooting for you in these debates, which is cool. But yeah, it's an exciting time for us as incel researchers, because we've just published our...
Yeah, you guys, if you identify as an incel, how does it feel to be like, oh, these incels? Like I said, like incels in the mist. This is Diane Fossey right here. This guy
posted a preprint of our second paper, which is all about incel mating psychology.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people in the mainstream books and newspaper articles have been written about potential speculative incel mating psychology, and they have too high standards and they're entitled, all this stuff.
Right.
But it's never actually been formally investigated until we did it. So we're excited about that paper, and I posted a big thread kind of summarizing our findings on Twitter.
Was that the well-being one or the 2019 one?
So that the well-being one came out in November. That's published now in Evolutionary Psychological Sciences. This one is all about their mating psychology. So self-perceived mate value, why incels say they're single, their reasons for being single, their own standards for mate preferences. So do incels simply have too high standards? And finally, most interesting...
Should I put my hair down? I could do that too.
I think their perception of female mate preferences. So that was very interesting to explore. But on top of posting that new preprint, we've also launched our new big study, which is called the Swansea University Research on the
Okay, pay attention to this part right here, because if you're an incel, I would highly recommend you do not take part in this. And I don't mean to be a dick about this, but I think that particularly right now, with the FBI doing what they're doing, and like, why would you want to participate with this? Why would you want, especially since they have to pay you to do it? But I'll let them continue.
Incel community project, and we've launched a website with a mission statement of 6 kind of points we want to build our purpose, our mission statement around, that we feel would be important for incel participants to hear. It's the first study that's going to be...
It's like a disease, right? It's like, well, if you've got this disease of inceldom, we want to hear from you. It's like, like you're like going to be trialed for a new medication or something like that.
To pay incel participants to participate, we'll pay $20 for each one.
A whole $20. Fucking A, man. That's awesome. $20. Dude, really? Like, that's going to be motivation for guys that, I'm an incel and I'm kind of, I need some Taco Bell money. So like, it's already off to a really bad start here, Will. I gotta say, if you got to pay people to be a part of this stuff, you would think that they'd be proud incels. They do it without you don't have to pay me. I'll tell you all about it. Right. But you got to front them up like 20 spot to come into this. And then on top of that, what did I just say? I mean, where did it go? Dude, come on now. Bad time to be launching this investigation. Bad time to be launching into some study about incels when the FBI is basically calling them, outlaws, radicals, public menaces. I don't know what else to call it.
Now we're finding that incels...
Be careful. If you're quote unquote incel and you're on, I know the forums, I'm not going to mention them because I don't want to give you away to the feds, right? We probably already know about you anyways. But I would not participate in this, especially now, simply because it's like, you don't know where that info is going and you don't know who's going to be, where that's getting disseminated. And I will guarantee you that this will find its way into public service announcements from the feds. Guarantee you.
They're quite the cynical bunch and are kind of worried about giving over details. We've used a third party.
I can't imagine why.
The anonymous payment company, but we understand that incels are perhaps still a little bit kind of wary about anything like that.
I don't know why. Just, you'd think they'd be
but hopefully now, once the first few participants have got their money and the FBI haven't come knocking on their door, that they might actually just garner a bit of trust and help us get the biggest sample of incels to date of any study. And, we believe that direct engagement with any community is the way to go.
Realize that most incels are like loners, right? I mean, not all of them. But like most of them have a certain perspective. And I would argue that they probably don't trust people very like implicitly. Okay. Even if you're like trying to appeal to them, like, oh, people want to hear from me. I feel special. They'll give me $20 to do it. Like what fucking planet are you? Are you even on the internet? You know, when they tell you like, if you're on the internet too long, you should go like get outside and touch grass, right? This guy needs to stop fucking touching grass and get back into the fucking internet and actually understand, put his finger on the pulse of what's going on. Dude, the FBI just put out a fucking affidavit or whatever the hell it is. Report. Fox News is reporting on it, for Christ's sake. Yeah, they're hesitant.
Rather, a lot of internet or a lot of incel studies are based around just finding the most misogynistic thing we can find in their forums and writing a paper on it. And it's like, okay.
Kind of like the dude who was in the video who wanted to tell us what the 5 unifying characteristics of inceldom was from an 8,000 person Reddit post or whatever forum post. And of that, he took 700 people. Yeah, I think they'd be a little skeptical and a little bit hesitant to join in your like study.
Doing like linguistic analysis, and they're like, guess what? They don't like women. And you're like, what? Shocking. Oh no.
No, they do like women. That's just the problem, Pookie.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even beyond that, like it's very difficult to ascertain how much of it is posting, trolling, gallows humor. It all
kind of makes an objective estimate a little bit difficult, don't you think, Will?
All has to be kind of analyzed. That incels' raison d'etre often seems to be as subversive as possible and to thumb their nose at society as much as possible. So analyzing the language online is somewhat useful, but not as useful as direct engagement with the community, I think.
But $20 is $20 is $20. $20, surely they'll be honest. Surely they won't be shit posting. It's a serious fucking money.
Yeah, I mean, I won't get into shit talking like methodology because
I'll give you $20 not to take the fucking test.
That's going to be like the most esoteric conversation ever. But I have a lot of feelings about linguistic analysis, particularly when like boomers use it on internet groups. But it was really.
There are no boomers on internet groups. Like I know very few quote unquote boomers who are actually part, like they don't give two shits about generations that come after them. So let's just clarify things.
Interesting. Yeah, because your article was basically central to that debate panel, which is like probably one of my bigger panels that I've done now. And I was really excited when I found your paper because every other paper I found before then was just like literally just repeat papers of being like, look, incels are misogynistic. And you're like, yeah, we know. That's not what I want to know. What I want to know is like, who are they? What is their experiences? They're people. Why don't we try to like understand them? And your paper was like the first paper that I think I've ever found. Was yours like the actual like kind of like?
It's this attitude that is exactly why you will never understand them. This is why they are the way they are.
Avant-garde paper, the 2019 one specifically, that actually like looked into things like autism and depression and anxiety and loneliness and suicide rates.
Yeah, suicide rates. Do you think that it's all incels that are killing themselves at 3.5 to 5 times the rate? What the FBI did was put warrants out on them. Yeah, and this guy wants to pay him $20 so that they can, so they can exercise those warrants. Awesome.
Was there any study before then that I maybe just missed?
So when I started my master's research, it was during 2020, during the pandemic. And at that time, when I started, there was no empirical studies containing primary responses from incels at all. It was all linguistic analysis.
That's because incels are not a movement. They're okay. Now let me get a little bit serious here because I know what they're going to get into next. The red pill is not a movement. It is not an ideology. It is a praxeology, but it is not an ideology. The black pill doomers of the world, for all of their shit talking and everything else, are not a movement. They are a practice, or they're a best practices. They're certainly like, here's what you ought to do, but they're not a movement. There's no leader of the black pill doomers, the Spurg pill, the doom pill. I am like, as funny as she mentioned, she drops my name in this, right? I am in no way the leader of the red pill. A lot of the stuff that comes out of that happens to be derivative of my work. And I'm not even the only author, by the way. But for instance, like for what MRAs, for hell, TradCon, you might as well try to like nail down TradCon, the TradCon movement, traditional conservative movement, right? It's not a movement. It's decentralized. And that's what will always confound studies like old school 20th century way of thinking. This is like old order thinking right here. We're going to form a study and see you're thinking that methodology of trying to sort of here, we're going to pay them $20. We're going to petition them and we're going to give them a survey and everything else. Do you like $20? You're going to send me $20? Great. I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to give you whatever answer I want to give you because it's decentralized. All this shit is decentralized unless you're in this sphere. And I'm not even like in I'm definitely not on the forums for the incels, but I do understand the history. I do understand they used to be True Forced Loneliness. I do understand that they used to be the Forever Alone guys on 4chan. They also, Black Pill Doomers used to be part of MGTOW, used to be part of the MRAs. Do you know that? No, you don't. You know why? Because you were probably like 12 years old when that was going on. So do your fucking homework, and your homework isn't just going and petitioning these guys with surveys and shit like that and bribing them with $20. You need to do your goddamn homework. You can give me shit all day long. He's abrasive and he's caustic and he's I don't want to talk to Rolo. We'll talk to Myron. But I know my shit. You want me to tone it down? I'll tone it down. Let's go. Come out to Vegas. I'll talk to you. Hell, I'll do whatever the fuck you want to do. But you don't want to talk about that. You don't want to get into that because it's unflattering to the people who eventually will be in control of your tenure. That's why. Or in control of the funding for whatever testing or whatever new research you want to do. Remember what I said? Forget the percentage. The more women in psychology right now are below the age of 30 who are going to end up being the future teachers. This guy is going to have to work with those bitches. That's why. So now you better till the fields, my friend, because if you're not, big sister's watching you. And if you don't do these things, you're going to end up like David Buss, who's going to have to go back and backpedal on all of, 30 some odd years of ovulatory shift. Trust me, no one else is calling this shit out. You want to say, well, he just stick to this stuff that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, no, dude, I do know what I'm talking about. I've been sensitive and reading this shit and having my finger on the pulse of this stuff since before you even got into middle school, dude.
Now, during the course of my master's, a handful of studies came out. Moskalenko, Speckard et al. Kind of worked with the main incel forum, incels.co or incels.is, to do some big studies. And they found a lot of mental health self-report. But what our study did that was original was we used clinical measures. So we were able to find, using clinical measures for depression and anxiety that are used by the NHS, National Health Service in the UK.
From bribed subjects. Nice.
And comparing them to a control group of non-incels and so that was original. I didn't actually measure autism. We are going to in our new
you did self-reported autism in that one, correct?
We didn't even measure it, but
oh, really? That's funny because this dumbass has measured it several times. How about we go and talk to that abrasive son of a bitch? Okay, how about these stats right here? That's all you need. Is this not a fucking smoking gun? And this only goes to like 2016. It's probably higher than this by now. Autism prevalence has increased 178% since 2000. Once you start there, I'm telling you this. I don't have the degree, asshat. I don't have a master's degree. I got a bachelor's degree in behavioral psychology. I don't have your funding. I don't have chicks. I don't have Dr. David Buss like patting me on the head. I can find that on Google in like 0.078 seconds. That's the return. And I've had this. These stats have made an appearance on this show. God, I can't even remember how many times they've made that appearance. And introducing the autism stats. And people get really pissed off when Rollo talks about autism because I'm not saying that it's not a real thing. It is. In fact, it's 178% increase, real thing. Why are you talking to this dude? Why? Like, how long has this guy been doing this? Right? I mean, just is that what I have to do? Like, do I have to go back to school? Like, I could be like Frank the Tank, like, what is it, old school? I can go back to school, right? Imagine me, 55 years old. I'm going to go back to, I'll go back to UNR. They do have they have a master's program for evolutionary psychology. Would that make me legitimate? Then will you please talk to me? No, you know what? I can go source this stuff as well as anybody else can. So can you, and so can you. That's the beauty of all this. One of the things that I've noticed, and I'm just sorry about the aside here. I will get back on topic. One of the things that I notice about like psychology, like formal psychology right now, is you get a guy like David Buss, or you get a guy like, and I hate to even to even throw this out, you got like Jordan Peterson, Dr. Sean Smith, who I have at least some professional respect for. Anyways, I don't like who he works for, but you see these guys who spend I don't know how long, 8 to close to 10 years getting their doctorate to become a clinical psychologist. Then, so you've got all that money that you've invested into your education. Then you've got to get malpractice insurance. Then you got to pay the rent on your to start a private practice. Then you've got to pay the rent on the unit. You got to have a girl to be a secretary. I don't know. Maybe you do it yourself. Maybe your wife does. But you got to have somebody to help you like book clients, get more clients, blah, blah, blah. Here, you got to buy a couch so they can go lay on the couch and tell you about their feelings. There's a lot that goes into becoming a professional therapist, like a clinical psychologist, right? A lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort. Let's just say I'm going to round it off 10 years. That's a lot of time and energy. And you know what pisses these guys off is while they're doing that, a guy like Modern Life Dating John is making more money than they will ever make in the first 5 or 6 years of their career as a psychologist. And he's walking away with millions of dollars, helping guys out too. And helping them change their lives, helping them keep the noose off their necks. That's what I've done. Helping them stay, helping them stay, alive, right? I don't know what else to call it. So, let me see. Oh, okay. Thanks, Sammy. I see you. I got you. Okay. Sammy's keeping track of my super chats today. Sorry about that. But again, there you have some. So I can understand why guys like Costello or even David Buss would be really pissed off at guys like Rollo Tomas. We don't really think about that guy. You did know my name. You did know who I was. Say my name. Right? Oh, I'm going to give him too much credit because he'll call me out as the bullshit, right? Bullshit like this. And here's another thing, and I wanted to throw this out there because this is in my notes. And I'm about to dig into. We're about to get to the meat of things here, but I think one of the things I've noticed in a lot of these shows like this is, remember how we always talk about, we talk about feels before reals, and how in a gynocentric social order, because it is by women for women, and I don't mean this in like this, this is the Illuminati or whatever, like. I'm just saying we live in Western weird cultures, westernized, educated, industrialized, rich, democratic nations. Hey there, I quoted something from Evo Psych, right? In those nations, we tend to take women's experience or the experience, like the life existential experiences of women as the correct one. Like anything that benefits the feminine is how you ought to think. And anything that doesn't, that isn't complementary to that, that is in any way conflicts with that, that's toxic. Toxic masculinity, toxic whatever, right? Bigotry, what? But we tend to call it toxic masculinity. So we're talking about feels before reals because women tend to prioritize emotion before reason, and men tend ideally to prioritize reason before emotion. We get the job done, we get the information, we've solved the problem, and then we figure out how we felt about it. Women, opposite way around. How do they feel about it? Oh my God. And then, okay, how are we going to get down to business? Like, it's just a prioritization between those two. But in a society by women for women, we prioritize feelings before rationality and reason, before gray matter, right? And so in that sense, when I see stuff like this, when I see an interview like this, and we're trying to solve a problem, what's the problem? Well, we got all these guys, and they call themselves incels, and they're involuntarily celibate. And we think, we don't know, we paid them $20, so we'll figure this out. We think that they hate women, they're misogynistic, and that, I mean, look at the presumptions that have already been made. And we're not even like, 10 minutes into the video here. They're misogynistic. They hate women. They're misogynists. They don't love their moms. They're all social outcasts. They like to commiserate. I mean, what's the 5 misconceptions that one dude threw out there? And they lack social skills. We didn't test for autism. Really? Didn't test for autism. Didn't even think to do that. We're going to pay him $20 because $20 is $20. Just ask Aaron Clary. And on top of all of that, so now we're already establishing implicit bias here. But that implicit bias is founded in blank slate equalism. It's founded in feels before reals. Because I will guarantee you at the end of all this, the diagnosis will be something based in feels. And the solution, the potential solution, well, we got to come up with some, we can't just do a study and not follow it up with like what needs to be done, right? Because we can't get funded for those kinds of studies unless we actually have we got to have a pill at the end of it so we can take it and be good and be done with these guys or have to not think about them anymore. So at the end of that whole thing, there's got to be a solution. And that solution also based on blank slate equalism and emotionalism. And you've heard me talk about that before. I'll come back to that. But I'm getting to the point right now, and this is from my notes, is that it's all feels and no reals now. There's no reals. That's the problem. Like when we talk about it's feels before reals. Yeah, that presumes that there's going to be some reals after the feels. That we're prioritizing emotion, but we're also taking at least a little bit of like rationality into the equation here. Right now, I'm not even seeing the rationality involved in the equation. In fact, feels drives the equation, period. Oh, well, what's our methodology? Pay him money. Yeah, sample size. We're not going to resolve for autism. I mean, what else what if you were going to engineer the worst methodology of how to understand a particular demographic of guys, this has got to be it. This is from me being my layman's understanding of behavioral psychology and having a BS in it. Okay. That's it. So feels before you can't. So, and the reason why I think that this is important is because you cannot solve masculine problems with female solutions. Let that sink in, children. There's your lesson for today. You cannot solve masculine issues, masculine problems with female solutions. What do you mean? We're all the same. Fuck you. We are not all the same. That's just it. If evolutionary psychology has taught us anything, is that men and women are different, and we are fundamentally different. And you can go and have a look at evolutionary biology, evolutionary psychology, you look at sociology, anthropology, you look at the genomic records, you look at the very fact that I could tell you that 17 women for every one man reproduced as far back as 8,000 years ago, which is like, I think it's like pre or post agrarianism. The very fact that I can tell you that, and I know this. What does that tell you about the people who are like part of this community who are listening to me? Myron and Fresh, for fuck's sake. I think I've even mentioned that on their show. But go ahead, go ask them. Don't ask me. Maybe you should ask Myron and Fresh about the autism rates of 178% increase since 2000. Maybe you ought to go over there and do that. Because clearly you're not going to listen to this raving lunatic. I mean, what do I got to do? Seriously, what do I have to do here?
Other studies have found 18% prevalence of autism spectrum disorder. But we're going to actually measure it using a scale called the AQ10 in the new one, which is Simon Baron-Cohen's short scale for measuring autism.
Yeah. What is actually, no, I'm gonna avoid esoteric questions right now because I know my viewers. I was about to be like, what are the psychometric properties of that? But nobody cares. Just
I can show you some psychometric properties. Would you like me to? 1 minute, one damn minute. I actually meant to throw this on because this is actually really interesting with respect to, where did it go? There it is. This is so nice. I love this one. Here we go. Oh, good. They even gave it to me in the good side. This is, by the way, this is NPR. This ain't exactly. Yeah, I buy guitars, expensive guitars. Shocking. Sue me. This is NPR. Transgender and non-binary people are up to 6 times as likely to have autism. Wow. How does that link up with this? I wonder. Shall we dig in? Why not? Let's have a look here. Let's see. Transgender and non-binary people are up to 6 times more likely to also have autism. This intersection intersection has research trying to understand the connection the connection and how society views these identities. So there's this. I'll just throw this out there. This is from. When was this? This is from 2023. Wow, this is from January 15th. I've seen earlier studies on this as well. This is from a discussion that was had on NPR. People who are transgender or non-binary are more likely. Hang on one second. Are more likely to be autistic. One large study found that it's 3 to 6 times more common. Researchers are working to understand the connection and how society can be more accommodating to people who are so few that they represent a rounding error in demographics to people who live in this intersection. Leslie McClurg is a member of the station QQD. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, anyways, this is a conversation between those two. The fact remains is that people who claim to be, their identities claim to be, transgender, who believe in the bullshit with respect to like social constructionism, who don't want to believe in the evolutionary proof that gender and sex are actually the same. Those people, they tend to be autistic, and 6 times more likely anyway. Like, well, let's just say 6 out of 10, right? And we can look at the increase in diagnosis. And this, by the way, these are CDC stats. So this isn't like the Center for Family Studies or some shit like that. This is medical. Okay. I mean, if you can find a better, more reliable, maybe you can, source than the CDC, then please show it to me. But I would argue, and I have in the past, and had you watched any of my shows, you would know this. So it's, autism is probably one of the key ingredients, I think, in people or guys anyways, not really developing past adolescence or whatever we're calling it now. Right? Oh, hey, thanks for becoming a new member, my friend. What else we got? I'm going to back up here. There we go. Is it a link to fatherlessness? It could be. I don't know. Remember, that's diagnosis. That doesn't necessarily mean that they actually have it, but that they increase in the diagnosis of autism. So it's possible that people are just like, they're very socially awkward. Like I think I'm very careful when I talk about, I know I call people spurgs all the time. It's just an invective, right? But when we're talking about actual Asperger's syndrome or borderline personality disorder or autism, I have to remember that there's the diagnosis and then there's the actual disease or the actual, pathology or whatever it is. So you have to keep those things in mind. Just because you're diagnosed with it doesn't necessarily mean that you actually have it, because lots of guys want to self-diagnose. They want to say, I have Asperger's, so I'm special. Please, I'm socially awkward, but there's a reason for it. Here's my rationale. Asperger's syndrome, right? Doesn't mean you really have it. You probably weren't ever like diagnosed with it. And maybe even do, but if you're self-diagnosing, that's a little bit different than like being clinically diagnosed with it. So what you get, my response to this guy, you dropped $150,000 on an education you could have got for $150 in late charges from the public library. Thanks. Well, it is a STEM field, right? Technically. science, right? Have you ever heard of the book Irreversible Damage? No, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure now Sam Bada will go look it up and I'll have to go put it in my read list because that's what he does. And I see Torsha has decided to grace us with her presence in the chat there. Hi, girl. Hi, girlfriend. Wait. There.
Hey, y'all.
There you go. Okay, so let's keep going here. I want them to get to the meat here because it gets a little juicier.
If it's psychometrically solid, which means it's a good study. And does it compare well to the ADOS? Now I'm asking it. Does it compare well to the ADOS, which is like obviously a very comprehensive autism measurement?
Yeah, so obviously we sacrifice a little bit on going with the short form scale. We want to measure a lot of different things in this big study. It will take incels about 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how fast they can get through it.
So your 45 minutes is worth $20. Yeah. I think one thing you got to remember when you're asking these guys who are like, let's just say socially awkward. I mean, let's be honest. And you're going to say, hey, spend 45 minutes on this and we'll give you $20. Be prepared for some very skewed numbers.
But that's what we're paying them for, and hopefully they'll give us some good information. We want to capture a lot of stuff.
What sample size are you guys hoping to collect? Just like as big as possible? Do you have a cap?
So we're hoping for upwards of 275. Currently, Moskalenko study has 275, which is the biggest.
Is that 275,000 or is that 275? Because the study that the dude that I had on in the beginning here was bigger than that. If it's 275, I presume 275,000.
After just 1 week of launching, we've got, I think, 114. So we're on the way. And after
halfway there to 275 people paid $20. Oh man, somebody do the math. Do the math real quick. $20 at 270.
Your show, we should have the 275, right?
Yeah, right, guys. No, we don't have incels here. We only have gigachads and volcells. Okay, that's our copium. Okay, so I'd be curious. I was looking through your 2022 the well-being paper, which was super interesting. Okay, so
275 incels is enough to like draw conclusions from, to create a predictive framework. Get the fuck out of here.
One thing that I found really interesting.
False. Where do I join?
Is the political leanings. It was super nice. It's like impossible to find demographic information on incels. Like no study ever does it. And it was like the first time I've actually like gotten demographic info. And one of the most surprising things that a lot of people saw in it was they're like, oh, they weren't very conservative. Like I expected them to all be like very right leaning, when in fact they were non-statistically different from your non-incel population, but it was still like actually more left-leaning people than right-leaning people. Does that seem to be a common phenomenon? Is that what you'd expect to see in other sample populations, or is that like an artifact?
Or are you force-fitting them into left and right-leaning when you're asking them something that, if you're an incel, does it matter whether you're a Republican or a Democrat? I mean, is that not like sort of off topic?
Fact of your sample.
It's not what I expected to find. I had kind of bought into the idea that incels would be more right-leaning, if anything, if any direction. I didn't think it would be overwhelming.
And why would you think that, boyo? I wonder why.
In any direction. And I think Alex Datesike has ran kind of non-peer-reviewed Twitter poll study.
Well, let's take Alex from Datesike's word for it then, who has no degree, is not in college, and is just doing this as a sort of like a hobby. Not to say that there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but I would definitely question a lot of his findings.
He's on incel demographics too, and he's found similar political leanings.
Yeah, here's the funny thing is, for all the hate that these guys, for all the hesitancy that these guys have to bring me on their shows and to have these discussions, that they'll bring on a guy who agrees with their implicit biases, who does not have a degree, also does a lot of just basically internet searches and studies and connects dots. I will give Alex from Datesike that. I don't agree with his findings because I think he's just basically rejiggering the numbers and the findings and the research to sort of, fit his biases, which, by the way, are the same biases as Michaela Peterson, Jordan Peterson, Chris Williamson, Dr. David Buss, William Costello apparently as well. But you're going to quote this guy. You are name dropping David Buss, and you're going to quote this guy as a reasonable source.
Now, remember that this is just one item question of where do you lean politically? Left, center, right, in my master's dissertation. So we're digging into the actual nature of the political beliefs in the next study to see the character of them. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason to think that incels are overwhelmingly one political leaning. And actually, you could make the argument that they're more left-leaning because they enjoy the egalitarian distribution of mates, and
they don't think that far, dude. They don't think any further than like, how am I going to get laid? This is so fucking unfair. Do you honestly think that they're like, well, let me talk about the division of labor. Let me talk to you about how things were in sub-Saharan Africa. Oh, well, 200,000 years. Really? You're paying $20 for this, by the way, which is $550 or $5,500. I wonder if I could come up with like $6,000 and pay you not to take this test.
they want to kind of, they're very much against high income inequality, which leads to more incels. Studies have found that. So yeah, it's not clear one way or the other. Also, we found that they weren't.
High income inequality leads to more incels. Did you catch that? Please let's put a little note, a bookmark in that one.
Aren't disproportionately white. Actually, more incels of color than would be expected by chance for a majority UK and US sample, and compare.
Yeah, well, all those school shooters, they're all white, so we figured they'd all be white.
Compared to our participants on the whole. So that was surprising. It's interesting because other scholars have appeared on some podcasts, some more mainstream kind of podcasts, and when they talk about the fact that there are incels of color, usually the podcast host changes tact completely and starts getting.
Now, I don't know what shows those are, but I've been more than willing to talk about that for a very long time.
Very sympathetic.
Yeah.
When they arrive at the problem of, this angry white male.
It's because white men are fun to be mean to. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's very strange to see in real time that the change of sympathy. So maybe, if that's the game people need to play, if we keep banging the drum that there's plenty of incels of color, that might be a way to garner sympathy for this at-risk group.
Yeah, it was super interesting. It was extremely bad for my own personal biases, because your demographic findings is what I have been basically saying I expect the demographics to be for
Oh, so you expected them to be, really? And you're going to pay $20 for the luxury of this. Thank you very much for that. Yes, here it is, live in real time. This is, thank you, Rick. God damn, you're so good, dude. I owe you $20 for this. This is the crisis of replicability happening in real time. This is why you got David Buss saying, I don't know, I think maybe it's the mate switching hypothesis instead of ovulatory shift, because those findings have been around and we've been p-hacking those for forever, for, 25, 30 years now. And they've been replicable up until about the last, 6 years, 8 years, somewhere around there, right around the time replicability became a crisis situation. Yep, this is how it happens. I don't care how good these people think they are. Like she's just saying, well, what do we expect to find? I hope we do. But I'm the dickhead. I'm the asshole for saying you know what? Here's the truth. I'm just connecting dots. I'm just saying, I'm using your sources. I'm using David Buss. I'm using God's side. I'm using Marty Hazelton. I've used Hazelton since 2008, baby. These guys don't know what they're talking about. Well, clearly you do.
years now. I said it's probably going to be filled with slightly more men of color. It's going to be filled with probably politically normal people, and they're going to have super high incidences.
Define politically normal.
Of mental illness, lower education, and higher levels of joblessness, which is exactly what we found. And it was so vindicating, but so bad for my own post hoc fallacies, obviously. But
let that sink in. Post hoc fallacies.
Yeah, that was extremely interesting to see, and I'm curious to see larger populations. Do you think that there's a bit of a bias in where you pull from? I don't know what sites you're using, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know much about incel websites, so.
Yeah, but you have implicit biases that are so fucking developed that you're expecting to find certain things, but you don't know where the resources are? Really? Who is not catching this shit? Who is not holding her fucking feet to the fire? Well, I don't know. It's like the same thing. It's the same conversation, and to her credit, same conversation I had with Jedediah Bila. When it's like, I don't know much about Fresh and Fit, but here, let me talk to you about Fresh and Fit for the next hour and 45 minutes and tell you what I know about them. What do you know about incel? If you can't name one fucking incel forum, if you can't even name like the previous ones that led to the ones that are there, you got no business studying this. You got no business offering people $20 to do this shit. You got no business putting them at risk with the FBI to take your goddamn survey so you can get your master's degree or doctoral. I always said master's thesis, doctor's thesis. Really? It's only going to cost you $5,500. Fucking bargain, man.
One good thing about our sample was we had a mix of forum using incels and non-forum using incels. So the other big studies that I mentioned, they work very, very closely with incels.co or incels.is. Now, incels.co and incels.is have shared our studies, and
so the mainstream Web 1.0 or Web 2.0 forums, not the Web 3.0, not the dark web, not the underweb. No, none of those. Okay, let's continue.
But we have so far seemed to manage to get a bit of a mix, which is another unique perspective, which was pretty cool because we could compare forum using and non-forum using incels and who fares better and in which ways.
I would like to know how you are like finding non-forum using incels who identify as incels, who also in some way find some sort of tribal camaraderie if they're not on the fucking forum to begin with.
What we can tell from that is that it's still a very much mixed bag. For some incels, it seems like the forums are very helpful. They get a camaraderie, they get feelings of being understood, social network. And then for others, it exacerbates feelings of hopelessness.
This from Costello's UT Texas page. In 2021, I was awarded FEPS, Feminist Evolutionary Psychology Society Award. There it is. Smoking gun. Thank you for that. Do I need to go on? Do I need to finish out the show? And this is do you have any idea why he wouldn't want to talk to me? Do you have any idea why this bitch wouldn't want to talk to me? Why? The defense or the prosecution rests, Your Honor, but let's continue.
In our study, forum use did predict greater anxiety. And what else? It also worsened their opinions of women, according to the forum users themselves. So.
Okay, interesting. Super interesting. Chatters.
This is true. Incels are too hot a demographic to study by official academia. Yeah. And when they try, look what happens. Official. Does he qualify as official academia? He doesn't have a degree. Well, I mean, he doesn't have his master's degree yet. Maybe he does. Who knows?
Chatters. Okay. I'd be super curious as well. So can you tell me a bit about the victimization measurement that you used in the 2022 study? I'm not familiar with that self-report itself. Can you just tell me a little bit more about it and like what the findings were? Because I think that that's kind of this interesting piece to bring into this and like.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that. God damn it, you guys are on fire today. Rolla, you're right. This is all a play for the upcoming elections. What I've called tilling the fields. Okay, you got to have fertile soil and you got to till the fields so you can get the crops later on, right? This is tilling the fields, figuratively speaking. I know I'm not supposed to use allegory and metaphor on you online, but that's the best I got. Okay, they're already said it. They're seeding the ground. They're tilling the fields. They're fertilizing. They're throwing manure on the farm, so that everything will come up fucking corn and weed. Alfalfa sprouts, man. That's what everybody grows, right? They're trying to poll how incels will vote. Maybe, but I would say that, like, why is that? So you want to find out whether they're political or not, right? Well, shocking that a guy with the Feminist Evolutionary Psychology Award would find that in some way relevant to the quote unquote incel movement, incel community. We got to be careful of these guys. They might be going, the FBI thinks they might kill them. Thank you very much, Glenn. Glenn, you fucking fuck.
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
Yeah, it is just cringe. I know. And you know what? Tell you it's funny. It's like, you're going to give me shit for having Gia Mia on Loudmouth Girl on AV. But this guy's, I would argue this dude's more cringe than Gia. If they were truly interested in the incels problems, they would have wanted to at least talk with you. I would think so too. I'm not the king high poobah of incels, but I do know a thing or two about them over the course of, I don't know, 20 years.
How do we integrate this? Because I think, I'm not going to diatribe. I'm going to ask you just about that.
Sure. So one of the first things we found in our original study was that incels scored very high on this new personality construct called the tendency for interpersonal victimhood.
Right.
What? The tendency for interpersonal victimhood. Rollo Tomasi is not allowed to expand the definition of hypergamy, but we just came up with this new character trait called the tendency for personal victimhood. How does that? I'll tell you what. Even if that were a thing, maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not a professional. Would that not apply mostly to women these days? I'm just spitballing. Maybe that's my implicit bias, right? But we're going to apply it to incels. Yeah.
And the tendency for interpersonal victimhood is comprised of 4 different dimensions. Number 1 is the need for recognition.
So first of all, let me hold on. Let's see if I got this right. Okay. So we're going to create a new term. We're going to codify it. We're going to add it to personality characteristics. Maybe it's a personality disorder. I don't know. But from there, we're going to structure it with 4 different aspects. So here they are.
And that describes a preoccupation with having the legitimacy of your grievance acknowledged. And you might recognize that in incels in that they really, really want you to verify their self-view and their worldview. So the worst thing you could say to an incel is, oh, you don't have it so bad. You could get a girlfriend. Come on, you're not as bad as you say you are.
I wonder if you can apply that to women. I hate to be that guy. Okay, let's flip the script, right? Hell, you know what? Maybe I'll try this. I got 2 weeks till Access Vegas. But Pearl, if you're watching, Brian from whatever podcast here, can I suggest an experiment to you? Can you ask these girls if they feel? Here's what you ought to do. Actually, don't even ask them. Don't make it a question. We can't phrase it as a question. If you were to say, let's see, ladies, just shut the fuck up. You don't have it so hard. You got washing machines, you got dishwashers, you got the right to vote. You don't have to get drafted for the military. So what's your gripe? If you were to do that, do you think that you would get a more or less, I don't know, hostile, violent, emphatic response than an incel saying you can get a girlfriend? What do you think that, like, if we're going to scale those two, the incel says, you know what, dude, you should just sack the fuck up and go, you can get a girlfriend. Or like we already saw this in the Joe Rogan video clip that I just gave you. There's somebody for everybody. Imagine you say that to the modern, like 2023 incel right now. Hell, I called her shit out from 2018. But oh my gosh, I get it. You know, we tell black pill doomers, hey man, you know, do you want to be competitive or not? Do you want to be a player or do you not want to be a player? You know, you're in the game. You can either try to change the game or you can play the game better. Don't wish you were easier, wish you were better. That's kind of offensive to some guys who are like kind of stuck in there. Like they want to wallow in their commiseration with people. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. But if you were to say, ladies, you know, you got the right to vote. You got more people in Congress. If I say, ladies, the gender wage pay gap has been debunked for the last 12, 15 some odd years. What do you think the response would be? Do you think it would be equitable with telling a black pill doomer guy you can get a girlfriend? Or do you think that they would lose their fucking minds? Because I have seen women lose their fucking minds on Fresh and Fit, on Access. Hell, it was just on Access Vegas on Thursday. What do you think the equitability would be there? So are we going to apply this brand new personality trait just to incels? Do we make it custom made for incels, or can we also apply this to modern women who are stuck on TikTok, stuck on Instagram, stuck on OnlyFans, stuck on inflating their egos with social media? Can we apply it to them too, or does it just apply to these like dick in hand incels? Is that how it works?
They actually hate that. They would much prefer if you verify their self-view and say, yes, you must really struggle on the mating market. You've got a lot of issues to overcome, and it's really hard out there now. And they much prefer that. And maybe that's why.
So would that be, so if that were the case, if you say, well, they would prefer that you to say, hey, it's really tough. You know, we can maybe sympathize, but we can certainly at least acknowledge the fact that you're in a pretty tough spot, right? Is that because you basically switched the narrative? Instead of being like, hey, you can get a girlfriend, so you're like, hey, we understand how it is. Is that pandering to, or is that affirming that victimhood mentality? Because you don't believe that it is actually tough for these guys to do that. So by doing so, would that be pandering? I want a distinction in terms here, because you're going to make up a new thing. Hell, I got ran up the flagpole, and I still get run up the flagpole for expanding the definition of hypergamy. If you're going to go create some new animal, I want to know how that animal is supposed to behave.
They're receptive to me because I don't tend to sugarcoat it for them and say, oh, you know, it's just your bad personality or whatever. I actually make them feel validated to some extent. And, you know, they do have a valid grievance to some extent.
Right.
The second dimension is moral elitism. And that's the belief that an individual or their in-group behaves more morally than others. And you might recognize this in incels in that they are somewhat sneering about the mating market and the superficiality of Chad and Stacey, and, you know, that it's all about looks, whereas...
You're also dealing with an adolescent social skill set. You're looking at undeveloped social skills as well. Of course, that's going to be there. And then they commiserate and they get reaffirmation. Let me also explain something else to you here, Will. Go and have a look at Drew Afualo on TikTok. You shouldn't have any trouble finding Drew Afualo, Afaulo. Would you say she suffers from the same malaise? Vocabulary word. As the incels that you're describing with this new term? Like, she's sneering. It's hell, I got it right here. It's a middle school kind of shit. Would you apply that to her as well? Or would you have to create a new term to sort of describe that?
They might value more moral traits. And when we actually asked them about their mate preferences in the study, that's what we found, that they reported to themselves value kind.
Somebody dig me that up. Okay, my evil minions. Go see if this chick has a boyfriend. I would love to see what the. Let's. You want to do a little experiment of our own here? Let's do a little experiment of our own. Okay. Again, with no implicit biases whatsoever. I'm fairly sure she might. I can't imagine she doesn't have. I know she's on Twitter. I know she's on, well, YouTube, obviously. I didn't look up her Instagram. So maybe she's got pictures on her Instagram, unless it's like soft launch. If you can find me that, send it. Maybe Sambata can find it for me. If you can find that, email it to me or give it to Sambata, and we'll have a look. I mean, we can do it live in real time if you want.
Intelligence, humor, loyalty, but they just thought women didn't value these things at all. So that's where maybe the moral elitism came through. The third is lack of empathy, and that's the belief that because of past victimization.
Okay, so lack of empathy, moral superiority, victimhood mindsets reinforce it, right? Have we not just described pretty much every girl that's been on any of these Gen Z dating shows?
You feel entitled to enact pain on others, and that's very typical of incel kind of rhetoric is, nobody cares about my pain. Why should I care about anyone else's?
Right.
And the final dimension is rumination. So constantly preoccupied with reflecting.
So social media, Instagram, Twitter, being an influencer, those kind of things like that. Wow. How profound.
perceived instances of being slighted or areas in which they're victimized. And taken together, all of this tendency for interpersonal victimhood, it leads to an external locus of control, which means that the belief that there's nothing that an individual can do to change their circumstance, which we might recognize as the belief in the black pill. So,
there we go. Wow, we actually used the term black pill. Thank you. Finally. How far are we into this? How far is it? We're 21 minutes and 41 seconds. We've finally said the word. At last. Thank you. What you got? Oh, hey, thanks. Apply these metrics to trans people regarding social ineptitude. That will never happen. This only applied to guys. As she said, it only apply. It's not for chads and giga chads. It's only for incel. This whole term. This is reserved for incels. What are you talking about? We don't want to talk from other people. Yeah, I mean, so now we're finally talking about the black pill. Well, at least he's heard that word before. Clearly, he must be on some forums. He must be watching somebody, since he is the, I don't know, foremost leading expert on evolutionary psychology when it comes to feminism. I didn't earn it. He did. So thank you. That's a smoking gun. That's a kill shot right there. Yeah. Well, I think you guys can see where we're going with this. But now we're finally talking about the black pill and nihilism, which I have talked about in the past too. And guess what, erudite? I don't even know what you're putting. Here's the thing: is I've been talking about this stuff forever. I'm not a proponent of the black pill as much as black pill doomers would like me to be. They hate me. Are you kidding? Go talk to Angry Man. You want real black pill? Go talk to Angry Man. Go talk to Undead Chronic. Go talk to, I don't know, MGTOW Dictionary, whoever, if he's even still around. I don't even know. There's plenty of guys that you want to know about incels. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying you want that sort of nihilistic doom pill shit. There are way better sources than this guy. And certainly me too. But yeah, I mean, how do you recover from something like this? How do you justify? You basically created a new category of personality disorder that is custom made for the people who you want to pay $20 for, so that you can prove that your new terminology is accurate. Really?
The black pill is very much that tendency for interpersonal victimhood, and that was the first thing we found. Incels scored higher than non-incel single men on.
What I want to know, and maybe she'll get to this later on. I want to know what the distinction is between an incel guy and a non-incel guy is. For example, and I'm going to hammer this one home, Puddin'. I had Mike from Iron Disciples on this show just not even 24 hours ago. Mike is 29 years old. He is a born-again Christian man. He wants to get laid. Trust me. He wants to get married. He can only get laid if he gets married. He was said right here on this show that he's still a virgin and he's in really good shape. He's taking care of himself. He's not on incel forums. He is not, by definition, he is involuntarily celibate. I mean, maybe you could say, oh, well, he's voluntary celibate because he's holding out for the best thing. Okay, well, that's true, but I'm sure he would like to get laid. And I think that's where the definition really needs to be determined. Now, you probably have heard me say this before, is that there's no such thing as an involuntary celibate. There's no such thing as an incel. From a very strict, literalistic, bonehead, no abstract thinking point of view, okay? Once again, it's 2023. If you want to get laid, you can get laid. You come here to Reno, Nevada. I will get your happy ass on a plane. It's not that far. It's only 45 minutes from Vegas. Come up here. Get off the plane. I'll pick you up in my Tacoma. I will drive you to Mound House, Nevada, which is right outside of Carson City. I will take you to the Moonlight Bunny Ranch or the Mustang Ranch or whatever, any of those ranches you want to go to, any of the legal brothels in Nevada. Bring $500 with you. I'll take $100 finder fee. How's that? I'll teach you brothel game. I can 100% guarantee you will get laid. 100. If you want a blowjob, it's maybe probably even less than that. Wow, it's a bargain, right? But you will lose your V card. You will no longer be involuntarily celibate. Now, I'm being facetious. That's just the way. I mean, if you're going to talk about it from a strictly like, definitive biblical, dictionary definition, you will no longer be involuntarily celibate. Now, my personal view on all of this is that these guys are voluntary. They're volcels. They're voluntarily celibate, just like Mike, who I have a lot of respect for. I think he has a lot of integrity, and hey, more power to him. That's his convictions. At least he can live by his convictions, right? But by this definition, he's an incel, right? He's not. He wants to get laid. He can't get laid. Now, is he complaining about not getting laid? What about guys who go through a dry spell and they go, "Fuck, man, women today." Oh, you're an incel. No, I want to get laid. Oh, I'm not involuntarily so. I'm trying to get laid. I'm trying to have sex. I'm learning to become the best version of myself, right? I'm actually learning some social skills from Sterling Cooper or Justin Waller, or Rollo Tomasi, or Mike Sartain, so I can do better in the sexual marketplace. They'll call you a pussy beggar. They'll call you a dancing monkey or monkey backflips, or whatever the fucking vernacular is today. But you're still involuntarily celibate. Which means you would get laid if you could. Am I wrong? Or are you voluntarily celibate? What's that? You dropped it in the chat. Thank you. Where is it? Glenn, email it to me, please. I'll pick it up from my email. Or did you? No. Glenn, email me the picture. I'm never going to be able to sift back through the chat. Rollo, how dare you? You want that one? Hold on. Yeah, we do need that one.
How dare you?
Yes. We definitely need that today. Glenn, if you'd be kind enough to email that to me. Erudite has 2 pictures with the same guy on Instagram, but nothing that states it's her boyfriend. Soft launch. Soft launch, no lunch. Rollo's marriage is older than Wednesday Addams. Thank you very much. You mean in the old series or this one? What's her name? Something Ortega. She's a cutie, man. She's a spinner. She's like all of 4'11", I think, too. Yeah, I noticed Wednesday Addams in the Netflix series. Trust me. When will these clowns ever understand that men are competitive and by nature when they can't compete, or when the grand prize, if they win, is responsibility with zero authority? And what's the point? Yeah, they never have any answer for that. In fact, they don't even think that far. It's not an afterthought, right? They don't even think that far ahead. I do, because I've been doing this for 20 some odd years. I've written books on it. But you're never gonna ask me about shit anyways. But still, the idea that these guys are just angry and bitter. It's not just the fact that they can't get laid. And by the way, I think that's kind of a cope on your part, Erudite and Elvis. I think it's a cope on you guys' part to think that their entire existence is consumed with the fact that they feel as if they are owed or they deserve sex. They're going to get into that in a little bit here. I wanted to just, I wanted to till the fields myself. Let me catch up with some of these here. I got a few that I got past me. Sancho Bohemian, honestly, they hate you because you changing boys to men. Yeah, well, I have. And then on top of that, it's also improving guys' lives. And I don't think these guys really, and I can't expect them to, but thank you, Roll. Life's good. Don't be a simple card. Thank you. I think that a lot of people, I can show you posts from as far back as 2017, 2018, where guys have told me that they have canceled their date with death. I said, Rollo, I was going to commit suicide. I was making all my plans. I think I've even read you that comment. And there's an essay or post on the Rational Male from around that time. I think it would have been 2017. And it was guys who were telling me that they had decided that you want to know why I always say that when guys commit suicide, it's a pragmatic decision. This is why I'm saying that. Because the guy said, I had a date that I was going to kill myself. I was getting my affairs in order. I was making sure that the kids were going to be taken care of. I wanted to make sure the insurance was here. I wanted all this other stuff, right? Guys are calculating in that sense. And just trying to find some information on like women's nature or something. The guy happened to come across some blog posts of mine, found my book, read my book, and canceled his date with death and met me at the very first 21 convention, and flew out just to meet me and shake my hand. The guy was like tearful. This is the first time I ever had any guy like cry on me, right? He was saying, my children have a father now because of the stuff that you've done. But I'm the asshole. I'm the incel. I'm the guy you don't want to talk to. All right. You know what? That dude and, personal handwritten notes and the testimonials and the stuff people will show me what they've done with the work. That's more valuable to me than you giving me a call to come on your fucking show. No, sorry, not sorry. I know we're not supposed to say that. You still going? Yes, I am. And thanks, Aaron, bro. If someone gave, I need to wrench you. If someone gave me a survey of my thoughts and beliefs because of the age of the internet, I will tell them what they want to hear, not what I think. Exactly. The other thing is like, do you think that these guys are dumb? Do you think that like incels are stupid? Do you think that they're like what their average? What do you think the average IQ of a guy who like identifies as incel is? Because I would say they're probably a lot more intelligent than average people. That's what in fact, that's the problem is like they're too locked up in their head. And maybe if they're a little dumber, they would probably like say, you know what, screw it. I'm going to go out and try some. I'm a big dumb jock. I'm going to go get laid. No, I mean, I can show you studies where from Rob Henderson of all people, where IQ is directly it's a disincentive for sexual partners. It's negatively associated with partner count or with having sex. Smarter guys have a harder time getting laid. You would think it'd be the other way around though, right? Because we're all the same. We're all logical. Well, shit, he's a genius. He's got 160 IQ. He's Rollo Tomasi. He's gifted and talented. I should fuck him. We should have smart babies. That's not how it works. But I would argue that a lot of the guys who are in these communities tend to be a little bit more IQ wise. Maybe they're above average. I don't know. Do they even know? Would they even, I don't know, have that as a variable in the survey? I would, if I could find a way to reliably do it. Let's see. Email sent. Okay, I'll drag it out here in a second. I don't want to run up the flagpole, but I do want to go and have a look at it. From PCU, tonight's band, everyone gets laid. Thanks. Should I have, maybe I should have Giovanni Sanders write us a song, a Red Pill anthem about everybody gets laid. Okay. Hang on. Let me look. Is this it? Now everybody's emailing me. Stop. Just one's enough, guys. I don't need the TikTok. Really. Because I ain't going to post the TikTok up there. What is this? Oh, Instagram. Okay, hold on. Let me have a look. I'm sorry. I have to slow things down here for you. That's about what I expected. Should be all right. I think she probably lasts about maybe the first hour of Access Vegas. Oh, I see. She also found the Lensa filters. Okay. And what else? Oh, they're saying there's two guys in here. I don't know. Do you think the guy in the background with her smoking cigars the boyfriend? Yeah, for somebody who's supposed to be so erudite. Oh, maybe it's the long haired dude. Is it the guy in the gym? All right, he's not too bad. Okay, I'll give you a pass. I don't know. You guys will say he's weesh, but he's got long hair, so I got to give him at least a couple points extra. And she does show gym shots of her. She doesn't have too many shots of her hair. All right, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to show this. I don't want to run. I still kind of like her. So let's get back to it.
Okay, interesting. So I'd be super curious to know, are there other populations that similarly score high on self-victimization? Because when you hear self-victimization,
okay, just say it. Just say feminists. We know we're going there because we want to conflate incels with feminism.
it sounds very cringe and pathetic. And one thing that I've noted, I don't know how you feel about this, one thing that I wrestle with the incel population is in many ways I'm highly sympathetic to their plight. I think that
they can't even if you're sympathetic to their plight, but yet you can't create a distinction. What constitutes an incel? I have to kind of doubt your sympathy towards
many
them.
ways, like they are kind of underserved and like overly dismissed is probably a better accurate way of describing this. However, if you get into these spaces and you end up having to talk to incels, some of them are normal. Like there's a lot of normal ones, but some of them are the most like vitriolic, horrific, awful people you'll ever talk to, right? That are extremely victim mindset. They're incredibly entitled and they're incredibly, incredibly aggressive towards like women.
I want to know how. Okay, so how do you determine that, erudite pudding? How do you determine that? How do you separate the fact that like, okay, they're just over the top. They're just like whacked, right? They're just it's all
misogyny.
That's all it is, right? What about the guys who know their shit? What about the guys who are right? And the very fact that they're presenting information to you that is like kind of hard for you to like digest. Does that mean that they have a problem? Because I'm gonna dig into some other. I got some other stuff here in my notes here. I kind of covered the implicit bias aspect, but I'm gonna come back to that in a second. But I have found, dealing with these communities, that the language of empiricism, the language of data, the language of stats is indistinguishable from hate if all you can speak is the language of emotion. So just because a guy's not kissing your ass and the guy says, well, for instance, 75% of women initiate divorces in the United States. You're an incel. Like I have been accused of being an incel just for stating that stat. I've been let me think of what else. What else can I throw out there? Oh, hybristophilia. That's a real good one. I just talked about that a little while ago. If I point out statistics for hybristophilia, I'm an incel. If I use Rob Henderson's stats for the fact that, 80% of men are deemed unattractive by women on dating apps. Not me, Rob Henderson. I'm just parroting back the words and the stats. You're an incel. Why is that important to you? I don't know. Why is it important to Rob Henderson? Why is it important to the people who did the study? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just the fucking messenger, man. I just work here. But I'm the dick. But the guys that you want to, I'm a dick without a DR in front of my dick, right? I'm a guy who's just like, I'm gleeful about it, according to Chris Williamson and probably Michaela Peterson too, because I call her on her bullshit. But what makes the distinction? What makes an incel? Because if you're going to call yourself an involuntary celibate, which I think is like kind of dubious at best, I would say there's definitely voluntary celibates. I think guys can go get laid if they want to, either by force or by choice or by, making themselves better. Right. And I don't mean force by force. I mean, like they're going to actually exercise some control over themselves. And I will agree with one thing that Will said here. And I do notice this in the black pill doomer communities and in certainly, I guess if you want to call them in like a classic, if I was to call somebody an incel, I would say part of that is, well, certainly victimization, but it's also this resignation to their own fate, right? They can't change your stars. I'm ugly. I'm a chin cell. Do you even know what a chin cell is? I do. Do you know what a vol cell is? I do. Do you know what a fem cell is, or a height cell, or height mogging? Do you know the lingo, brah? Because I sure the fuck do. But I do agree with the fact that it's very I don't say codependent, but it's very self-reaffirming, I guess. And it's like the crabs in the barrel analogy, right? The crab crawls to the top of the barrel. It never really gets out because another crab pulls him back down in. Yeah, it can be like that, but it wasn't always like that. And the only reason why we're even having a problem, but incels have been around for a long time. Now suddenly it's a problem in 2023, right before 2024. Thank you. Very, very funny, Emilio. Oh my goodness.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh,
I just want the ooh. I'm 41, 6 figures, gym built, charming behaviors. personality. How's that? I don't date overweight girls. Must be at least 5 years younger. Pickings so slim out here, bro. Yeah, well, you have already decided to date at least 25% of the population. How to build abundance. Don't even want abundance, just a steady supply of pussy. Here's what you do, Jacob. You join Men of Action and get out there and do shit. It's getting out there and putting yourself into situations where you're in a better position to actually facilitate what it is that you want to do. Fish where the fish are. You will only get what you've gotten if you keep doing what you have done. The best advice I can give you is like diversify your efforts, diversify your portfolio. If it's slim pickings and where are you? Paducah, Kentucky? I don't know where you're at. If it's slim pickings where you're at, go where the fish are biting, man. Go to Brickell. Come to Vegas, man. Come and do an MOA with Mike. And this is not me. I'm just throwing this to Mike. I mean, use my link, but I mean, go hang out with Mike and do his infields, man. If that's where you want to go. If you want to just spin plates, and I don't see why you shouldn't at 41. Yeah, join MOA. It's the best thing I can tell you. And again, it sounds like I'm selling you something. And I am, but like, if you want to get out and go do something, that's probably the best way I can think of it. What you got here? What are your thoughts on Starbucks pessimism? Let's come back to that. I'll come back to that. I got a couple other, I saw your other, don't worry. I got all those super chats. They're starred. I got 8 super chats starred right now. So chill out. Philippines. Yeah, go there. Go talk to Filipina P. Oh, that's another thing. If you don't want to go do MOA, you can just go talk to Filipina P. Get off the plane and she'll have like, I don't know, probably half a dozen girls waiting for you when the plane lands and then you're on the tarmac. I love her. I really do. I'm not being a dick. I'm not being funny. I actually think she's spot on. Maybe she's an incel too, right? You know, passport. Are passport bros, do they qualify as incels? Probably not, because they're actually trying to actively like get laid. So therefore, they wouldn't be involuntarily celibate because they're trying to voluntarily get after it. So, okay, maybe they're not. Just a note. Oh, Erudite is married. Her husband's name is Nick, the guy with the long hair. Okay. All right. Okay. Also short, 5'6". Okay. Good for him. Good for her. How old is that? How tall she is or how tall he is? Well done, Zomboy. Thank you for doing the detective work for me. And again, great. Awesome. You know, in fact, I'm all for guys with long hair. Your personal opinion, Rolo, does it make sense to promote intra-racial marriage since AAs and Ws are people population? I'll come back to that, Dark Knight. I will come back to that. I'm going to answer off-topic super chats will be after I get through the rest of this. Which isn't going to last too much longer. We're at Article 4 right now. So let's keep going.
And I think that's like always a tension that I have with incels is like this high level of empathy. But then when other people are like, yeah, but aren't they like kind of pieces of shit? I'm like, yeah, sometimes.
Okay. Let me explain something to you. First off, if you're going to call them pieces of shit, you have no empathy for them. And then second of all, you don't have empathy for them in the first place. You have sympathy for them. Empathy means you can feel their pain. It means like, okay, it's like, see this rip on my arm? Look at that. Oh man, what a that is a laceration of epic proportions. I ripped myself. I am surprised that I didn't get stitches for this thing, honestly. Barbed wire and quads don't mix. Just putting that out there. So yeah, when I was wearing the compression sock on Access Vegas, I actually needed that. It wasn't me trying to make a fashion statement. Look at Rolo. He's his midlife crisis. Dude, I'm fucking built better than 90% of you fuckwits anyways. But no, I actually needed it, right? But like, here's the thing. If you haven't done what I did, like ripped your arm open, I'm not going to tell you how I did. If you haven't done this, then you can't empathize with it. You can sympathize. Oh, fuck, that looks painful. Oh, God, gnarly, But maybe you get the heebie-jeebies and like, little butterflies in your stomach and stuff like that. But you can't empathize because unless you've broken your foot or you've broken your leg or had something, unless you've experienced what that person is going through too, you don't empathize. That's what empathy is. You can empathize with it because you've done it yourself, but you can sympathize for sure. I need to make that clear because people think that women have some sort of like supernatural ability to empathize. They don't. They absolutely don't. And the sympathy that they give is by their own volition. It's not because that they have some supernatural ability to be more sympathetic or more nurturing. We like to believe that. And can they be? Yeah, to the people they want to be. But empathy is something that is shared between individuals. Sympathy is like, oh my God, dude, here, let me help you. Let me, like, for instance, when I rip this open, my wife is like, she's a medical professional, so she's helping me out. And so she's probably seen it before, but she's never had this happen to her before. So she can sympathize and go, oh, poor baby, bite this rags from like scrub this with iodine. That's sympathy as far as my wife's concerned. But then empathy is like if you had done it yourself. Like, for instance, if you broke your arm and somebody else has broke their arm, you go, oh, dude, I know how it feels. That's empathy.
They certainly are. Is that this like victimization, or do you guys look into other things like antisociality and like stuff like that?
So we haven't looked into anything like that, but my own thinking on that is,
imagine that.
When I started researching this topic, I thought, how could somebody identify with such a unusual aspect of themselves? But then I got to thinking, incels actually get a lot out of their identity. They get a need to belong. They get a sense of fraternity with other incels. They get a virtuous victimhood identity, which is very, very popular.
They like to commiserate. Yeah, that's pretty much a given.
In modern times, and particularly online, victimhood is in vogue right now. So incels are like, well, I want a piece of that victimhood pie. And most importantly,
let me throw a curveball here for you. Okay. Whenever people are analyzing other people, we want to find fault in them. We want to say, well, the reason they would do this is because X, Y, and Z, right? We can all become armchair therapists. I do it too, right? We can all say, okay, this sounds like this would probably be true. And if your implicit bias, it comes from sort of like a girl world. If what sounds truthy to you is a product of sort of your upbringing, or maybe being the feminist award-winning evolutionary psychologist at University of Austin. Go Longhorns. It's Texas A&M, my bad. But if that's the case, and you're applying that implicit bias to this, then by saying, well, they just want to feel like they belong. Well, everybody does, right? Well, that's what men do. We have tribes. That's what women do too. That's why they have little coffee clutches and collectives themselves, right? There's all what's called a peer clutch. I know I'm using scientific terms. Right? So that sounds truthy, but the reason why they would do that is where the pathology is. So they just do it because they want validation. Like you'll hear this from all kinds of guys, like those red pill guys who are spinning plates, those guys who who lick the ice cream, right? Thank you, Hafiz, who like fuck a whole lot of women and they ruin those women for other guys. Those guys, they do that because they want validation. No, they don't. They do it because they want to get off. Can't they just like want to fuck, like for the sake of fucking? The reason why you're jerking off to like God knows how many windows of porn right now is not because you want validation. It's because you want to get off. People, by the way, people don't get drunk to drown their sorrows. They do it to enjoy themselves. I mean, this is from a guy who's worked in the industry for 25 some odd years. And by the way, that's also there's a scientific study about that as well. People tend to get drunk and they tend to become alcoholics as a result of not of drowning sorrows, but of enjoying themselves at things that they do. That's why it's very difficult. That's one of the things that makes it so difficult to get sober, is because the things that you used to love to do drunk, you can't do them anymore. You have to determine whether you liked doing them because you were ripped or you were buzzed, or because you actually enjoyed the actual thing itself. But it's very similar to wanting to say, well, the reason why those giga chads are fucking all those girls is because they really want validation and they want other guys to think more of them than they really are. It's like, no, that's not. They just like to fuck. Can they just like to fuck? Perhaps that should be at least somewhere factored into that equation. No, never is. And the reason for that is because it's intersexual competition. Well, you have a character flaw. Well, I do. Yes. You just like to fuck because you want validation. No, I like getting my dick sucked. No, I think it's validation. I think you like to have that girl on your arm. You want to show off. You want everybody to think you're a big man. No, I like taking her doggy style, man. I like getting after it with her. It's fucking great. And then you know what? Her friend's into it too. So, no, you just do that because you want guys to think you're. See the cycle. So you're never going to be able to tell somebody that what they do is for validation when they're just like, feels good to me. I don't know. You're the psychologist, not me.
I think they get an excuse to not participate in an anxiety-inducing mating market. So you can apply that to pornography too. How many times have I told you about sedation? So that could be a form of sedation, actually. Like your affirmation and your commiseration on incel forums or like whatever, that's a form of sedation and not doing things. So I don't know how valid his assessment is of this when I could make a similar argument towards like, I don't know, smoking too much weed, playing too much World of Warcraft. I don't know, whatever's hot. You playing too many video games. You could anything. What's your escape, right? You could make that same argument towards everybody's escape. So are you saying that being an incel is like some sort of lifelong identity factored escape? If incels have this negative self-view of themselves as being victims, and what I think they do is that they performatively antagonize other people. So it engineers criticism, and they can use this to verify their worldview that they're victimized by society at large.
Okay. So if that's the case, then I'm an asshole, right? Because I'm just doing this to sort of antagonize everybody. Oh, Rollo, people would like you and they'd want you on the show if your delivery was different. No, it's not the delivery. It's me giving you the information. I can talk in a monotone voice, just like I don't have an accent. I can talk in a monotone voice and tell you that women break rules for alphas and make rules for betas. And here's the qualitative studies about these things, and that's how I can. You want me to do text to voice? I could do that. People will be like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" I'm not going to watch 1,400 people. I'm not going to watch 1,500 people. They're not going to tune in for that shit. Trust me. They want emphasis. They want a little bit of pizzazz. They want some fucking sizzle with the steak, right? I give a lot of steak, okay, but I do give sizzle too. Trust me, I'm a full service asshole. So, but the thing is like, you see what he just did there. I would back it up, but I'm not going to. It's unfalsifiable, meaning that, well, they're antagonistic because they're trying to reinforce themselves and try to like sort of gaslight themselves, right? To give up. And in some ways he's right, but he's only right because he's basically created an unfalsifiable argument. They do what they do because what they do reinforces that, and then it comes back around again. That's what it comes down to, is unfalsifiability. And by the way, a lot of academics will do that because when they don't know what else to say, it's like, be yourself. It's the pat answer. Well, just be yourself, and the right one will come along. Like that one girl on Joe Rogan, right? There's someone for everyone. That, you know what that is? That's a dismissal. I don't have an answer, but I'm going to go with what sounds truthy and sounds kind of right. So there's someone for everyone. Just be nice. Why can't we have nice classes instead of pickup artist classes? Because they don't fucking work. Because nice don't pay for shit. That's why. The nice card doesn't buy much. And guys figured that out a long time ago, as far back as 2005. But point that out, point out basic facts, point out like empirical realities, and it sounds like hate, sounds like misogyny, sounds like self-loathing. I mean, we could go like, it's easy to say, well, they live in their basements and they play video games all day, because that sounds truthy. You're a basement dweller. You're an incel. You know why? That's just a dismissal. Well, what about the stats that I'm showing you right now? What about the combat deaths? What about selective services? What about the fact that women put filters on Hinge and Bumble for guys who are 6 foot, whatever? What about the statistical facts that women find 80% of men unattractive, 20% might do, and 4.5% are those guys that she'll go after? What about those stats? You're an incel even for bringing that up. Fuck you. I'm going back to playing League of Legends on Twitch and make my millions. It's just a dismissal. It's just to blow you off. Just be yourself, brah. Be nice. It's always worked for me. Just smile and they suck my dick. Yeah, I can deliver it like that, or I can say, you know what? Here's the thing: is you're just basically creating an unfalsifiable argument. in this, or that your reasoning for dismissing these guys is an unfalsifiable argument.
So there is research to show that incels very much believe society hates them. So in line with self-verification.
No, they don't believe that. They believe that women don't want to have anything to do with them. Not that society hates them, but that women don't want to fuck them. That's what it's about. I'm sure that there are incels out there who have very high-paying jobs, who are probably very intelligent people. They would not say that society hates us. No, they would tell you that we live in a gynocentric social order for sure. I would hope they would. But they would not say that society hates me, or they would say that, you know what they would say is that they would say, I'm doomed because I didn't win the genetic lottery. But I doubt that would come out of their mouths. Now, they do like to commiserate for sure.
Theory, it's in their interests to find information that verifies that worldview.
Right.
Which is unignorable today when everyone has a phone with a cell phone with a camera in it.
And, so they'll push you and try to get you to victimize them. And then they'll use that as...
Well, the issue is they're not wrong.
So you calling them an incel and blowing them off for presenting data that you don't have any counter argument to is really their fault. For presenting you with that. So you were forced to blow them off with the insult of calling them an incel, which is what they really wanted, because that's pandering to themselves and they feel better about themselves because you just victimized them by calling them an incel. Is that where we're going? Because that's the unfalsifiable argument right there. It's this circular fucking logic. I mean, logical fallacy after logical fallacy here.
Like, the world does hate incels. Nobody likes incels. All mass shooters are blamed on being incels, right? We don't really know what to do with mass shooters when they aren't incels, because they're just like the easy go-to. And then at the same time, you're right. There is like in my like Discord community, we've had a couple of like very, very loud kind of like, of course, like the loud, whiny, whingy ones are going to be the small minority of the collective group. But they'll.
So there's some nicer, less loud. So the less loud you are, the less whiny and whingy you are. It doesn't change the fact that what they're saying is either it's true or it's false. Again, it's feels before reals. No, it's feels and only feels.
Come in and everyone tries their best to be like pretty sympathetic and empathetic, because it's like incels, like these types of incels are in many ways like the community's like main focus of like wanting to help, but they're like so desperate to just be hated by us that they just like kind of, it seems like, utilize every possible tactic to just like make themselves unlikable to us.
So how does that differ? How does that make incels different from guys who are just self-loathing? How does that make incels? Because you don't have to be an incel to be an annoying fuck. Trust me, I know Aaron Clary. You don't have to be an incel to be whiny and whingy and outspoken. But if you are, is this within the realm of possibility that you can be getting laid? You can be married maybe for 27 years, bring up the same data sets that the quote unquote incels are, and not actually be a self-identifying incel. Can that exist on planet fucking Girl? Because I sure as hell think it can. And if that's the case, then you need to reassess what the fuck you think an incel is, because right now it's just an epithet.
Oh, which is very interesting.
Dumb connects to OCD
Yeah.
sometimes.
When they don't feel like they have a stake in society, all they're going to do is try and keep thumbing their nose at society, subvert the whole thing. And yeah, I very much agree with you that they'll try and engineer that criticism. But yeah, I also very much agree with what you said.
It's not engineering criticism. That's the problem. You will criticize them for bringing up accurate data that you source yourself from people you know. That's why I'm a dick. That's why I'm an asshole. That's why I'm abrasive and caustic, right? I'm just citing the same sources that you are. It's just I do it with a smile and a stiff middle finger, right? I rub your noses in it and you don't have any counter argument for it. So you think it's me. So it's who hurt you. That's essentially what they're saying. Incels are just guys who present facts that we don't have any counter argument for. So we have to find something. We have to find a dismissal. So the dismissal is who hurt you. Emotionalism. We don't have an answer to your rational language. So we got to answer you with an emotional reframe.
At the start about incels are pretty much the number one socially sanctioned punching bag that you can jump online on Twitter and just have at it. Say as much vitriol as you want about incels, and you'll probably get a lot of, yes, queen, go tee off, whatever. And it's kind of weird. Like Jordan Peterson, he was asked on Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan asked him, "Oh, are you the representative of these weirdo group of incel men?" And Jordan Peterson kind of just said, "Sure, why not?
Right.
Aren't the marginalized supposed to have a voice?"
All right. Well, let's go have a look. Shall we look at the tape, gentlemen? Let's have a look at the tape.
Wrap it up. I don't want to, but I have to. I want to ask you just quickly, the film director Olivia Wilde has a new movie out, which she says is based on you, this insane man, this pseudo-intellectual hero to the incel community. Incel being these weirdo loner men who are despicable in many ways. Is that you? Are you the intellectual hero to these people?
Sure. Why not? People have been after me for a long time because I've been speaking to disaffected young men. What a terrible thing to do that is.
Take ownership
I thought
of
the marginalized were supposed to have a voice.
Own it. Come on.
It's making you emotional. Talk about that.
Well, God,
I've done the video on this. I won't make you endure this. I will not make you endure this. But let's be honest here. Will, this is probably not the best example. I got the whole thing. I can play the rest of the video if you guys insist. But this is a guy who has said, if women don't want you, they're fucking right. You need to sack up and be better than a piece of shit. But at the same time, when he's on Piers Morgan, he's going to own you. Is that your God? Is this your king? Is that your God right there? Incel dudes? I would be insulted if that was me. I'm not an incel, but man, I can see the freaking hypocrisy right there. And it's like we're delivered with crying on demand, man. Or crying on coming down off his benzos or whatever the fuck he's on. Off his meds. Maybe it's not benzo. But yeah, I mean, this is the same dude who's saying that if you try to get with women and you are trying to lick the ice cream, you're no better than a rapist. This is a dude. That's your king. This is the dude that you're going to use as sort of like the guy who's sympathetic with incels. Of course you are, because you're the leading expert on feminist evolutionary psychology, Will. And I happen to know that you are really tight with, Jordan Peterson, Dr. David Buss, and Chris Williamson, and most likely probably Michaela Peterson as well. And it would not surprise me to see you doing a series of TED-style talks at Peterson Academy as soon as you are done with this study. And then you can talk shit about everybody and reconfirm your own biases. Yeah. And meanwhile, paying for the meager sum of $500 or $5,500. That it's only going to cost you that. What a fucking investment, man! You know how much money I pay to get into Sticky Plus every month? You're a fucking bargain, man. That cost me a lot. I have a lot of operating costs to be the dick that I am. But this is the same guy who would say those same people are rapists. Who would say those same people, the girls are right and you're wrong. Just depends on whatever pills you had that fucking day. And this is the guy that you're going to use as an example. Really?
That was great.
Yeah, I did too.
Real great. How did you feel about the when he was saying they're right, you're wrong? That little clip that didn't seem to make it into this video.
Okay, interesting. So I kind of have this tension. I have so many questions about. I'm so glad you guys are doing research into incels, because I have so many questions about incels. I am desperate to get data to you guys so that I can ask you guys infinite amounts of questions. Because I'm super curious about ideology things. I'm curious
because this is really bugging me, and I need some definitive answers so that I can dismiss these asshats.
Curious to know ACE scores, for example, because I have some suspicions, which is I'll tell you my theory, and I'm curious what you think about it. I have a hard time looking at incels and not seeing intergenerational trauma. We've got high levels of mental health.
That sounds truthy. Let's go with it.
High levels of suicidality, high levels of alcoholism, which are extremely common expressions in high levels of intergenerational trauma.
Okay, let's put the brakes on just for a second there. Okay, can you please show me the stats that you have that show that incels are more alcoholic and they're more addicted to prescription pain pills, they're more depressive, can you please, like, is there links that I'm missing here? Is there something that I haven't seen? Because that sounds to me like just basic stats for the 18 to 24-year-old demographic. That sounds like these stats right here. That sounds like you're talking about these dudes, right? It sounds like you're talking about these dudes. And perhaps these chicks and these dudes, right? Or virginity, right? There you go. Is that what we're going about? Because remember, this is from the GSS study of, also 2018. You're using old data, first off, if that's where you're going with it. I don't even know where she's going with this, okay? You're using old data, most likely, or you're probably been the database you're accessing in your like short-term memory right now is based on old data, okay? So what about that?
And we have had in the last century alone, men going to war and dying, men coming home with shell shock, but it not being properly diagnosed, and then high levels of single motherhood as well, because it's always assumed that the mother takes the children, right? So high level. No,
that's pretty much a fact, my little girlfriend. 16% men, 84% of women. It's not just a Bubba Miza.
Of intergenerational bad masculine dynamics between a father and their children. The importance of the same-sex role model in the child's development and sense of self. And so when I look at the incel population, I don't know how to look at them other than a marginalized population.
Maybe it has something to do with this. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Obviously. And the problem with this is the unsexy part of the left, right? Is marginalized populations aren't always fun, cute, romantic, and beautiful. A lot of time they're messy, and it's really hard to extend them love.
Now, a lot of times they're like white guys with hard dicks and they want to get wet. Those things, that's kind of our uncomfortable, marginalized population.
Sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's really, really awful. And so I would suspect to see high levels of ACE, high levels of personality disorders, although I have my feelings about the DSM-5 and how it even characterizes the personality disorders. Is that something that you would expect to see as well, or anything that you guys in the future?
Notice what? So personality disorder. I think they're all fucked up in the head, and they all have personality disorder. By the way, since we're on the topic of personality disorders, Putin, the APA has decided that. This is another thing decided back in 2018, 2019. The APA decided that traditional masculinity or conventional masculinity is a personality disorder. So we kind of need to define terms.
Future plan to be testing for?
Yeah, I'm sure other research has found a history of childhood bullying for sure. And we're looking into that too. Preliminary data suggests that is very prevalent. Also, childhood abuse, whether that's from parents or other.
Or other people, like at school. Yeah. Here's the thing. One of the things that I struggle with helping guys out, and I know Mike Sartain struggles with this too, is whenever I'm trying to deal with a guy who can't get laid or he wants to improve his life, or I have guys who are my personal clients who I'll spend an hour, in some cases 2 hours, talking to these guys. And their bigger problem isn't so much getting laid. It's they don't know how to socialize. They don't know how to socialize with other guys, much less women for that matter, because they're a generation that was raised behind a screen. The social skills that you used to learn from the time you were say, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old till the time you're 18 years old are not the same. They're not the same thing that we have anymore. I see the picture. Thank you very much. Don't make me put that up there. Sam's posting pictures in my private chat. But guys have a tough time understanding how to interact with other guys, much less women for that matter. Because a lot of the times the social skills that help you sort of pal around and, rib guys and, hey, what's up, man? When I first met Mike Sartain, I knew immediately he was kind of guy I could punch in the arm, right? He was the kind of guy I could just climb on his back and say, fucking Justin Waller, for example. Like, if I go and I see Justin Waller, the way I greet Justin Waller is like, "What's up, fucking Huckleberry?" Like that kind of shit. That's guys in the quote unquote incel generation or whatever. Like these guys who are like they're describing right now. That wouldn't even occur to them because they don't know how to interact. They don't know how to be guys. In fact, if anything, they've been raised as defective girls. And that's what I want to get at right here, because this is the part that I have written down here actually, is that incels are the ugly byproduct of feminine empowerment. Okay. We have systematically demasculinized, and I don't mean emasculated, I mean demasculinized men. You can say, well, we feminized them. Well, yeah, we have, because that's the inevitable result of it. But we have demasculinized. We brought down the masculine influence in the last 4 generations. If you think about it, you could make an argument for the baby boom if you want, but certainly Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, and whatever is in between, all that shit, right? Is there something? I don't know. Anyways, it's this demasculinization. It's like the brain, like, let's ratchet that down and we'll ratchet it up in women, right? Because we're giving them more rights. They can go out and we talk about this all the time. Okay. But I'm an incel for bringing it up, right? Sorry. That's must be the incel in me, right? But they're what I call the sons of Cain. Okay. The sons of Cain, in biblically speaking, are the ones who are the fallaways. They're the people who just say, you flip the bird to God and country and everything. Like, why bother? Why bother doing any of this? What's their fucking incentive? Can you like the number one problem that you'll hear from Peterson all the way to these guys to anybody else is that these guys are purposeless and they're struggling to find meaning. No, they're just trying to find a purpose. They're trying to find something to do. There's no more frontiers to conquer. There's no more mountains to climb. And if they do, some bitch is right there to go, why do you feel like you have to climb a mountain? Right? That's the vitriol that they're met with. So what's their incentive? We want to say, like, you guys got, man, I'll tell you, man, the latter half of the millennials and all of Gen Z right now, if you identify as an incel, or if you're like, even if you're just an average dude, and you're like, I can't fucking piece all this shit together, and all you're hearing is conflicting messages from chicks on TikTok, from Instagram, from guys in the red pill community, from watching just popular media, like popular, music, movies, literature, fucking Netflix shows, right? What's the message? I mean, you're bombarded with this shit constantly. So of course you don't have the social skills. Of course you can't do this shit. Of course it's tough. Of course you're looking for answers. Of course you're looking for the dad you never had. It's not because those guys dropped the ball. It's because all this shit is just piled on top of you. It's because we're in the cusp of a generation that used to be, we had to acculturate ourselves by doing shit with the generation now that is raised behind a screen. What I called buffers in my first book that everybody laughed at that time, and they're not fucking laughing anymore. So when we look at you want to talk, this is a generational thing. I agree, but it's not, you're right, but for the wrong reasons, right? I think that it is a generational thing. And I think it's because of a lack of social skills. I think that these stats right here, where'd it go? For autism, remember, this is like diagnosis, okay? Being diagnosed as being autistic, what is that accurate? Like, is that a medical condition, or is that you're diagnosing these kids because they act up in school? We're going to give them Ritalin. We're going to give them Adderall. You can't learn. Johnny can't learn like Susie. There's something wrong with him. And you start it at 5 years old. And now that kid's 25 years old and he's an incel. Because you raised him as a defective girl. And because you did that, now he's a man who is a defective woman. But if anybody comes up, an Andrew Tate figure or a Rollo Tomasi, or hell, I don't care who the fuck it is, anybody, and a Kevin Samuels, a Justin Waller, whoever, anybody who becomes a positive masculine sort of, influence on that guy, you're going to say he's toxic because it goes against the mainstream, which is gynocentrism. Like, these are the conversations you need to be having, man. Not this bullshit like where you're stroking each other off for your own like implicit biases. This is why you don't want me on your show. This is why you don't want to talk to me. I'll be happy to talk to you. I'll be happy to do this with you live. I'll be happy to do it with either one of you guys, but I don't expect the call.
There's, all of that I would expect to find. I'm not too sure about the intergenerational, kind of, it almost sounds epigenetic of victims of war. I would say that, the sources of meaning for men's lives are lacking now. And
how very Petersonian of you. They're lacking meaning. No, dude, they're lacking fucking purpose is what they're lacking. A job. They're lacking an animal to kill. They're lacking an enemy. They're lacking a new frontier to conquer. They're lacking a fucking war to fight or a crisis to solve, a problem to solve. That's what they're lacking. And instead, they're getting told that they're dickheads for even wanting that.
Even warfare might have given that to a lot of incels in the past and the promise of potential mates. But
yeah, see? Oh man, that's a juicy one right there. War used to kill off incels. We're just not killing these guys off quick enough. So what do you have to do? Well, if they get too out of hand, then they're going to take over the world and they're going to get pissed off, or they're going to get together, form coalitions, and they're going to raise hell. They're going to turn into Antifa. Right? Maybe not. But they're like the number one most dangerous thing in the world. The biggest threat, I would say, to sort of like any organization that you can name right now is men banding together and doing something together. Notice what's happened. And I hate talking like this and I hate bringing this up, but I got to at least make an effort here. This is not me getting conspiracy theory. This is not me getting whatever. I'm the last person who would say that, right? I'm the one who says it's all because we're just doing what naturally comes to human beings. And I still believe that. But look at the disincentivizing of guys going to college. Look at the disincentives for guys to even try to get laid. How many incels don't get laid because they're just like, well, fuck it. It's crabs in the barrel, right? It's the juice ain't worth the squeeze. So all I'm going to do is the minimum effort to get along. I'm going to jerk off and get my sex doll. I'm going to take my fucking Vicodin. I'm going to order Uber Eats and I'm going to play World of Warcraft when I'm not doing that. I'm just going to do enough coding so I can make money, so I can pay the rent, keep the lights on, and keep the booze and the fucking weed and everything else coming. Just enough subsistence level to do those things and not really get any better. And you know what? Tradcons to these people right here are going to say, you're not living up to your performance duties, mister. Why? The bigger question, you know what whether you're Tradcon or, I don't know, intellectual dark web people, whatever you want to call them, the one thing that they will never, ever be able to answer adequately is why? What's the motivation? What's the incentive? I think I mentioned this earlier. I would like to do a show with Aaron Clary and Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto. And what I want to address is this constant droning from like people like I was saying before, Tommy Lahren, about how there's no men in the workforce. They're just not living up to their responsibilities. What fucking responsibilities? What? Who cares? Their only responsibility is to keep the lights on, keep the Uber Eats coming, keep the weed, coming semi-regularly, keep the internet bills coming on so they can play fucking World of Warcraft or whatever your game is, and they can stroke off the porn. And then commiserate about how they can't find a chick and then watch Shaq's Vegas and Fresh and Fit. Why do anything else? Rejoice. Everything's done for you. And ladies, there's no good men. All we could do is share these gigachads, and they're not going to commit. You get the men that you created. And that's what it comes back down to. This is the generation of guys that is the first real, I would say, arguably, the first direct generation that was created by gynocentrism and by feminism. Oh, their purpose. They're searching for meaning. No, man, it's not fucking Viktor Frankl shit. They don't have a job to do. They don't have an enemy to kill. They don't have a deer to gut. They have nothing to do, man. And they're not, you know what used to motivate them to do shit? Pussy. That's what used to motivate them. Oh, we don't have any wars to fight. Yeah, so what do? We sedate them. We sedate them with porn. We sedate them with games. We sedate them with whatever is going to be a good dopamine hit. And the more immediate it is, the better you're going to sedate them. That's really how it works. So men, if you want to be better men, you have to learn to find ways to get your dopamine hits in very healthy ways. What do you mean, Rolo? dopamine's a bad thing. No, but dopamine's a very good thing if you know how to purpose it for your life. Go to the gym, you're going to get a dopamine hit after you get it. It's like runner's high, right? You're going to go there, you're going to feel better because you're going to be releasing endorphins and shit that's going to make it, like, I'm not a endocrinologist, but you're going to be releasing hormones in your body. That's not only are you going to like feel good because you're getting bigger and better, right? And you're losing weight, but also because you feel better. So that's number one. Maybe you eat better. Maybe you're sleeping better. That's how do you balance your dopamine? Don't stop jerking off. I'm not an endorser of like no fap because in the sense that it's like woo woo magical. So he or she will get aligned. No, it's just like you are hungry. If you're eating all the time, you're not going to go out and do much of anything. You're like we used to have to kill our food. Now we can go to Taco Bell and get a burrito supreme, Mexican pizza. And why would you do anything? It's only like a buck and a half for a freaking chalupa or what? I don't know. Maybe it's more than that now. It's pretty cheap. You don't have to kill it. People make it for you. It's right there. And the freaking Diablo sauce is delicious. But you didn't have to do much of anything to get to it. Jerking off to porn, same thing. You didn't have to do anything. You have to go take her out on a date. She doesn't have a head. Porn never has a headache. Fuck it. Why would I do anything else? That's really what it boils down to. It's not meaning. Oh, Ganza. Meaning and magic. Whoa. No. You don't have purpose. You don't have anything to do. That's what, okay, so how do I come to that conclusion? Because the guys that I talk to, first of all, they lack the social skills with other guys, but they also don't know what to do with their lives. It's like a Twisted Sister video. What do you want to do with your life? They don't know. They don't know what to do with their lives. Rollo, should I get into coding? Or should I go to college? Or should I go become a welder? Should I get in the military? Please show me how to live. That's not meaning. I need a fucking direction, man. That's what it is. And you know who's like the biggest purveyor of this bullshit? And that's Jordan fucking Peterson. Oh, they're looking for this existential essentialism and meaning. No, they're not. They need a job to do. They need a problem to solve. And preferably a problem to solve that in so doing makes them happy and fulfilled in doing that, because happiness comes from the doing. And then if at the end of doing it, you look better and chicks want to fuck you because you solved a really great problem for them or whatever, society or whatever else, or maybe you look better as a result of working on that oil derrick, so much the better. Now I'm not an incel anymore. Purpose.
But yeah, you're right about it's not very sexy to help some groups at times. And, you know, it's uncomfortable data, but struggles or failures to succeed in heterosexual mating is one of the biggest predictors of suicidality out there. And, you know, the solution to that is kind of
and
not
crime.
that palatable.
So, yeah, and crime, unless they're sedated, punkin'. But he did hit on something there. It's like, if you can't get laid, you're probably going to be a little bit more suicidal, particularly if you get zeroed out. And you want to know how that happens? You get close. You get pretty close to the mark. You get the girlfriend. Oh man, I could feel it, just taste it. And then you find out, just as this one dude did recently, I just saw this story, that the girl that you've been interacting with on OnlyFans, that you think you're going to meet up with at the end of the month, she turns out to be AI. She turns out to be a phantom, sex phantom. And that dude killed himself as a result of that. I don't have it loaded up. Sorry. There is a story, and I've seen it going around on Instagram and Twitter right now, but the guy who like ended up deleting himself because he found out that the chick he thought was real and he was going to actually I got a chance with wasn't. And that was enough to zero him out. Poor incels.
Right. Yeah. Crime. Absolutely. And that holds true regardless of incel identity. And misogyny, unwanted celibacy predicts misogyny regardless of incel identity. So all of this stuff of like...
What's misogyny? I need some defined terms here. Oh, it's the hatred of women. Okay, well, that's pretty broad and ambiguous, and we're still chasing squirrels up that tree.
You know, that's what we say in our latest paper on the incel mating psychology, is that interventions that improve incels mating intelligence and help them with their mating prospects will have the added benefits of improving their own mental health, but also the potentiality for violence outwardly as well.
Okay, so I would like to know, and I don't know these things, so maybe I can be educated on. I'm not so full of myself that I can't be educated. What exactly is the healthy dating thing? What's the premise of that? You know, we've shown, like, I love how these guys, and God, thank you, Josh Fluke, for making me aware of this, because I've been watching Josh Fluke recently. What studies? Is there like something I'm not, because I was looking at the links, I didn't see any studies there. What studies are you talking about that have like positively associated, guys, getting laid to their suicidality? I want to know what those are. And then the other thing is like, well, if these guys just take if they take their re-education camp courses and learn how to treat a woman nice. Remember, Joe Rogan was suggesting that just 4 or 5 years ago. Why can't we have pickup artists to teach guys to be nice? Is that what you're talking about, Will? In Ireland? God said he can get me out of this, but he's pretty sure you got it fooked. Wait, do I have that? I do.
The Lord tells me he can get me out of this mess, but he's pretty sure you're fucked.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're fooked.
Right, yeah. It's kind of very much, I think somebody described it to me as like incels very much feel like they're sitting at a table starving while they're watching these like gluttonous fat women like shove their mouth full of everything that they want. And then
I thought you didn't know anything about incels, and you didn't even know the forms that they dwell upon. When
they like reach for a single grape, women are like, stop that, you dirty pig, right? And they're like, what the fuck, man? I very much more so view it from like kind of like, I don't know if you're familiar with Brené Brown, old
Hold on.
Brené Brown, not like new Brené Brown, where she talks about like the internalized process of shame and how like things that we need but cannot get and we feel shamed over not achieving, we come to blame those things the most.
Okay, so let me describe some sort of psychological framework that I think I can force fit these guys into, because by doing so, then I feel validated about my own personal beliefs.
Talk a lot about how like incels to me are very much like how strippers come to like hate men. It's kind of like the same process where strippers are all competing for the same money.
That's funny, because every stripper and every OnlyFans girl and pretty much every girl I've met on Fresh and Fit and or Access Vegas, really any of these shows, really, I would not describe them as misandrists. I would not describe them as such. Why is it a presumption that like strippers automatically hate guys? I'll tell you what, they don't hate the guys that are like laying down the good D
and have the resource that's wanted, which is money. And when I suspect when strippers do more poorly in their income, I suspect that we'd see higher levels of misandry among those individuals. And
you would suspect wrong.
We often do, right? Strippers are kind of like notorious for being like highly, highly misandric women who basically think men are ontological evil and they're to be taken advantage of exclusively.
That's funny, because Gia Mia, who was on the show with us on Thursday, she's not a stripper. Maybe she does hate. Do you think I would say she, even Gia, I would not say is a misandrist. I mean, she definitely has some really hot takes on men. Does that mean that she hates them so much she doesn't have anything to do? Like, if you're a misandrist and you're still fucking guys, are you a misandrist? If you're a misogynist and you like fucking women, you like having sex with them, and you love women, but you hate them, are you still a misogynist? I mean, at what point does the behavior sort of belie the mindset? And can you be a misogynist and then go, I don't want to be a misogynist. I'm going to be I love women. I'm going to get after with women on now. Can you do that, or are you like stuck?
Interesting. Yeah, I remember having a very visceral reaction to the movie Hustle. Have you watched that one with J-Lo?
No.
Oh, it's very.
And now we know why you've got the feminist evolutionary psychology award.
Very interesting take. So basically, spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen it, but the movie opens with these strippers, J-Lo and her friends, making bank during the good times, kind of pre-Wall Street crash, and making thousands of money off these Wall Street bros, and all is good. Then the 2008 Lehman crash happens, and suddenly the guys are not coming in giving big tips, and shock horror, J-Lo's character has to get a job at the Gap, and it's like awful trauma. So she responds to this.
You know, that's a fictional story, right, Will?
What else could she do? She had to start drugging the male clients in the strip club and robbing their credit cards while they were drugged up.
I see. So the Cardi B plan for the Cardi B profit model, that one?
Not only does she drug the clients in the strip club, but the movie goes on to watch her drug random men in regular bars. And all the way through, she's heralded as the hero who's kind of like sticking it to the patriarchy of, oh, these rich white men have the money anyway, so it's right to drug them and take their money. It was remarkable that the movie got made, you know?
No, it was not. It's not remarkable whatsoever when you consider that a celebrity of the caliber of Cardi B did exactly that. That's the reality. You know, art imitates life. That's the life. That's the art. How am I the one pointing this out? I don't listen to Cardi B. I don't care about wet ass pussy. That's the only one I know. And I haven't even heard that song. Oh, maybe I heard the chorus line on that. This is why I listen to Slayer. This is why I listen to Lamb of God. I need a palate cleanser. God damn it. After this, I'm going to go listen to like Pantera, fucking Hostile.
Yeah. Does it seem, I haven't seen it, does it seem like the director is like yas queening, or does it feel like it's intentionally made so that viewers want to yas queen, and then it like is like a stark like run in the face of being like, you're yas queening like toxic, horrible behavior?
No, it's not yas queening, dumbass. It's yas Cardi B-ing. How's that?
I thought that, but the turn never came for me.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I believe you.
Went all the way through.
Yeah, interesting. Okay.
It's like, was it like sophomore? You know what sophomore means? It means wise fool. This is like this foolishness that is like, passing is wisdom, right? It's sophomore. This whole fucking show is sophomoric because it's like the blind leading the fucking blind. And I know what they're trying to do here. I mean, this is why I was introduced to this whole thing anyways. They're trying to come off and pass themselves off as fucking legitimate. They're trying to pass themselves off as authorities on incels. This guy's going to do a study so he can get his fucking master's degree on the backs of $20 incels. You're like the hookers he's talking about make more money than you to do the fucking survey. That's going to take you 45 minutes to finish. And maybe the FBI is going to knock on your door right afterwards, right? FBI, open up! Yeah. Yeah, I'm done with this shit. I'm so fucking done with this. It's just pissing me off. Sorry. I don't want to get worked up. Yes, and by the way, that's part of this, which is part of this, which is part of this. Still in a lot of pain. By the way, I do not do pain pills whatsoever. I will never do Oxy. I will never do Vicodin. I will never do Percocet. I don't do alcohol. I just thug it out. All right, so there's that. I'm done with them. I think that's more than enough. But can I read some stuff to you guys? Can we have story time with Rolo here? Here's what I got out of this video. And here's the stuff that I didn't get to. So it's implicit bias is actually the fourth element on my thing. Fourth element. Incels don't feel like they're owed sex. And I think that is the biggest misnomer that people like this make. And the chick that was on with Joe Rogan, the guy that was trying to tell us about the 5 elements that make up a freaking incel, they feel like they're owed sex. They don't feel like they're owed sex. That's just it. You know who thinks that they feel like they're owed sex? The people who think that they ought to be like they are in some way obligated to fuck these guys that they don't want to fuck, which is women. They don't want to have anything to do with that. You don't want to use that whole grape analogy, like slap the grape out of a hand. You don't, stop that. But we're going to give it to Chad over here, right? It's not because they feel entitled that they're owed to that fucking grape, which is sex, right? It's not because of that. I hate that shit. It's like, oh, you're owed sex. Well, then stop behaving as if there are things that I can do to get sex. Right? Like chore play, for example. What do you got? Almost 4 hours. Have to give you something. Thank you very much. I'll give you something back. Your insight about sedation is spot on. Shout out to the chat. Thanks for the books. You are welcome. Yeah, well, I mean, we have to sedate incels because if they don't, then we have an Arab Spring in the United States. Imagine if you took away pornography and you took away easy access to weed and food and all this stuff. If you had to say, look, you're 16 years old. From the time you're 16 to the time you get to be 30, you don't get any porn. You can't. You're not going to be able to get certain kinds of jobs. I mean, you can still get a job. You have to, but you're not going to be able to do certain things that like everybody takes for granted right now. You're not going to be able to jerk off to porn. You're not going to be able to have your access to weed. You're not going to have access to. If you took all those things away, imagine what would happen. People always ask me, they say, well, Rolla, do you think that like male birth control would be a game changer? Not as much as it would be if you took away porn from guys, not as much as you would be if you took away like take away people's sedations, men from the ages of like, let's say 16 till they're 26, 29. If you took away all the sedations right now, what would happen? What would happen in this? Would guys start running for office? Would guys join the military? You can't get laid unless you join the military. You can't get laid unless you're in the gym. You can't get laid. You can still go to the gym. Absolutely. That would definitely be on the list of approved activities. You can't get laid. You can't go and you can't even look at a chick until you learn how to like drive a stick shift. I don't know, whatever. Like force guys to get out and go and do shit, get away from the sedations, the world would explode. It would come to a screeching halt. Either that, it would come to a halt and guys would just like go ape shit. They would either get real productive or they get real destructive. And I would say probably destructive before creative. So anyways, incels are the ugly byproduct of fempowerment. I already made that analysis here. These are the guys you deserve, ladies. Erudite girl, whatever your name is, you deserve this guy. This is who you made. This is who your generation made. I shouldn't say that. This is who the generation of women who came before you created. All those boomers, Xers. I'm an Xer, not a boomer. Those guys, Xers don't take any fucking responsibility for your bullshit. No, this is boomers are to blame for this. Millennials are to blame for this. My kid is freaking great. Thank you very much. But let me explain something to you here. You get the guys you deserve. You get the men you created. This is the future that you thought was going to be so fucking bitchin'. Dalrock used to say this. It's like, oh, feminism would be so great if men would just like get on board with it. If men would just cooperate, then girl world would be ideal. It'd be a utopia. It would look like a police state, but it would be a utopia for women. So we have to sedate our incels because there's more incels than there are guys who are in that 20%. I would argue this. When we talk about the 80-20 rule, okay, the Pareto principle, it's not really the Pareto principle, but in a way it kind of is. It's 80-20. 80% of guys are deemed unattractive. Unattractive. Not, they're ugly. It's just they're not guys that are even in the running. They're not guys that women would even, they're invisibles. They're the invisibles. 80% of guys are the invisibles. Maybe that's a nicer way of putting it because I can't really say they're all beta male blue pill guys. They're just guys that women don't want to have. They just don't even see them. They're invisible. Then there's a 20% of guys who might do. They're not necessarily invisible, but they have to make themselves visible. They have to be able to sell themselves. There's the pitchmen. Remember when I talked about the pitchmen and the girls who are the advertisers? Those are the guys in that 20 percentile who can actually like maybe affect the outcome of their sexual market value for better or worse. I'm not saying that they do. It always works out for them. It doesn't. So that's the 20%. 80% of guys, God, let's get rid of them. 20% of guys, they're in the running. Maybe later on if they prove themselves, they have value added, they'll do. Then there's the 4.5% of that 20, which are the Justin Wallers, the Jason Momoas, the Andrew Tates, the guys who women will 4.5%, by the way. Now, I'm using these as ballpark estimates. I'm not saying these are set in stone across every society. I'm just saying these are the figures, the most recent figures that we have. So if we can use those numbers, 80%, 20%, and 4.5% as a predictive framework, then what can that tell us? How can we sort of operate? What conclusions can we come to? I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'm saying it's better than anything else we have going. So if we say that 20% of guys are kind of in the running, 80% of guys are incels. They would like to get laid. They can't get laid. They are involuntarily celibate. They might be somebody like Mike from Iron Disciples, and they might be somebody like Elliot Rodger. Okay, doesn't matter. They're still. I'm like, Mike's a good-looking guy, man. He clearly he works out. He's very good, but he's not in the running. He's not an incel. I wouldn't call him an incel by any stretch, but a lot of other people would. He's voluntarily celibate until such time he wants to get laid. So maybe he's involuntarily celibate. He just wants it on his terms, which, by the way, is pretty much what incels want. They want it on their terms. That's the whole paradox with OnlyFans. Like, guys can go rub one out to free online 4K streaming, 8K streaming pornography to any variety of porn they want to, anytime they want to. There is a reason pornography is free and ubiquitous. It is a sedation. That's why. I don't like, how is that not? Why am I the one banging a gong on this? You guys should be doing this. I'm not going to be here forever. You're going to have to do this yourself. I'm fine. Don't worry. I don't have cancer. But I ain't going to be here forever. better fucking learn. Better take notes. But the idea that we need to sedate these guys, the 80%ers have to stay sedated with weed, with prescription opiates, with depression, with purposelessness, with I ain't going to college-ness, with what's the point-ness, with despondency, with nihilism, with whatever, hopelessness. Hope is not a strategy. No, but it is a fucking necessity to stay alive. You got to be hopeful in some way to say, you know what? Things suck right now, but maybe things will be better. I'm fine, but I'll get better. I hope things will get better. That's not a strategy, but it is a necessity. That's why I hate that term or that saying. Oh, hope is not a strategy. No, but if you're using it as a strategy, yeah, you're goddamn right. It's not a strategy, but it is a necessity. You know, if that was the case, nobody would ever play football. No one would ever play past the fourth quarter if they were losing. That's a sports analogy. Sorry. Let's say our wars are won on hope. On pep rallies, on picking guys up, looking at a bad situation and saying, you know what, fuck, like never tell me the odds. You know, that's hopeful. You might be fucked, but that's hopeful, right? Sometimes that makes a difference. Sometimes the placebo effect is a real thing. Got to be hopeful in some way, but I'm not saying that you should build your life strategy around hope. No. But it is a necessity. Somebody asked me to talk about that in the past. I figured I'd maybe touch on that a little bit today. The world is run on sedation. Yeah, well, the 80% of guys that are, single and sexless right now are running on sedation. Take away that sedation, and what happens? Did you hold on a second? I have 10 starred off-topic super chats, which I will get to after I talk about Access Vegas. But I do want to finish this up here. Yes, it runs on sedation, and we're sedating 80% of the guys who are they're the invisibles. Great podcast. Does Cappy or Michael have your bail money? FBI, open up! I hope so. I would. Well, Mike needs me more, I think, right now. So Mike would probably come bail me out. Do you think the feds would actually let y'all have bail as enemies of the state? I don't know. We'll see. You'll find out soon enough. I'm playing that up. I don't believe that for a hot second. Rollo, what is your take on Sigma males? Yeah, okay, star that one for later. That will be a real easy one to answer here in a minute. All right, let me finish up here. So I already talked about implicit bias, but I also talked about the feeling owed sex. Okay, the reason why that people want to imply that incels feel owed sex is because it helps them sell the idea that incels are deviants. Remember, they're the 80%ers. They're the invisibles. So incels, since they're not even on the radar of most women, for an incel to say, I'm an 80%er, you would never acknowledge me for anything else, but I think that you should fuck me because I'm your best choice. That, even just the presumption of that, it plays on what I've called the existential fear of women, which is the existential fear is to have the babies of a man who they did not choose. Even the implication of that, even the suggestion of that is at least equitable, like emotionally equitable with rape, is emotionally equitable with sexual assault. So when a guy, when you presume, ladies, Putin, erudite, when you presume that a guy feels like he's entitled, you're obligated to fuck him by saying, I think every guy, like they were talking about like egalitarian distribution of like pussy, right? No one is saying that. Absolutely no one is saying that. That's the thing about incels, is they know that that's not the way it is. They just don't measure up, and they can't compete in the game that they've accepted is. That's what we're playing. It's not that they feel like you owe them a Hummer. No, they feel like they will never measure up to being the guy who gets the Hummer by your own volition, by you want to give him a Hummer, you want to give him a blowjob, you want to fuck him, right? They're never going to be the guy that you want to fuck. It's not that they feel like it shouldn't matter what I look like, you should fuck me. That will never come out of the mouths of an incel. Are you fucking kidding me? But they have to build up this idea that guys feel like they're entitled to pussy. And that will sell incels. That will sell this study. That will sell a movie where Jordan Peterson is the king of all fucking incels. That's The Handmaid's Tale. The Handmaid's Tale is all about that. It's all about you're forced to breed with people who you don't want to breed with. And you want to know why that series is so popular? Because it keys on that existential fear. The Handmaid's Tale. Is it Showtime? It's not Hulu. Maybe it is. Yeah, you probably have seen the stupid looking red frock, white nun hat girls on that stupid show. It's this totalitarian society where women are like enslaved, and they're just these breeding cows for like men that they don't want to have babies with, kind of thing. And it's all, of course, they got to throw in religion and all of this too, because it's the perfect like victim fantasy for women. And how they can rise up and get away. And we're all going to rise up and kill these men because they're making us have babies we don't have. And that's the most horrible thing we could possibly think of. It's the most violent, and rightfully so. It's the most violating thing. But it's this degenerate rape fantasy is what it is. And I don't mean like in a positive way. I mean like it's this revenge fantasy that women have. That's why that show is popular. Because it's like, we don't like this whatsoever. And what keys on that is when we can say 80% of these guys, like 80% of the male population who we don't want to have anything to do with and we would never recognize in the first place, they feel like they're owed sex from us. They haven't done anything to earn it. They feel like we should just give it away like they do in The Handmaid's Tale and whatever the fuck's the name of the city or the world that it's in, I forget. That's the existential fear of women, is to have to be forced to have a child not of their choosing, or to be forced to have sex with a man not of their choosing, whether that's through a prearranged marriage or you're living in the fantasy world of Handmaid's Tale. Like that. Like, fight me. Tell me I'm wrong. Please tell me where show me in the equation where I'm wrong about this. Because that's what they want. It's like this, they feel like they're owed sex. No one is ever owed sex. You could give her a lobster dinner and pay for it all, but you are not owed sex at the end of the night, mister. No, neither do I think that I am. But also, if I'm going out and giving you a lobster dinner 3 or 4 times and I decide to go fuck somebody else or like say, you know what, thanks, it's been real, bye. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. It's just that it's a non-negative return on my investment. I don't expect it. I'm hopeful. Gilead, thank you. Gilead is the city. Shit, I wrote about that too. Gilead is the fantasy world where women are forced to have babies not of their choosing. Ladies, let's make this a #1 hit show. You want to talk churn marketing? That show's got it. Okay, so implicit bias. We already talked about that. So what happens when we're analyzing incels is like women such as, I don't know, erudite girl chair, like they point out that incels point out the Darwinistic realities that they are in, right? Incels are very red pill. That's the thing. So people always confuse black pill with red pill, or incels with red pill, or MGTOWs with red pill, and rightfully so, because a lot of the stuff that the practices and the conclusions that they come to are drawn from the analyses that come from the red pill. That's why tradcons love like elements of the red pill because it feeds into their ideology. Same thing with everybody else. It's the parts that don't, that they get upset with. Then I'm an asshole, right? Fuck that guy. Rollo can't be red pill. He's married. Can't be married. He's red pill. Big Bo. So they point out the Darwinistic realities of human sex dynamics. Okay, so the problem with that is that normies like Will here and Erudite here, they can't process that without being told how to feel about it. We go back to, and I'm quoting Rob Henderson, you can't tell people facts without also telling them how to feel about it. And that applies not only to like tradcons, but also people who are very well-meaning red pill guys. Or Erudite, for that matter. She's a normie. You're a normie. I mean, by their standards anyways. I'm not going to call you that, but I certainly by the incel standards, you're a normie. And you don't get it. So when somebody tells you women would rather be objectified than idealized, red pill, I'm going to throw some maxims at you. There's one. Women would rather... women would rather share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. We see that play. You want to talk about poly and polyamory and women like sharing guys and closed on her end and open on his end. All that stuff that we get, we just grind our teeth over. That has some very real roots to it. But I can't say that without telling you how to feel about that. And if I don't tell you how to feel about that, then you will insert your own bias, your own implicit bias, so you can feel something about it because you will prioritize emotion before reason. If I start with reason, you will take that, turn it around and go, well, clearly he thinks that we should all be fucking these guys who we don't want to have sex with. They think they're obligated to it. No, we're pointing out how the machine works, how the framework works, how the reality works, how they go about it. Like in practice, incels, I completely disagree with it, but they got the diagnosis right. They just got the prescription wrong. That's what it boils down to. That's the difference between me and an incel. I have all the same data they do. I just choose to see it in a better light and more opportunism. I'm going to use it creatively instead of destructively. But don't talk to me because I'm an asshole, right? He's caustic. Fuck that. Fuck that. Bro, Tomasi, who the fuck does he think he is? Okay, where is it? God damn it. There.
I'm like, man, bro, Tomasi don't get no hoes, man.
I'm getting no hoes, man. Who wants to talk to that guy? Who cares about that guy? He's only written 5 books, 10 years, 20 years in the whole thing. So anyways, most people in general, certainly normies, can't be given facts or empirical data, factual data without being told how to feel about it, right? And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that's one of the reasons when I say the language of empiricism always sounds like hate to the language of emotionalism, because people who are steeped in emotionalism, their personalities and their lives and everything have been molded by the emotionalism that has been the hallmark of the last 4 generations. They can't process anything without being told how to feel about it. So when you approach something with pure, just like, okay, here's the facts. You're presenting these facts to me because somebody hurt you a long time ago. Who was it, Rollo? Do you love your family? How was your relationship with your mom? Have you ever really been in love? Have you ever talked to an actual girl? And those are the easy emotional reframes. There's lots of other ones too. Those are the most common ones in the Manosphere, but there are others, lots more. If 80% of men are invisible, are they not even on a scale of 1 to 10? No, but they are definitely in the lower 20th percentile, I would presume, right? A 0, a 1. One problem I face is that a woman I judge, for example, as a 6, I think of thinks of herself as a 9 or 10. What to do about it? Okay, since that is semi on topic, I'll address that. So, if we look at men on a scale of 1 to 10, okay, if you're a 1 through at least an 8. You're still in the 80 percentile, right? You got to be a 9 or a 10. Well, I should say that. No, you're 7. So you're 1 through 7. You're in the 80th percentile. You're 8 or 9. You're getting up there. The 10 is like, oh, that's I hate to like use 10 as like this idealistic, like, oh God, who's a 10? Giga Chad? Jason Momoa? Justin Waller, are you a 10? Inquiring minds want to know. But so if you wanted to apply numbers to that, a 1 is definitely in the rate. It's the lower end of the 80th percentile, right? If you're a 7.5, maybe you're just a little bit out of them. See, the way it works is this way. When you're looking at hypergamy, men don't have an attraction floor. Women have an attraction floor. So if a woman sees herself as a 7, only another guy who is like equitable, who is a 7, will do. And that guy can only be with her if he brings something else to the table. So she's a 7. She's hot as a 7. He's hot as a 7, but she thinks she could get an 8. So the guy who is the 7 has to bring a lot of money to the table. He's got to love his mom. He's got to have other value-added qualities that kind of just make him a 7.2, 7.3, whatever, however you want to dice it up, right? There has to be some elements of value added to the guy. That's why it's a burden of performance for guys, right? So, but for men are happy as fuck to get a 7. If they get a 6, all right. If they get a 4, well, is it 2 a.m. and it's after last call and I don't know, I haven't got a Hummer in a long time, they might go for that too. Men don't have attraction floors. Women have attraction floors. That's why. So if you're going to apply numbers to guys being invisible, I would say the guys who are like anything below certainly a 7 or lower, it depends on where that woman believes she is. And yes, you're correct. I don't think that most women think that they're 9s or 10s. And I'll tell you why. Because on Access Vegas, I was holding this for later, but maybe I'll say it right now. One of the things we did in the roundtable discussion was I went around, I did this purposefully because I saw this happen on Pearl's show not too long ago. And she's done this, Fresh and Fit have done this, whatever podcast has done this as well. They will go around the table and they'll go, ladies, what do you rate yourself? 1 to 10. What do you think the ladies on whatever, Pearly things, hell, damn near every single Fresh and Fit. What do you think they said? I'm a 10. Yeah, guys want to get this fat and sassy. You go, girl. That's that inflating. That's that ego, that artificial ego inflation, right? And that's for women who have been told that they need to be confident, and that confidence is sexy. No, sexy is sexy. Being hot is sexy. Being sexually, men care about 2 things. Is she hot? Is she available? That's it. Unlimited access to unlimited sexuality, but that is only defined by, does she pass the boner test? Is she hot? Is she available? Bam. That's it. But women think, I got to be confident. I got to be sexy. Guys like fat girls too. They love a little extra cushion for the pushing. Like that's. And so most of the girls that I have seen on Fresh and Fit, certainly on Pearl, the episode I was watching anyways, every girl said she's a 10. And I'm talking girls who are morbidly obese. You are not a 10. You're not even like a 4. Put it this way. The girls who are on, and I love you, Pearl, but like the girls that are on Pearl's show that she has there would be invisible in Las Vegas, Nevada. Invisible. You take them to freaking Wet Republic or Dre's, or you take them to like any pool that's on the top of a fucking casino, they are invisible because there are some hot ass chicks there. I mean, like the girls that we have on there, and so for rate of comparison, we went around and I asked the girls on Access Vegas, what would you rate yourself? Like in what percentile? Are you in the top 10 percentile? Meaning like, are you a 9 or a 10, which is what you're saying? And none of them said they were a 10. Absolutely none of those girls. And every single girl at that table, well, maybe with the exception of Loudmouth Girl, was in a completely different league than any girl I've ever seen on whatever, any other, well, maybe with the exception of Fresh and Fit, there has been some really hot chicks on there. But by and large, the average sampling, let's just say, they'll all say they're 10s on Fresh and Fit. They'll all say they're 10s on Pearl's show. They'll all say they're 10s on, because that's supposed to be the correct answer, right? Do they really believe they're 10s? Because I don't think so. So I had this conversation with the girls afterwards, and Mike and Aaron Clary, actually, as a matter of fact. And I mentioned that. And he said, well, yeah, because those girls are hot. And so they interact with other women who are hot, who are their competition. So if they think that they're, if a girl that they see, they think that girl's like an 8, 8.5, that makes them, if they don't think that they're as good looking as that girl, then maybe they're an 8. I'm like, you out of your fucking mind? You're way hotter than any of the girls on fucking whatever. But I think the hotter a girl gets, the more realistic she is about her like sexual market value is with respect to like a 1 to 10 scale. But the uglier a chick is, the fatter a girl is, the more common a girl is, the more she has to rely on confidence, right? On, I'm a 10. I got to keep telling myself, gaslighting yourself into believing that your sexual market value is your personal value. And I think that the hotter a girl is, the easier it is for her to separate her sexual market value from her personal value. That was an observation I made just this last Thursday, as a matter of fact. So I think that there's sort of some push and pull there, depending on the conditions and the context of the girl that we're talking about. So not all girls have this overblown sense of self-worth. In fact, I would argue that the hotter the girl is, the more realistic she is about her own sexual market value. The uglier a girl is, I mean ugly in the sense of like she's, a 5 or a 4 or whatever, the more lies she has to tell herself, and therefore she thinks she's a 9 or a 10. Okay? You only learn that shit right here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maddie. Sounds made to keep out competition and to be slave. To be slave. Okay, so apparently English is your second language. Let's see. Let's keep it going. They would understand what the 80% of men feel like. No, they will never. Because here's, what did I say about empathy versus sympathy? People think that women have this sort of supernatural empathy for anyone. Kids, dogs, men. They don't have any more empathy than guys do. They might be more nurturing. They might be more agreeable. Trait agreeableness in the big 5 personality traits. If you put credence into that, sometimes I do. It just depends on the context. But yeah, women are more agreeable. Women definitely have gendered personality traits that men do too, right? Trait aggression for men. But I would argue, anyways, that to say that like women would be more empathetic with the 80% of guys is stupidity. I don't know, I'll call you stupid, Glenn. I'm just saying that it's women can't even be sympathetic. Women will never be sympathetic with certainly not with guys. They will never be sympathetic because they feel obligated to be sympathetic. Because if they are obligated, then they are also sort of opening themselves up to appearing as if they fucking care. And women have to be very, very careful about who they telegraph that caring to. Because you can be a nurse, you can be in these fields where you have to deal with people, and if you be caring and nurturing and everything, you could be a stripper for that matter. I would put strippers into the nurse category too, at least for this example, because that's what they have to do. But they do that because they've got a job to do, right? But if it's up to them, women will only be sympathetic with people who they want to, like, of their own volition. You can't require them to want to be sympathetic. It goes back to genuine desire. It's just like empathy, right? First of all, most of what we consider empathy is really sympathy. So, and then furthermore, women are only sympathetic by their own choice, by their own desire. So, and by the way, that's a really good, you want a red flag? Here's another red flag moment for you that most people don't see, is if a woman's not sympathetic with you, that's a red flag. To me anyways. She's like, especially if she's like purposely unsympathetic towards you, get the fuck out. I keep seeing, and I wasn't going to mention this, but I keep seeing all of these like exchanges between, let's say, notable women who have been married, like say Michaela Peterson or Tommy Lahren for that matter. And they have these exchanges with their new husbands, and they are just fucking mean to these guys because they're in a public format. And the guy's like really being nice and sweet and trying to like, oh, I love you, baby, blah, blah, blah. You know, we're going to do this. Here's some flowers. Yeah, fuck you. I bet you say that to all the girls. Like, it's this passive aggressive kind of, it's supposed to be funny and sarcastic. It's not. It comes off as like bitchy and complainy and mean. When I see that, that's the guy trying to get sympathy from a woman who by her own volition will not give him sympathy. Hold on. Wait, did I drop that right? Did sound our strategy when or out and avoid self-delete? Okay, well, thanks, man. It sounds like you're like a cell phone that has a bad connection, but you're typing it out on purpose. And of course, the number one most super chatted. There we go. Thank you. And you get that. And you get that. And most importantly, he gets his own sound drop. Thank you, PP. Love you too, man. Always a pleasure. Always glad to have you too, my friend. Thank you for keeping the show afloat. And Elena Barre, who I have just recently connected with in Instagram. Okay. So women have no empathy save for what they can socially exploit. Yes. It can definitely be used as leverage. Empathy can be leverage for women because we expect women to have some sort of like supernatural empathy. They don't. It's really sympathy. But women are only sympathetic with people who, sympathetic with dogs and babies and stuff. That's different. They're only sympathetic with men who they have a genuine desire to be sympathetic with. You cannot get a woman to be, obligate a woman to be sympathetic with you. Okay. All right, I already talked about the autism thing. We got to that. Okay, so here's my final thoughts on this whole thing. Okay, 20th century psychotherapy is dead. Period. End of story. Everything that who's trying to get his master's degree in God knows what, evolutionary psychology and feminist studies, and even Putin here, are relying on tropes, psychotherapy tropes that have been used since the mid-70s. It sounds truthy. It sounds like you need validation. Yeah, you know where that came from? That's Jungian psychology from back in the 50s, updated to be touchy-feely humanistic psychotherapy of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. That's Oprah Winfrey right there. Everything and pretty much the presumptions that they're making about incels, both of these people, both Willem and Erudite, are founded on dynamics and on presumptions, like psychological presumptions that really have been challenged and have been in some ways like completely debunked since the 70s. You want validation. You're doing this. So rather than seeing the nuts and bolts of it, the implicit bias that they have when it comes to incels is rooted in the 20th century. Dead memes, basically. So I was thinking about this, so truthy armchair diagnosis is destroyed by statistical realities and pragmatic solutions. And that, again, is the language of empiricism versus the language of emotionalism. And then last but not least, the 21st century genie is out of the bottle. You won't ignore the excess men. Okay. And by excess, I mean that in the sense of these are the guys who would otherwise have been sent to war in World War I, World War II, Korean conflict. I know name the big conflicts across the globe. I mean, you can always say World War I and World War II. But if you look at the wars that men have fought that have reduced population in only humans with penises, you're probably taking out a good proportion of those 80%ers who would otherwise be invisible. Now, things were different back then, obviously. Women were more dependent on men, but the dynamics didn't change. Women would, like, if you would have given women the liberty and if you would have unfettered hypergamy, maybe hormonal birth control, like back in like the 1800s, you would have a much different society. Like, do you think that women wouldn't do what they're doing right now if they had the same liberties and they had hormonal birth control and the sexual revolution? If you take all of that and you backdate it to 1800, you have a much different society, but you also still are dealing with a machine that is a human female who will take those things and run. and they'll just do it in the context of the era that it's in. So it's not like, I think a lot of people think that, well, things were different back then. Society was different. Yeah, they were different because the mechanics were different. There was no, I mean, when was the first like latex, condom invented? When was the first, birth control invented? What, I mean, people say, well, there was herbal remedies for birth control back in Cleopatra's day. Get the fuck out of here. If there was, it wasn't exactly something that was available over the counter at the pharmacy. Okay. let's just cut the shit. Okay. So having sex, and it always implied that there's a possibility for having a child or getting a disease or whatever. So you can always say, well, they were just better and more moral back then. No, they just lacked penicillin. They lacked hormonal birth control. They lacked an ability, because what happens is once you free up those particular aspects of human nature, you get where we're at right now. You get the men you deserve. That's why you get the incels. And you know what? It's going to come to a head. That's what these people are afraid of. That's why the FBI wants to make the red pill and masculinity illegal. They want to criminalize masculinity. And you know who's going to help them do it and hold the motherfucker down? It's people like this. It's the Jordan Petersons of the world. It's the religious leaders of the world. It's the Will Costellos of the world. It's the erudites of the world. It's the people who are like having this sort of, naive kind of innocuous interest in all of this. No, you are part of the fucking problem that's going to come to a head sooner or later. If you, like I said, if you took away all of these guys, all these incel sedations, watch the fuck out. Either they're going to get real creative or real destructive. And as I said, they'll probably get more destructive before they get creative. That's what they fear. That's what the FBI fears. That's what the Illuminati, whatever. That's what a gynocentric social order fears. Men getting together and having solidarity amongst each other. So they got to limit it. They got to say, you're fags, you're homosexuals, because you get together and you do push-ups somewhere on a mountaintop. You like to lift? Well, that's going to shorten your life, mister. Guys who lift, man, they have bad attitudes and therefore they live shorter lives. Whatever bullshit that they can make up, right? You see these stories all the time on Twitter. Oh, you eat red meat? Yeah, well, that's because you're toxically masculine and you're going to die sooner because of that. No, you're not. But that's what they want to promote. So you won't get together. So you won't have solidarity. So you won't like fucking do a bro hug, right? So you won't like, because the more you're divided, the easier you are to control. And men have never been more divided. We've never been more isolated. You want to know why we have an incel problem in the first place? Isolation. Number one, sedation and isolation. Those are the number one reasons why you have an incel problem. Do women admire others that are able to satisfy the alpha seed beta need dynamic? Perhaps in the same way that men admire other men that sleep with many women. No, because the mechanics are different. The incentives and the needs are different than they are for guys. You can't really, that's the problem I think that a lot of people have when they're trying to like compare apples with apples, right? This is apples and oranges. So men and women are different. We have different motivations. We have adversarial sexual strategies. Thank you very, very much for this.
Well, I'm a whore.
Rollo, Justin Waller, Sterling Cooper, Mike Sartain, John MLD, etc. never struggled to solve their reproductive problem. Need more examples of guys who did, now don't. Oh, dude, you think I'm a stud? Thank you very much for thinking I'm a stud. Clearly, you haven't read my fourth book, and you haven't read even my first book, for that matter. Did you think I was like, oh, look at Rollo. He's Rollo Tomasi. Which way is the beach? That way. Do you think that I wasn't a chump when I was like 16? Dude, I could tell you stories, my friend. Dude, I was totally blue pill. I've been blue pill. I've been a chump. I've been a beta. I've been an alpha. I've been in between. I've been, man, when I was with my BPD girlfriend, you guys wouldn't even want to talk to me. Doing this shit would never even enter my head. I was like an omega when I was with her. So, and I will tell you that I can't speak for the rest of these guys. I know Waller has some humble beginnings. Sterling, I'm not so sure. I don't know enough about him. Mike has somewhat humble beginnings. John MLD definitely has some humble beginnings. He didn't start out John MLD. He's kind of had to earn his stripes. So did I. So I think that, like, they had to struggle to solve the reproductive problem. Do you think that I just walked down? Here's the dick. Let's go, ladies. Do you think that that's what I did? Dude, I had to figure out how to get laid. Even when I was in the LA heavy metal scene of like the late 80s and early 90s, I still had to find out what worked and what didn't. That was trial and error. I didn't have anybody to teach me stuff, but thank you for the $50. But that's a good example. It's a good illustration that sort of suss that out for you. Let's see. I can't underhear this BS. Thanks for airing it out for us. You are welcome. No one else is going to. So it's a dirty job, but I got to do it. Did temporarily sedating can be a strategy when you are zeroed out and nihilistic to not go self-deleting path? Is Maddie like an AI? Is this like some sort of text to what things to consider to not self-delete? Well, first, okay. So if you're listening, Maddie, mental point of origin, you have to be the first thing that enters into your brain and the last thing that exits your brain. Okay. Everything has to be about you. I don't mean be a selfish prick. I mean, the first thought of when you're ever faced with a decision is how does this affect me? And then how is this going to affect other people? You have to be the first thing. The very reason you're asking me this is because I can tell right now you're not your mental point of origin. That would be my first thing. Let's see. Humor me here, Rolo. Is it possible? Where am I going to humor you? Is it possible men could be becoming hypergamous? No. Realizing the risk and effort involved to keep a woman will only begin to consider the top percentage in male preferences of women. No, because hypergamy is only a female thing. And people will think, oh, Rolo, no, it's not. Well, it's good for the goose. It's good for the gander. No, it's not. Men and women have different mating strategies. Women's mating strategy is hypergamy. The bigger and the better deal. Now, hypergamy is not a straight jacket, which I'm about to get back to here in a second. But men do not have an attraction floor, meaning that they'll get with a 6. If they're a 7, they'll get with a 6 and possibly a 5 if it's late and 2 a.m. and no one's ugly after that. They would love to bang a 9, which is unlikely. But if they're a 6 and they can get a 7, fuck, that's a good day. But it's because men are opportunistic breeders, right? So a common Evo Psych schmaltzy advice therapist will tell you that, well, men need variety. It's not variety. It's that they need. It's the fact that men's innate mating strategy is unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. If that's, let me explain something to you. You can say this is variety, but let's just say, for example, you live on the Philippine Islands. That's never been undiscovered, right, by the Spaniards or anything. You're a Filipino man and a Filipino woman, and you've only ever seen Filipinos. And I love Filipinos. Filipina P. Call me baby. You might want variety. You might want variety, but you don't have variety. You don't get to have the black dude. You don't get the white. You don't get the village people, right? You don't get the fireman, the Indian chief, and the road worker and the cop, and what. You don't get that. You just get the Filipino dude. Now, they all have the same, let's just say, phenotype, right? And there might be a variety of them, or women, for example. Like you're a Filipino guy and you get Filipino chicks. There's still some that are a little fat, some that are a little thin, some that are hot, some that are not, but they're all the same phenotype. Is that variety? It might be, but it's not variety like you would get in a global sexual marketplace. So I think we got to be very careful with saying, well, men just want variety. Yeah, we do, but we really want continuity. We really want to make sure we have variety and regularity, frequency, reliability, frequency, and variety. How's that? We got Ned's College Fund. Thank you very much. Woof, woof. Wait, who should I give you? Should I give you for a Ned? I really need a dog bark one. Here.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
That's what Ned tells me. We got Bammy. I love Bammy. No, we got Anna. Anna's here. I'm going to post some pictures of her on Instagram pretty soon because I've been taking video of her and pictures. But we went and picked up Anna on, let's see, we drove down to about the middle of California on Tuesday, picked her up on Wednesday, and drove back. And Anna and Ned are like, we got Ned a new bitch. And I mean that in the literal sense. They love each other, and they instantly took to each other. So I'm happy to say that they are very, very, very much a good match. Let's just say Anna and Ned, kind of like an old married couple. Women's existential fear took out game infield vids. Okay. Thank you. It's so difficult having a healthy mental point of origin when raised to sacrifice for family. Well, that's actually not raising. You actually have a protector dynamic that's innate in you as a man. It's an instinct, by the way, for fear of becoming narcissistic. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
You are welcome. You have to remember that there's a concept called kin altruism. And that kind of goes hand in hand with the female or the male protector dynamic, which is for women and children, right? To be self-sacrificial. That's instinctual. Okay, last but not least, I got to get to these real quick here. Okay, can you also cover how Pearlie keeps getting caught in her own lies? Which ones are you talking about? And which lies do you think she is trying to cover for? I would need more information on that. Because there's been a lot of shit that's been slung. I know, because people sling shit at me. Also, I don't know if Pearl's watching, but I also want to offer up a little bit of a better apology than I gave her last time. And be like, whoa, what are you talking about, Rolo? Well, here's the deal. Like, I accused her of buying subs. And I did that because it certainly seems like this sort of astronomical growth could not be organic. And looking at the increase, it does look a little sus. Okay. So I went with it. But I will say this. I think I owe her a bigger apology simply because I just started doing Substack. And I started writing on Substack, and I used my email list from my blog, which has been around since 2011. And so we're talking like almost 12, coming up on 12 years of my blog. And I've collected a lot of fucking emails in 12 years. Okay. In fact, 15,000 emails. And I got accused of buying Andrew Tate's email list so that I could promote my Substack. Well, he's saying, "Oh, you must have bought these email this list." I'm like, "Fuck you." That's all organic over the course of 12 years. So I can imagine how pissed off I would be if somebody said, "Hey, you got 1 million subs, but you like bought all those subs." I would make a big deal out of it, but because subs are a vanity metric. But Pearl, if you're watching, I think I can be at least somewhat empathetic in this instance. So there you go. There's your apology for that. How can I convince tradcons to see through the red pill lens? Depends about what, right? I think there are things that tradcons like take to in the red pill that are much easier to sort of like talk about, like have a conversation about than others. To help them agree a key that opens many locks is a master key. Okay. You're talking about the double standard, Grant. Okay, so you can make that silly, stupid argument that's been around for forever. If that's what makes them laugh and they kind of raise an eyebrow over, fine. What I would say is that women lose value when they have more sexual partners. Men do not. And just like you want something bold and beautiful, make sure that you do that, because men and women are different. Emphasize the differences. Emphasize the differences in sexual strategy, mating strategy. Because most tradcons don't want to accept that. Most tradcons, by the way, are just as guilty of blank slate equalism as lefties and wokesies and everything else. They just do it from a different context, which is like the church and conservatism and all this stuff. So they're still very much feminists when it comes to like female empowerment. And a woman can be a mayor too, as long as she's a Republican, right? That's still the same feminism. We're just like putting a different brand on it. Same thing. Sisterhood uber alles. When you're talking about what you're talking about is the double standard, which is if a woman has a lot of sex partners, then she's a slut. If a guy does, he's a superhero. Well, sorry, but guess what? Reality has a sexist bias. The end. Hey, real question. You've said many times, hypergamy is not a straitjacket. I think I kind of got to this before. Have also said that rational male hypergamy doesn't care. how do the two differ? They don't. Hypergamy does not care about the things that I talked about. Okay, so like the reason why I wrote hypergamy doesn't care and got completely ridiculed by fucking Owen Cook, right, is because guys think that what they do should in some way supersede hypergamy. So that's really when I wrote hypergamy doesn't care about the words you said at your wedding. It doesn't care about, like, it seems very vicious and mean, but it's not meant to be mean. It's meant to wake up guys who think that if they do the homework with the kids every night, or they go to the piano recital, or they go to soccer practice, that is going to be some kind of insurance policy against that woman cheating on him, even if he's a fat ass. She should still want to fuck me. Why? You're fat and you're ugly. You let yourself go, bro. No, it shouldn't matter because I'm a good guy. I bring home money all the time. I go to the kids' baseball games. I do that. She should get aroused by me because I do all these things and I'm not like other guys. No, she still wants to fuck Aquaman. She doesn't care whether you did homework with Johnny or not. That's not going to make her wet, dude. Just like a fat chick is not going to, she goes and does the things that a wife should do. If she's fat, she's not going to pass the boner test. Same thing. That's really what hypergamy doesn't care was really about. Okay. So when you look at that, and the reason why I say hypergamy is not a straitjacket, it's because guys think that it is a straitjacket and that it doesn't matter. That's the opposite end of the extreme, which is, well, it doesn't matter what I do. I can't. She finds a better guy. She's going to want to Jason Momoa. She's going to want to fuck him. No, she can't get Jason Momoa. Are you kidding? She can't fuck that guy. That's not an opportunity that's going to happen. And you know what? Here's the thing is like when that woman is 29, 30, 31 years old, she knows her sexual market value is in decline, even if she stays in really good shape. There's some girls that we've had on the show on Access Vegas, 40 some odd years old. You would never know. I could point these girls out and I could tell you how old each one of these girls is. Because I know now. Thank you, Mike. I know how old they are. I guarantee you would WOULD would. You would bang that girl. You absolutely would. You wouldn't care about freaking tattoos or nothing, man. That girl looks like she is like in her like maybe mid to late 20s. I happen to know she's 42. You would still do it. Absolutely, you would do it. If that opportunity just dropped in your lap, you absolutely would do that. But doesn't matter because that chick still is 42, not 22. The store is called Forever 21, not Forever 41. Old stupid joke now. It used to be so clever. Now it's not because everybody uses it. But the idea that that hypergamy is an absolute, it's not, because there's changing variables. Just because a woman's hypergamous doesn't mean she can exercise it all the time. And the older she gets, the less able she is to exercise it. That's why women get more and more insecure as they get older, because they get further and further away from the age where they had the most sexual agency. They had the most potential. So if they lost that guy, if the guy died or the guy flaked or maybe he wasn't the one, I found Justin Waller. I'm going to cheat on my husband and get with this guy because I'm still, you got to do it now, girl, while you're still hot. Right? That's hypergamy. But then there's also the case where the girl's like, she gets really insanely jealous of the guy who she should never be jealous of, because she knows that her sexual market value is decaying. Whether it is or it isn't, it doesn't matter. It starts up here. The wall starts here, not here. That's what I mean when I talk about straitjackets. Why do women organize society in a more egalitarian fashion while men do not? Because I get that they do, but what's the biological hardwiring behind it? Because women are the vulnerable sex and there are strength in numbers. So egalitarianism and solidarity, the sisterhood of Borealis, makes better survival sense. Men have to compete with each other because women select, men perform, women select. Okay. It's not that men can't cooperate and have solidarity amongst each other. We do. We still do all the time. But men think in hierarchies, women think in the round. They think in egalitarian collectives, right? Because they are the berry pickers. They are the gatherers. Men are the hunters. Men need hierarchy and direct. They need a captain. They need a sub-captain. They need a sergeant. They need a private, a corporal. They need a private. I'm ruining the chain of command for you. They need that structure there so everybody knows what they're supposed to do and when they're supposed to do it. My job is X. If we're going to take down the caribou, Joe's going to throw the spear, but I'm going to be the one to flush out the woolly mammoth or the caribou, whatever. Right? That's my job because that's what I do. I'm the flusher outer, and he's the spear chucker, right? And he's the captain who's directing the spear throwing to take down the caribou, so we can actually eat some fucking food. Bring it back to our women. Our women will fuck us because we brought back resources and calories. So they're out there coordinating things via hierarchy. Women have to, because they're the vulnerable sex, they have to rely on each other for rearing children, collecting berries, to have some sort of like collected, like for actually having babies in the first place. So there's a lot more collectiveness in the female psyche, whereas there's a hierarchy in the male psyche. That's how it works. It's evolutionary, my dear Watson. Erudite married a guy who proves the red pill correct. Here we go. Oh boy. He's the red pill without explicitly stating he's red pill. I have to look this up now because I didn't see this. It's actually hilarious how her own choice in mate reflects everything you say. It always does. And by the way, I did see the somebody sent me a picture of Sean Reynolds with the new dude. Pretty much confirms everything I've said and everything Myron said. Evening, Raleigh Waggy here. Thank you, Waggy, modern Waggy. Is everyone's IQ so low that they never consider we're living in a new and unnatural system, or that there might actually be something wrong with women in the system? Well, there's nothing wrong with women. There's nothing wrong with men. It's what's called genetic gap. We have been outpaced by the technology. And remember, when we get outpaced by technology, it's not just a physical thing. It's not just, being able to sort of keep up with things from a multitasking perspective. How does that new development, in this case, I always come back to, hormonal birth control, but you could say the internet, you could say online porn, you could say social media, which women get addicted to just as much as men get addicted to porn. Just me being able to talk to you right now. I wasn't able to do this just 10 years ago. I'm sure the fuck did. I wouldn't know half of the shit that's on my table right now 10 years ago. Like, holy shit. If you took me in a time machine, you put me in the DeLorean and you brought me to 2023 from 2013, I just published the Rational Male and I'm looking around going, what the fuck is a Stream Deck? Oh my God, look at this board. This is beautiful. Like, I wouldn't know what I'm doing, but the Rollo Tomasi 10 years later, instead of, 45 is now 55. Now I understand all this stuff and I can get it as I go along, but how have I changed as a person as a result of all the things that have happened socially? Because it affects society, it affects us sexually, the marketplace. It's how do I make money? How do I do this? How do I, whatever. I was still working 9 to 5 in 2013, more or less. I hadn't jumped into the gig economy just yet. So it really comes down to, like, it's not that IQ is any lower or higher than it used to be. Some people can argue that, but I mean, if it is, it's only by a minute fraction of a point. We're still pretty much the same critters that we used to be in, 100,000 years ago. I think I might be wrong. Certainly 50,000 years ago. I think I'm going to hedge my bet a little bit. Maybe the Neanderthals couldn't figure out how to do a Stream Deck and a digital camera, but they probably would figure it out in 10 years. Whoa, Stream Deck. It'd be like a 2001 spell. Oh my God, what is this? No, I got it here. This is a better one. This is for 2001. Oh, I don't think IQ is. We're still pretty much the same critters. It's just like the reason is we have trouble keeping up socially. You want to know why there's incels? You want to know why guys aren't keeping up? It's because the advantages in technology have benefited women, and that's why they're enjoying the gynocentric social order, and men are just walking around. I don't know what's going on. You want to know why me and Aaron Clary can sell common sense? That's why. Dude, Desi 07. What's the stream that you ran responding to Thinking Ape, aka Stardust? It's gosh, I did that a long time ago. Is he still salty about that? That was like 2 years ago, almost a year and a half. Forget how long ago that was. I was trying to look for it. Do you plan on making future responses to Stardust? I don't know. Should I? I didn't know I should. I don't know. What are your thoughts on Stardust's pessimism? I would say it's more black pill than average black pill content. I think that Stardust gets, if memory serves, I think Stardust gets a few things wrong with the prescription side of things. Again, black pill guys, they get the diagnosis right. They're getting it from the red pill, but they get the diagnosis right. It's the practices. It's the prescriptions. It's here's what we ought to do, guys. Rollo, how come you don't give us prescriptions? That's why I don't give you prescriptions. I'm not going to be so full of myself as to tell you that I'm your savior. Rollo, you're like the Messiah. Oh, God, you do not want this Messiah. I'm the messenger. I am not the Messiah. You are the Messiah. Only the Messiah would deny his own existence. All right, then I am the Messiah. Now piss off. How should we piss off? Your personal opinion, Rollo, does it make sense to promote more intra-racial marriages? Promote? I don't think we have any trouble promoting those at all. They don't need any promote. They practically sell themselves right now. What are you fucking talking about? Since AAs and W people population numbers are low. I don't think we need to promote that because it's pretty much what it is. I love black people. I do. I love Filipino people. I love my Mexican brother, Miguel. I don't even know what the fuck Mike Sartain is, but I love him. Whatever you are, you mongrel. Who else do I know? One of my best friends, Ray, is Filipino. Filipino P. Wood. Who do I know? Let's one of the best notches I ever had was Vietnamese. Trying to think. I get people throwing shit at me after a Access Vegas show and they'll go, bro, it looks like he's having his midlife crisis. Do you know how old I am? I passed midlife. I mean, by all intents and purposes, I passed midlife way. I plan to live to about 110, 120, so I'm not quite midlife yet. But people give me grief about like, oh, how come we don't grow up, Rollo? You know how long people have been telling me to grow up? Long before this bullshit. Act your age. Do you know where I would be if I acted my age right now? How does a 55-year-old act? Tell me, because I need to know. I would really like to know. I don't know. I get that quite a bit, but like what I also don't get is the age thing. So I'm a 55-year-old white dude. I do dye my hair occasionally because I don't I don't want to look like Saruman from the Lord of the Rings, which is what I would look like. I love people think I would look good like that. I don't think so. Maybe I'll try it out. Who's the bass player from Lamb of God? I forget the dude's name. He's got like really long. He's like looks like Saruman playing bass in like the heaviest fucking band in the world. I love that, but I don't know if I can pull that off. I lift. I've been lifting for a long time. My brother was an amateur circuit bodybuilder back in the 90s. We lifted. I've been lifting since I was in high school. Not like a professional bodybuilder, but I just take care of my. I enjoy lifting weights actually. It's not a chore for me. I look forward every day I go to the gym. I look forward to going to the gym. Hell, I missed today because it's Sunday and I don't go on Sundays because I do this with you. I sacrifice my workout for you. But I'm the product of 55 years of doing whatever the fuck I've been doing. But I don't think of things in terms of age. I don't think of things in terms of race. If I did, I'd be the most ridiculous motherfucker in the world. Because when I go and when I'm driving through the streets of Brickell in a convertible Lambo with the darkest, blackest dude I know and a little white Shiba Inu in my lap, we look like some ridiculous motherfuckers. We really do. Do you think that I am so self-conscious as to go, oh, geez, I hope nobody sees me. I'm 55 and I'm sitting with this guy and he's from Barbados and he's so dark and I'm so white. Do you think I'm doing that? No, I'm having a fucking blast, man. I'm doing what I like to do. And I don't think there should, as I said before, I don't think there should be a black red pill or black manosphere, white manosphere, Latino manosphere, Asian manosphere, Liechtenstein manosphere, Estonian manosphere. No, men are men. And you want to know why I don't think that? Because in thinking so, we lose solidarity as men. Men are men. We need to find commonality in being like solid ass men, right? Alpha men, whatever you want. We need to find solidarity in a conventional form of masculinity, and that transcends. It should women got this down pat, man. They got it down pat. Like, it doesn't matter what religion you are. It doesn't matter what color you are. If you're a chick, and you have that like sort of shared victim mindset. We got to stick together, sisters. You don't see that in guys, because guys think hierarchically. That's why it's one of the most difficult things in the world to unite men. You have to give them a common cause. And as I said, men lack purpose today, and therefore they have no common cause. There's no more flights to the moon. And yes, we landed on the moon. And there's no more seas to sail across and see what's on the other side. The frontiers are gone. So is it any shock that in this day and age where, everything's more or less made more easy for us, that we would be the most isolated we've ever been as males? Is it any shock that we would lack any kind of solidarity, or we'd be stabbing each other in the back to like get scraps of pussy? Yeah, not shocking to me. I don't think we need to promote intersexual breeding any more than we already are. Like, I don't even care. I don't care. I find black women, certain black women, I find very attractive. And she just got to be hot. I don't care if she's Filipino. I don't care if she's Vietnamese. I don't care if she's from fucking Eskimo, dude. We're getting into the global sexual marketplace now. Let's see. Hassan, Rolo, what do you think about? Okay. So this was the soccer player. Guys are either too happy or too fucking pissed off about the soccer player who's, I forget the dude's name, but he put all of his money in his houses, and all of his assets are in his mom's name. And if he needs something, his mom just says, "Hey mom, I need this." And she gives it to him. She gives it to him. So he goes through this divorce, and now and I know something else happened. It's not in my wheelhouse. I don't watch soccer all that much. Although I suppose I should start watching more, because I get all these guys talking about like, did you see the soccer player, this guy, and they presume I know because everybody else does. Right? But I don't think the dude actually did that to protect his assets. I think he just did that because he loves his mom. And maybe that's the cult. Like, maybe there's a possibility that it's the culture that he's from. And he says, "Mom, I'm going to put this in your name, blah, 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 because it's more convenient for me to do that." And has the side effect of protecting it from this greedy bitch. But maybe he did it on purpose. Maybe he didn't do it on purpose. But the fact of the matter is like, people want to say, I think what I find more fascinating is everybody wants to say, yeah, this is how it works. It's what's called pro-revenge. It's a woman getting her comeuppance. Like, pro-revenge is a subreddit on Reddit. It's not always about chicks. It could be about like work environment stuff, but it's like, somebody thought something and then something else happened and they got their just desserts. And that's where I think this is going. It's like, well, she thought she was going to get all this money, but now she's not. Ha ha! Found you, gotcha, bitch. Right? I don't even have that cute. Where is it? Gotcha, bitch. Now that's what they think is a gotcha, bitch moment. It's not. I mean, I'm happy for them. Don't get me wrong. What do you think of Sigma males? Sigma males do not exist, my friend. What do you mean? No, there are antisocial alphas and there are pro-social alphas. That's it. If you're asking me about, hey, I'm a Sigma male, Rolo, tell me about Sigma males. Here's what you do. You go and you look up I'll put it in the videos here in just a moment, the suggested videos. I've done several shows on sociosexual hierarchies. What you're referring to is the Sigma status of sociosexual hierarchies, which, of course, if you go and you look at Voxxer's sort of definitive work on sociosexual hierarchies, there is no Sigma. It's something that was added later on. People wanted to have sort of like the Maverick, Batman, Dark Knight, vigilante alpha. That's just it's Iron Man versus Captain America. It's Superman and Batman, the Dark Knight. Vigilante. That's not, if you're asking whether or not you qualify as being a Sigma, you don't, because you wouldn't ask. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. What do we got? What happened to your live videos over a year ago? Which ones are you looking for? All of my videos are still there. You got to remember that the tabs at the top of the thing there have been rearranged. You just have to go to videos or live or whatever you're looking for. There is a tab that says live videos. click on live, and then just scroll down and you'll find all of them. I know it's confusing. I didn't do it. It's these guys. Saralitabas. Thank you very much. You have to roll your R's. And thank you for being such a nice participant in Access Vegas too. It's hard to see red pill truths in family. Why? Eagerly awaiting for a dedicated Indian. Oh, okay. So that explains it. Rational Male series. Don't bet on a series. If I do anything for Indian guys, it'll probably be a one-off book. And more unflattering truths. I'm 24 years guy, not an AI. Okay. I believe you. I believe you now, Indian guy. Join the MOA. Join my Patreon group, which, by the way, will be this Monday. It's tomorrow. So if you're in my Patreon group, we're going to be meeting up tomorrow at, let's see, what did I say? 6 p.m. I believe we're doing it at, it's 6 p.m. Eastern or 9 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Eastern. I think that's what I said. It's tomorrow. If you're not in my Patreon group, it's only $200 a month. It's you get 2 hours with me once a month on a Zoom call. And like I said, I cap it at 25 guys. We are about 15 right now. If you want to get in on that, that's fine. I still do one-on-one counseling. If you want some of that, just email me at rtrationalmale at gmail.com. All my connections and everything is just down below the fold. All you got to do is just say, click on more and you'll find all my links. I make it real easy for you. You just got one click away. But if you want one-on-one counseling, I'm doing that. If you want to join my Patreon group, that's fine. If you want to join Mike Sartain's Men of Action, I actually participate in that as often as I can. He does he does several Zoom calls. It's much more hands-on. If I'm the theory, Mike's MOA is the practice. So if you're looking for like a community of guys, people say, I don't know, there's not enough guys around where I live in Butte, Montana. Well, then join the MOA, Men of Action. It's the only group that I endorse. And not just because I work with Mike, it's actually a really good group, and there's a bunch of really good guys there. So do check that out. It's actually the second or third link in the description down there below. So do check that out. What do we got here? Reasons to lead my mating strategy being religious. Can I just direct you to the show I did just yesterday with Iron Disciples and Glenn Lawrence, because a lot of what you're asking, this is a very broad question right now, and I got no time to answer it, but I bet you I could answer it if you would just watch yesterday's show with Iron Disciples and Glenn Lawrence. Michael, how do you get a red click like that for a 99-cent super sticker? I am dumbfounded. It is just, you know what? That's
nasty.
Yes.
It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
Yes.
Oh.
It's not a show without that. Who wants to start a band in Vegas? Hit me up. I'll start a band in Vegas with you. Sure. As long as you don't mind me being blowing off practice all the time. Rolla, do you think men should go to therapy? Depends on what kind of therapy we're talking about. Do you have Asperger's syndrome? Yes, go to therapy. Are you autistic? Yes, go to therapy. Are you an average dude and women say, you need to do work on yourself and you need to get into some sort of therapy? No, go work out. You meditate your way and I'll meditate mine, bitch. Thank you very much. And I think I have reached the bottom, haven't I? Yes, I have. Thank you. All right. Please don't give me any more. All right. Good enough. All right, guys. We are now at the 5 hour and 6 minute mark. So I think I am officially done. I got to everything I needed to today. Last but not least, I have to explain Access Vegas. Don't give me any super chats unless they're $100 super chats. Then I'll read them. Other than that, I'm going to get out of here in a minute. Access Vegas, people, I want to address one thing about Access Vegas. Access Vegas is not this show. Access Vegas is not the show that I did with Iron Disciples and Glenn Lawrence yesterday. I do hard-hitting, nuts and bolts, kick you in the teeth shows, just like today. And I am going to continue to do those things. I'm going to continue to write on Substack. I am actually going to continue writing on my blog too for free. Substack, by the way, if you want to subscribe to me on Substack, it's down below the fold in the links. I am going to continue to play for Trial of Ascension. I am the second guitarist in Trial of Ascension. I am not giving that up. I don't care how much you tell me I'm in a midlife crisis. Fuck you. I like the music and I'm going to continue. I love my bandies, my other tribe. I'm going to continue to do that. I'm going to continue to write. I'm going to continue to put out books. I'm going to continue doing that goddamn revision and 10th anniversary version of The Rational Male. I'm going to continue going to Vegas and doing Access Vegas. And I'm going to continue going to Miami and doing shows with Myron Fresh because they are my friends and I will always answer the call. I will probably continue going to other shows as people invite me to go on things. I will absolutely do that as well. But one thing you got to understand is that there are certain shows that I will go on and people will go, oh man, he's really losing it. No, I'm not. I'm just doing what is necessary for that context of that show. Oh, Rollo, I can't believe he'd go. You know how many times people told me up to this point, even up to this day, you know how many times people said, oh man, hanging out with Myron Fresh is a bad look for you, man. You shouldn't go on there. You're way above that. No, I'm not. Because there's no above, man. I involve myself in things that I think are worthwhile. And if I don't involve myself in them. Period. I think Access Vegas is very much worth my while. In fact, I would say more so than a lot of other projects I have going right now. It is another iron I have in the fire. And I will continue to do that. But it is not going to be The Rational Male. It is the highbrow talking of incels and red pill print. The R&D department of the red pill will continue to keep going. But I'm going to do Access Vegas too because it's fun. And I think that the education factor of it is well worth it. So with that in mind, let me explain to you what happened on last Thursday's show. We had a very loudmouth girl who's what we call that girl. Now, that girl is the girl who sucks the oxygen out of the whole room right from the get-go. You'll see it happen on Myron and Fresh. You'll see it happen on Pearl. Every single show where they've got girls round around a table, there is that girl. And that girl was the one that confronted MLD on whatever podcast. That girl might be Brittany Renner, right? That girl is always going to be there. So get fucking used to it. I pointed out right immediately. And I know exactly, CJ Sparks, who I love like a sister now, maybe more. She was that girl on the very first episode of Access Vegas. Love you, CJ. But that girl on the last show on Access Vegas, people were like, oh man, if Myron was here, he would have just kicked that bitch right off the show. These guys are soft. Yeah, we don't do that. That's in our charter, is not to castle girl. If a girl castles herself, they can walk out. They can walk out the door just as anybody else can. But we're not there. The point of the show, that's when people say, you're trying to be like Fish of it. No, if we were, we would have kicked her out. That would have happened within the first 5 or 10 minutes of the show. And it didn't. Because the conversation, I think, is worthwhile. It's worth having. And they go, well, what? She was all hammered and she was just yelling over you and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, we need to direct traffic differently and much better. I will give you that. But I don't think kicking her off the show was the answer. And I'll tell you why. Because later on in that show, I had some really good exchanges with her that nobody, you'll see them in the clips, but like nobody wants to remember that bullshit. They just remember, that's what they remember. But there was a point where I'm trying to explain to her that like men represent the most combat deaths, right? I'm talking about like I confront her right there with that too. I said, you know what? The reason you're in this room and you have the rights and the liberties that you do in this country is because men died for those things so that you can come in here and be a big bitch. Didn't see that, did you? No, you're like, oh no, Rollo's gone soft. No, I am of the opinion that if we would have kicked her off, the energy in the room just plummets at that point. Same thing happened with Toy Hard. Now it became it developed and sort of built itself back up into a better show when Myron kicked off Toy Hardy. Granted. But I think that in letting women sort of do their thing there and confronting them, you're not going to teach these girls anything. You're not going to teach guys anything. That's the whole thing about debate. Debate is bullshit right now. Like debate died back in the 90s, I think, like formal debate anyways. But having the woman on and letting her say her piece or whatever. We want to frank out. Give us blood. We want blood. Give us bread and circuses. We could do that, but that's not what the show's based on. The show's based on that's why we only have a certain amount of people. We can only fit so many people in the room as it is. But the reason we do this is because we're focusing on the conversations. We're trying to convince them of anything. You're not going to change anyone's mind in 2 hours, 3 hours. So get that through your head right now. The benefit of the show is not so that we can change that woman's mind or to get her comeuppance or to get pro-revenge or to make her feel bad. See, you're not living your life right. We're not going to be Michael Knowles. God said, you're just not living up, lady. That's not what we're there to do. The value is for the audience. The value there in all of that is to have those conversations, not to change the mind of the person that we're speaking to, but so that there's an example for I don't know how many people, it's up to 20,000 views or 20,000 views. The people who watch that you're the ones I want to benefit. You're the people that I want I want you to see. Here's an example of the shit that I talk about. You guys just told me a minute ago, oh, look at, what is it, Erudite and her boyfriend and blah, blah, blah. It's an example of what you say, Rollo. Yes. Sean Reynolds gets with this dude who's a perfect example of what Myron was talking about when they had their thing. Oh, it's a waste of time to talk to these bitches. Yeah, until about 2, 3, 4 months later. And now they exemplify that. Like, oh, why are you talking to Michaela Peterson? She's just going to fuck you over, Rollo. Yeah. And then what happened? 4 months later, she's looking for a nanny in fucking Miami on her Instagram from her Instagram followers. Don't remember that, do you? I sure the fuck do. I'm the one that offered to take poor little Scarlett off. Hell, you know what? Don't go get some random to kidnap your kid. I'll take care of her. She'll have a great time. But you know what? If I hadn't had that conversation with Michaela, I wouldn't have never had that opportunity. And it's the same thing with a bitch like that, right? And I'm even going to call her a bitch, right? I mean, Gia's she was drunk. Said that most of the girls at that table were buzzed at the very least. And yeah, the point of diminishing returns starts the minute they have 2 White Claws. We know we're not there to convince the girls to change their mind about anything. We're there to educate you, the audience, and to do it in the most entertaining way that we know how. Can we do that better? Yeah, we can do that better. Can I direct traffic a little better? Yes, I'm learning. Trust me. You got to remember, this is all a process. You guys, when we get to the point where we're hitting on all 8 cylinders, which might be in August, maybe it's in summer, we're going to start doing this a little bit more regularly. We're going to get more guests to interview as well as part of Access Vegas. We're building this up to be something a little bit bigger than just a girls show right now. That's the announcement that I'm kind of teasing you with. But we're going to be doing more interviews. We're going to still be doing the girls shows, but we're not where we're going to be at in August right now. I'm learning this shit, man. You think that Myron and Fresh just oh, hey, let's just hit the ground running. They had to learn all that shit. I was there the first time there was a Frank Castle, and it happened off the show. And I told Myron, I said, you know what? You should do that on the show, and that would make for a really great show. And that's what they did on the next one. I was there. Here's a story for you at the end of this show. I was there to do an interview with this girl who I think she was a psychologist, or she might have been an attorney or something. And she brought some loudmouth bitch with her. She got real disrespectful with Myron before the show started. And he kicked her off the show before the show started because he cared about the quality of the show. And he was being Myron. We were done with the show. We finished up the show, and we finished up afterwards. And I was talking. She was gone. The other girl left, and it was me and Myron and Fresh. I said, you should have let that girl stay on. Well, I want to care about the show. I said, yeah, but you kick her off during the show. You got a much better show. And the rest is history. I was there when the first Frank Castle happened, but it didn't happen on air. They didn't just do that, pull that out of their ass. They had to learn to do that. And so we're learning to do stuff too. So all I can ask for you is this. We're doing this show for your benefit, not for the girls' benefit. And bear with us because we're not where we're at just yet, but we'll get there. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys. I think I'm in Vegas on Wednesday. So if I do a midweek show, it will be from Las Vegas, Nevada. And most likely, if I can swing it, it might be at Sticky Paws. So we'll see how it goes. But I'll see you guys in Vegas on Wednesday at the very latest. So thanks for watching. I love you all like my children. And I'm not the saw you. But I play one on TV. So thanks for watching. I love you all. Bye.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. I came by to win, over like a matchbox stereo. Time to keep my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. The best in my life. Finish her. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with her head like she's Claudia Kelly. So baby, come run me, ride me up and down like a pony. Telling that my song getting messy, working up and down on your body. Run me, ride me up and down like a pony. Turning that my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. Registered trademark 2023. All rights reserved. Don't steal my stuff.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Dump that bitch!
And maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know. And maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. The best in my life.
Would you like to know more?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh.